Hey, what's going on, everybody? Back for the week with more Girls Frontline. So, if you remember from last time, when we looked at what's upcoming, there's quite a bit left of this story. But this is indeed the conclusion of the Corposant event. So we're gonna get right into it and go through it. If you remember how it left off, Helena had just been discovered, actually. So now we see what happens after that. Yep, we have quite a bit. So I'm gonna say this right off the bat too. Expect a bathroom break or two. So, enter stage left. The curtain rises and the cast has arrived. Nighttime. XXXX 2074. I stand before the hotel's full-height window, my fingers lightly tapping against the tempered glass. The sumptuous skyline of the white zone traces a dazzling horizon in the night, sharply contrasted with the dim, gray outline of the satellite city in the distance. The prosperity outside the window feels utterly at odds with the weight on my mind. With Leva's coordination, we managed to shake off the security authorities far more easily than expected. That identity card sent every official who tried to inspect us scampering. We've returned to the hotel to reorganize our intel while waiting for any new updates from Group 2. In one corner of the room, Colfin kneels on the carpet, completely absorbed in sorting through the materials we retrieved from the Research Institute. Groza leans against the wall nearby, carefully inspecting her weapons while keeping a constant eye on the scene outside the window. I let out a quiet sigh and refocused my thoughts on what we encountered earlier at Orphalon's Institute. That sudden attack and the mysterious scientist named Chilovig. While Groza updates Leva and the others on the situation, I also take the opportunity to contact the Elmo and throw my questions at Dandelion. Dandelion speaks with an unusual seriousness after I finish recounting everything. So the young lady just let you into her lab on her own initiative and even demonstrated how those plants could convert collapsed particles into electricity? That's right. And the lab itself wasn't heavily armed or guarded at all. It was as if they were researching something insignificant. To be fair, it really isn't that important. From the mobile purification vehicles mass-produced by the ERNC to the Elmo's vector engine, collapsed particle energy conversion is already widely applied. It was never popularized due to cost, but it's hardly some profound scientific secret. That is true. Am I really overthinking it then? Is Project Eden really just what Orphalon claims it to be? A research on energy innovation? Maybe there's nothing suspicious about Project Eden after all. Is it just a smokescreen to cover up Paradis's other conspiracies? Well, we actually know that's not true, because they're using Project Eden to open, whatchamacallit. Oh no, name, I can't remember it right now. Nirvana, there we go. Orphalon herself actually said that she wants to see the truth, so if a low-cost green botanical system could really be built to absorb particles, restore yellow zone ecology, reduce collapse radiation, and generate power all at the same time, as Girard's claims, the world would truly turn into the Garden of Eden. But even Persica could only achieve energy conversion at the scale of powering a remolding pad, covering an entire city with it. Do you think that little girl could actually pull it off? You're right. I massaged the bridge of my nose, trying to ease the strain from all the thinking.
そういえば気がかりなことがある。
But there's something she said earlier that keeps bothering me.
何？
What did she say?
オルフェルーネは
Yep.
フランクフルト事件で
She said she had seen the truth and that she'd lived through the Frankfurt incident.
彼女も
Do you think it's possible she was also affected by that space? That's the issue here.
指揮官、約束を忘れたの？
Commander, we have a deal.
すまん忘れてくれ。
Sorry. Forgot I asked.
話を戻そう。
The key question is
問題
whether
は
Orphelin
オルフェ
herself
ルーネ本
is
人
in
が
the
どこま
know.
で知っているか。彼女の研究に対する熱意は本物だ。
She appears to be filled with pure and sincere passion for her research, so much that she was willing to risk it all and show a journalist the very heart of her research facility.
私を騙すための演
If
技
this
だと
was
は思え
merely
な
an
い。
act or some kind of ploy to fool me, I really can't see the point.
複雑に考えすぎよ。
Gee, Commander, you think too highly of yourself.
またいつものように女の子をたぶらかした
Could it have been your irresistible charm that made her decide to bare her soul after laying eyes on you once?
その可能性は限りなくゼロに近い。
I think that possibility is infinitely close to zero.
じゃあゼロではないのね。
So you agree it's not zero.
オルフェルーネのことは
Anyway,
引き続き
I'll look into that young lady. Make sure to keep me in the loop if anything new comes up.
ああ、それじゃ。
Alright, let's leave it at that for now. I walk over to the large round table at the center of the room. Spread across it is a huge map of Lviv, with several key locations marked in red. Orphelin's research facility, the Gerard Group's headquarters, and several experimental fields on the outskirts.
彼女が無実だとしたら、
And if she really is innocent, then who's pulling the strings behind all this? Chiloveg,
オレク・ジラード、イグラ、
Oleg
それ
Gerard,
とも
the third gen doll, Igla, or perhaps... I tap a question mark on the map with my finger.
一番怪しいのは
Chiloveg.
チルロビ
She's the most suspicious one right now. Kolfin springs up from the floor and hops excitedly over to the table, then picks up a photograph, one of the pieces of evidence we secretly took at the facility.
イグラがこんな奴のためにオルフェルーネを一人にしたんです
I still
か
can't believe Igla would abandon Orphanum just for that mysterious woman.
オルフェルーネも
From what we've
生活
observed,
の全て
Igla's
の面倒を見て
basically
た
a super nanny. That's very, very true. She usually won't even let Orphanum drink any water handed to her by someone else.
チルロビグの電
But
話
a single phone call from Chiloveg was enough to make her leave Orphanum. There's definitely something odd going on here.
でもオルフェルーネ
Orphanum
本人
herself
に意を
didn't have
唱え
any
なかった
objections either, or rather, she didn't find it strange at all.
ということは
This is clearly a common occurrence, and Orphanum has already accepted it. Setting her weapon aside, Groza steps up to the table and points at a spot on the map.
仮に黒幕がチルロビグだとして
Assuming Orphanum is innocent and Chiloveg is the one pulling the strings, then what role does Igla actually play in all of this? I recall Igla's ever-vigilant eyes and subtle body language from yesterday at the research facility. Even as Orphanum naively demonstrated her experimental results, Igla maintained an almost flawless professional mask. But in certain moments, especially when I pressed deeper, her reactions revealed a level of wariness, my mistake, from beyond that of an ordinary assistant.
一枚噛んでいる。
She knows. I voiced my assumption outright.
チルロビグが
Whatever Chiloveg is hiding from Orphanum, Igla definitely knows about it.
パラデウスのことも
She knows about Paradise and those experiments, and she's afraid I might reveal the truth to Orphanum.
オルフェルーネのことを守って
Is she protecting
あるい
Orphanum
は監
or
視している
monitoring
のか
her?
もしかして二人にとってオルフェルーネ
Hmm.
はも
Whoa,
う邪魔
so
に
you're
なった
saying Igla and Chiloveg are plotting something behind Orphanum's back? That Orphanum's already been sidelined?
イグラが離れた直後、
The facility was
研究所が
attacked
襲われ
almost
た。
immediately the moment she left.
私たちが襲
She
撃者
didn't
を
come
撃退
back
してい
until
なかった
after we repelled the
オル
attackers.
フェルーネは
If
確
we
実
hadn't
に
been
死んでいただろ
there, those attackers might have succeeded.
う。誰が送り込んだ？
And who sent those
パルベン
attackers?
グループ、パラ
Chet
デウス。
Faden or Paradus? I drummed my fingers on the table, sinking into thought. The entire situation feels like an intricate chessboard, and we can only see one small corner of it.
ところでスピカ本当にオルフェルーネが何も知らないと
Still,
思ってたんですか？
Commander, do you really believe Orphalon knows nothing at all?
状況的にそう考えた方が自然だ。
Based on my observations, I'm inclined to believe that.
だが、
But I
完
won't
全には
trust her
信頼してい
completely.
ない。
Leaving aside the risk, even logically speaking,
思想がどうであれ、
she's the
ギラー
Gerard
ドグルー
Group's
プの
young
次期総
mistress,
裁兼主
the
任
future
研究員。
heiress to the group, and also its chief scientist.
本人が事情を知っているよう
Whether
が
she
いない
knows or not,
何かし
she
らの
must
形
have
で
directly
パラ
or
デウスの陰謀
indirectly
に関わっていたは
advanced
ず。
Paradus's schemes.
彼女は純粋な科学者よ。
She's a scientist.
目の前の研究に没頭
Scientists
す
can
るあまり
become so focused on
周
their
りの
own
状況
field
が
that
見
they
えてい
overlook
な
the
くて
bigger
もお
picture.
かしくないわ。
That makes them highly susceptible to being used. I nod. Gross's analysis is likely correct.
それから、
Yeah. And there's one more thing.
彼女の言っていた真理と
What did she really mean when she said she'd seen the truth? The truth. The things she claims to have beheld during the Frankfurt incident. It's almost laughable, but when it comes to the Frankfurt incident, I was without a doubt a central figure. I was right at the heart of it. I did witness some deeply unpleasant things, but nothing I'd ever call the truth. So what exactly was she referring to? Just as I sink deeper into thought, the communicator on the table suddenly vibrates. I grab it quickly and answer.
私だ。
It's me. Kukai's voice comes through from the other end, with the wind blowing and static crackling faintly in the background.
指揮官、緊急事態です。
Commander, we found something important. There's a trace of tension and excitement in her voice, rare for the usually composed Kukai. After leaving Orphalon's research facility, Kukai has been leading Group 2 in monitoring Igla and Orphalon's
どうし
movements.
た？
Go on.
オルフェルーネらを尾行してジラードグループ傘下の
We
ホテル
followed
に
them
到着
back
し
to a
ました
hotel owned by the Gerard Group, where they're holding the launch summit for Project Eden tonight. The young mistress is now staying at the hotel. Monsoon is monitoring. But that third-gen doll jumped into an unmarked black sedan and left the white zone right after dropping her off. She's heading towards the satellite city.
衛星都市？何のために？
The satellite city? What's she going there for?
わかりません。気づかれないよう
Not
距離
sure
を保
yet.
っていたので
Her senses are extremely sharp, so we dare not follow too closely.
ですが
But the route she's taking leads to a building owned by the Gerard Group. We intercepted an internal line from the PSA. An alarm was triggered there half an hour ago, then cancelled by their own people, claiming it was a false alarm.
誤作動。
A false alarm? If it were truly a false alarm, it wouldn't warrant a personal visit from someone like Igla. This is true.
どうする？
Commander, should we intervene?
来るかい？そのまま監視を続けてくれ。
Keep your distance and continue monitoring.
グローザ、コルフェン、
Groza, Kolfin,
行くぞ。
we're moving out. Okay. Rather a quick intro this time. I also did power up Voimastina a bit too. Based on the coordinates provided by Klukai, we are already close to the target area. This entire district is an industrial park belonging to the Gerard Group. We disembark some distance away from the park itself. After checking our weapons and comms, we begin moving towards the park. Although security personnel are patrolling nearby, slipping past them and entering the park is effortless for us. I feel noticeably more at ease after changing out of the dress suit. We follow the route that Kukai sent, and our journey has thus far been uneventful. With security forces present here in such numbers and guarding the area so tightly, it is easy to imagine there's something here that they're trying to hide. 404 is positioned on a small rise outside the park. While the location does not allow a full view, we can still make out the general situation inside. There are no civilian facilities anywhere around the park. It is also particularly strange that the interior is completely empty with visible signs of a hasty evacuation. Aside from the security personnel, almost no one is left on the site. We approach 404. Kukai is observing the park through a pair of binoculars.
来るかい状況は
Kukai, what's the situation?
監視している間、誰もここから離れていません。
Igla seems to have entered
イ
the
グラは
park.
パーク内にい
We
る
have been
はずです。
monitoring it continuously, and no one has left since.
リバにこの場所の情報を
To
要
ensure
請
the
しました
operation goes smoothly, we asked Leva for information on this park while waiting for you, Commander.
それで
What did she say?
ジラードがかなりのコストをか
According
けて
to her intel,
物流センター
this is
と
a
して建造
logistics
した
center
新
in which
施
the
設のよう
Gerard
で
Group
すが、
only started
使用された
investing
形
within the
跡があり
last
ませ
few
ん。
years. It was quite a sizable sum, but internal reports show the park has seen almost no actual use.
何かのカモフラージュか
A cover?
おそらく
Most
使われて
likely.
いないのに
An
毎
unused
月巨
industrial
額の
park
資
that
金
still
が投じられ
burns
てい
through
ます。
massive amounts of funding every month. Yeah, definitely. It's a front.
イグラがここを訪れたのもチルドビグが
Igla
関
must
係して
have
い
come
ると
for
思われ
something
ます。
related to Chilove.
実態は
There's probably a
秘密研
secret
究所
research
かと。
facility here.
さすがリバよく調べている
As expected of Leva, she dug pretty deep.
実はリバより先
Actually,
にあの人が
Leva
情報を
didn't
提
reply
供
to
し
us
てくれました
directly. Instead, someone else provided the intel support.
あの人
Yeah, I was about to say, someone else?
カリーナさんです。あなたが合流したら
It was Miss
連
Kalina.
絡するように言い
She
つけ
said
られ
she
てい
would be
ます。
providing intelligence support from here on out, and told us to have you contact her once you arrived. Hmm.
そうか
Yeah, alright.
通信コードはこちらです。
Here's the communication code. Interesting. I take the code Kukai hands me. After hesitating for a moment, I connect to Kalina's channel.
カリン調子はどうだ
Kalina, are you feeling any better?
平気です
Yes, I'm feeling fine. Or I'm fine.
リバさんとレナさん
Leva
は
and Lena are
局
accompanying
長
the
に同
director
行して
to
い
a
るため
meeting.
不在です
From here on, I'll be providing support for your
私
operation.
がサポートします
ありがとう
Thank you very much.
イグラを追って目標エリア
We've now tracked the Gerard Group's third gen doll to the target area. Can you indicate the precise location?
管理局の人間があの場所を見張っていま
Our
す
people have been continuously
情報が
monitoring
入り次
Igla.
第
I'll
共有
sync
し
the
ます
information we have.
ただ警
Additionally,
察の通信を傍受した結
I've
果
been tapping into internal
ジラー
security
ドグループの施設
communications.
で戦闘
According
が
to
起こっている
reports
こと
from
が分かり
officials
ました
closely tied to the Gerard Group, Igla seems to be engaged in combat at one of their internal facilities.
今この瞬間イグラと交
The only
戦
ones
して
who
いる
could
可
be
能
fighting
性
the
が
third
ある
gen doll at this time would be.
はい反逆招待しかありえま
That's
せん
right. It's most probably Task Force Defy, which we saw last time.
彼女たちを見つけるのが最優先だ
Our top priority now is to locate the Defy dolls,
ヘレナも一緒にいる
and
か
if
もしれない
possible, retrieve Helena at the same time.
おとなしく返してくれると思いますか
Do you think Task Force Defy will hand Helena back?
アンジェの元部下たちだきっと昔と変わっていない
These dolls were once commanded by Anj. I don't believe they will go astray.
はい私もそう思います
I trust your judgment, Commander.
インダストリアルパーク
Based on the
には
internal
大きな
structure of
通
the
風口
industrial
がいくつか
park,
あります
there are several large
その周囲
ventilation
に秘
ducts.
密研究所への入り口
That
が
area
ある
likely contains an entrance to an underground research facility.
入り口までは誘導しますが
I'll plot the most
そこから
plausible
先
route.
は
You'll have to play it by ear once you're inside.
分かった
Leave it to me. Kalina sends over a route map leading into the heart of the underground facility. After a brief exchange of options or opinions, The dolls of 404 begin preparing for infiltration. Groza distributes the ammunition and weapons she has brought along for resupply, while Kolfin calibrates her equipment next to me to ensure stable communications. I gesture downward.
ここを第一撤退ポイントにする。
We'll use
ここがダメ
this
にな
as
っ
the
たら
first
パー
extraction
クの
point.
正面入り口で合流
If
し
it's
よう。
compromised, we regroup at the park's main entrance.
交戦規定は
And the rules of engagement?
反撃のみ許可する。
We only return fire if we come under attack.
面倒ね
What a pain.
カリンがセキュリティシステムの穴を特定してくれた。
Avoid combat
ま
as
ずはハッ
much
キ
as
ングで情
possible.
報を集めてくれ。
Kalina has marked the
必
weak
要と
points
あ
in
ら
their
ば
security
電子
system.
戦で
Break
敵の自
in
立戦闘
and
ユニット
gather
を
as
無
much
力化できるは
information
ずだ
as you can. If necessary, trace the network and burn out their automated combat units.
今の404に電子戦ですか簡単に言ってくれます
That's
ね
quite a tall order from the current 404.
できるか。
Can't do it.
当然です任せてください
Of course we can. Leave it to us, Commander. So we know what's going on right now. Igla is currently fighting Voimastina. And Doris, I'm sending over the information on the security system's hacking point. Received. Although it seems there are more combatants along the way than expected. As long as we're careful, we won't alert those pests. Yep, start by dealing with those automated units, then go for a stealthy hack. Okay. This doesn't look like it's gonna be difficult. And they're gone. Let's say there's only a few, yeah. There's one left somewhere. And then it died.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ
King 1. When the undertow blooms into a tsunami, chaos can erupt at any moment. Nighttime, XXXX 2074. Inside the top floor conference room of the Gerard Group headquarters, Kruger, Leva, Lena, and several agents from the Non-Military Forces Administration are already in position. CEO Oleg Gerard of the Lviv headquarters appears far more shrewd compared to Rurik of the Odessa branch. At this moment, he is sitting at the far end of the long table, a metal case and several documents placed before him.
お越しいただきありがとうございます、オレク総裁。
Thank you for arriving on time, Mr. Oleg.
社交指令はいい、クルーガー局長。
So that's what he looks like. I can't remember if we've seen him before or just haven't seen him in a while, but I think the green suit would stand out. No need for pleasantries, Mr. Kruger.
これがそちらの望む人形暴走。
These are all the materials you requested, the complete evidence pertaining to the automaton insurgents and the vaccine incident.
データ、実
Data,
験記録、
lab records, internal meeting minutes,
一通り揃
everything
っ
is
てい
here.
るはずだ。
随分と塩らしいじゃない
That's surprisingly cooperative of you. I thought this would require some negotiation.
時代は変わったんだ。リヴァ
Times have changed, Miss Leva.
悪あがきを続けて
Digging in my heels would do me no good.
もない。
Saving my own skin is the most prudent course. Kruger signals for Leva to inspect the materials. Leva takes the memory drive and plugs it into an interface. She scans through it quickly, then nods.
全部揃ってる不備はないわ
The materials are complete. The chain of evidence is intact.
裏はなさそうね
Mr. Oleg doesn't seem to be hiding anything.
私の誠意を感じてくれたか。
More generous than you expected, wasn't I? I know I'm hardly in a position to make demands, but I hope you'll show me the same generosity.
あなたの身の安全を保証する。
Namfa will honor its promises. We will ensure your personal safety.
一言余計かもしれない。
I have to say, Mr. Oleg, you seem remarkably unconcerned about the future of your own employees. And it's happening exactly as Chiloveg said. He's only guaranteeing his own safety.
ビジネスとは残酷なのだよ、局長。
The corporate world is no less vicious than your battlefield, Director.
時には誰かが
When
犠牲
necessary,
になるし
someone
かない
must be sacrificed,
私の弟
like my
のように
unfortunate younger brother.
本質的には生存競争
Survival of the fittest,
違
isn't
う
it?
もう一度契約を確認しよう。
On behalf of the non-military forces administration, I reaffirm our commitment.
あなたが全ての
As long as you
証拠を
provide
提出
complete
し
evidence
調
and
査に
cooperate
全面
with
的
the
に協力する
investigation
なら
and
身の安
cooperate
全を
with
保
the
証し
investigation,
こちらで
we will
は
guarantee your safety and arrange a new identity for you,
一部個人資産の移転も
as well as the transfer of part of your private assets.
資産といえばまだまだ示せる
Speaking of
正
my
義が残
private assets, here's another gesture of my sincerity.
これで年金
Perhaps it can help me secure a more comfortable retirement. He turns on the tablet he brought with him and pulls up a series of files.
楽園計画のことを探っている
I know you've been investigating Project Eden.
イーグラの勝手な
Eagler's
行動にこれが
unauthorized
関係している
actions, which you mentioned earlier, are also related to it.
正直そちらが
Frankly
なぜこ
speaking,
の計画
I
に
don't understand
こだ
why
わっ
this
ている
project warrants such a massive response from you.
持っていくといい
But since you want,
楽園計画
here's everything related to Project Eden in the database.
オルフェルーネのノート実験
Orphalun's research notes, experimental data, everything. Lena's eyes widen slightly.
娘を売るっていう
I was just about to say that he's even selling out Orphalun, his own daughter. You. You're selling out your own daughter?
なんだねその
Don't look at me like that, Miss Lena.
科学者たる
Scientists should be responsible for their own
責
choices.
任を負わねばならない私はた
I'm just a
だ商
businessman,
人として
paying the
取引
price for my decisions.
楽園計画は数時間後に開始
As
さ
far
れ
as I know, the public release of Project Eden is only a few hours away.
お嬢さんは今
Your daughter is
全力
probably
で
devoting
準備を
herself
進めている
wholeheartedly to the preparations right now. Never in a million years would she think
裏で父親
that
が
her own father is destroying all of her life's work on the other side of the city.
これは娘のためでも
I believe this is also for Orphalun's own good.
あるあなたたちに目をつけられ
Now
た
that this project has drawn your
関わり
attention,
続ければ罪は重くなる
continuing to sink any deeper would only add to her crimes.
損切りは
Cutting losses in time isn't just for me, it's for her as well. Kruger's expression remains unchanged as he takes the tablet.
確かに価値のある資料
This information is indeed valuable.
だ。だがこちらが
However,
誠意を示すほど
It is still not enough for us to state our position.
非軍事勢力管理
As an
局を代表
official
して
representative of
楽
the
園計
non-military
画を
force administration, I must formally demand that you immediately halt all activities related to Project Eden.
無論
Of course, of course.
だ手はずは整っている
I anticipated this long ago. He pulls out his communicator and rapidly inputs a command.
今しがた CEO 命令を出した
I've already issued a direct order in my capacity as CEO. Did he put a hit out on Orphalun?
楽園計画に関する一切
All
の
preparations for
活動を
Project
中
Eden
止
will
す
be
る
suspended immediately.
公表もする
That includes the public announcement you just mentioned. Satisfied?
まだだ。計画に関してだが
Additionally, I'd like to make sure some further inquiries. Make some further inquiries. Regarding this Project Eden, there is evidence indicating that... Before Kruger can finish, the lights in the conference room abruptly go out. Then the alarm flashes red.
レナ局長を守って
Nana, protect the director. Got it. Yeah, immediately. The conference room doors are flung open as armed personnel and marionette dolls pour in and swiftly surround everyone present. Oleg jumps to his feet.
誰の指示だ。出て行け。
Who authorized you to enter here? Get out.
静かに。
Notification.
セキュリティシステムをリセットしました。
The security system has been reset. All personnel access privileges have been revoked.
馬鹿げてる。私は総
This
裁
is
だぞ。
absurd. I'm the chairman of the group. I order you.
オレク・ジラード。修正協定違反。
Oleg Girard, you have violated the loyalty agreement by betraying the group's core assets and relevant personnel.
あなたの命令は受け付けません。
Order refused.
修正協定
The
だと。
loyalty
何
agreement?
の話だ。
What nonsense is this?
誰の権限で
Who
動
gave
い
you
て
the
いる。
authority to refuse my orders?
楽園計画始動まで全ての人員の出入りを
Under
制限
current
します
directives, all personnel will be confined to the secure area until Project Eden is completed.
抵抗しないでください。
Any resistance will result in immediate armed intervention. Oleg's face drains of color.
これはクーデターだ。誰だ。
This is
今
mutiny.
マンか。
Who
取締役
Who
の
would
誰
dare
だ。
do this? Zimmerman? Or those bastards on the board? Neither the armed personnel nor the dolls respond to Oleg. Cold sweat pours down his face as he slowly collapses back into his chair. Kruger casts Oleg a cold glance, then stands and addresses the armed personnel sharply.
これは非軍事勢力管理局との契約に抵触。
Your actions are already in violation of the agreement with the Non-Military Forces Administration.
それだけじゃねえ。
Entering an
我々の許可なしに
authorized
武装エ
secure
リアへ
area with weapons without NAVA approval is illegal. This would be treated as a serious administrative crime.
局長殿、申し訳ありませんが
Director, we
従ってくだ
sincerely
さい
apologize for shooting you this way. But please cooperate and remain here until Project Eden is launched.
抵抗しない限り
As long as you
危害は加えま
comply,
せん
we will not take any
我々
offensive
に
action.
引き金を引かせないでくださ
Otherwise,
い
we cannot guarantee your personal safety. Levi and Lena exchange a glance and move to shield Kruger at the center.
外部に繋がらない通信を妨害され
Comms
ている
aren't going through. All frequency bands are being jammed.
やる数は相手の
Do
方
we
が上だけ
engage?
ど
There are too many of them.
局長の安全が最優先
Kruger's safety is the priority.
どうやらあなたの想像以上に部下たちは覚
Your
悟
subordinates seem far more determined than you imagined.
奴らめ。
Damn it. Those bastards.
こうなってしまっては仕方ない。
Although I'd rather not make this any uglier, Mr. Oleg, I'm afraid the terms of our agreement will need to be revised. The conference room doors close behind the marionette dolls. The red warning lights continue to flash, casting every face in a gray, oppressive glow. So Oleg's still alive. For now. We'll see what happens, though. The Defy dolls move swiftly through the underground passageways. Beneath their feet lie shattered combat automatons and bodies riddled with bullet holes.
クリア新たな敵へなし
Areas clear. No new enemies on scan.
地表に近づけば通
We
信
need to
妨害
break
の
out
影
from
響を
here,
受けず
get
に
closer
ケビ
to
ン
the
と連絡が
surface,
取れる
and we should be able to punch through the signal jamming and contact Kevin.
でもその前に
But before that,
ヘレナはどこ
where is Helena?
置いてきた
I left her where I set off from,
場所はここだ
which is right here. Yeah. We saw what happened at the end. The moment Voy Mastina appeared, Alva could already guess what she had decided to do. But she still clings to a sliver of hope and scans the surroundings. Voy Mastina does not bother to search for Helena. Her wolf eye has already swept this area countless times. The answer is obvious. Disappointment and regret are written all over Voy Mastina's usually impassive face.
本当にここで会ってるの
Where was she last seen? Voy Mastina walks to a small, broken opening along the sewer wall. Alva switches on her flashlight and shines it inside. There is no sign of Helena.
激しい戦闘の痕跡が残ってる
Judging by these marks, an intense fight took place here.
自動防御システム
Helena's
ビーマー
defense system released energy beams at this location.
捕まったか
She was taken. Voy Mastina bends down and picks up fragments of a shattered communicator. her gaze heavy.
私の判断ミスだ。
I made the wrong call.
すまない。
I'm sorry. Alva checks her terminal, but she still cannot locate the signal from the container.
さっきあなたの言う通りすぐに撤退していれば
If we had withdrawn immediately, according to your plan, we might have saved Helena.
私が引っ張ったから敵
It
に
was me
ヘレ
who
ナを探す
insisted
時間
on
を与え
staying
てし
too
まっ
long. That gave them time to lock onto her position. We dragged this out, and they had more than enough time to track her.
た私のせいだ
It was me who didn't think things through.
いや、私がもっと早く
If
あ
I
の人間を
defeated that
倒せていれば
third gen doll faster,
撤退
being
で
able
き
to
ただけでも
retreat
奇
from
跡だよ
Chilovag at all was already no small feat.
ヘレナのことは後で考えよう
We'll figure something out
今は
about
得た
Helena
情報を
later.
アップロードしないと
Right now, our top priority is transmitting the intel we just obtained.
強行突破だ。
We'll have to force our way out.
その方が
That'll
早
be
く動
quicker.
ける
Voimastina reloads a fresh magazine and nods to Alba. Just as Alba's about to move, she suddenly freezes, listening intently to the sewer.
銃声
I think I hear gunfire?
遠いな。だが
It's
間
far
違いな
away.
く戦闘が起きて
Very faint, but it's definitely an exchange.
誰かが警備隊と戦
Someone
っ
else
ている
seems to
の
be
か。
fighting the security forces
私たちの撤退ルートにいる
in the direction we're planning to withdraw.
一体誰が
Who could it be at a time like this? If it's at the facility, then yeah, it's probably 404.
交代するなら今のうちよ。
Because we've already determined that Igla was fighting Defy.
交代するなら今のうちよ。
敵が全部ダウンしてる
The combat automatons here are just standing still? Defy moves through the underground corridor. Just as Alva suspected, the passage is packed with defensive units. Combat automatons and dolls have already built fortifications, waiting for Defy to walk straight into the trap. But the automatons before Alva's eyes are completely motionless. Their drooping limbs and weapons indicate that their neural circuits have been fried on the spot.
ケビンか。
Was it Kevin?
いやケビンのやり
Judging by
方
the
じゃない
method, no.
でも運がいい
Maybe our luck has finally turned.
そののんきさ嫌いではありません
I have to say, I admire your optimism. Uh-oh.
しかし幸運の女神はいつ
But
も気まぐれで
unfortunately,
す
the goddess of fortune tends to be fickle. Alva immediately searches for the source of the voice, but Igla is nowhere to be seen. Voimastina suddenly shoves Alva aside. The massive force slams her into the wall. As her vision spins, a violent explosion erupts where she had been standing just moments ago. She scrambles back to her feet and sees that the ceiling overhead has been blown open. Igla drops down from above, her dagger already buried in Voimastina's forearm. Voimastina lowers her stance to dissipate the force. She shoves Igla aside, then lashes out with a brutal kick. Igla blocks the strike with both arms and lands lightly on the ground after arcing through the air.
お見事ここまで私を楽しませ
Exceptional reaction speed. It is truly a joy to fight you. There are very few opponents who can make me give my all from start to finish. Voimastina pulls the dagger from her forearm and glances at it. The blade had originally been aimed at her core. She refocuses her attention on Igla, who makes a brief gesture towards her.
倒さないと先へ
Looks like
進
we're
めない
not going to reach ground level until she's dealt with.
任せる。
Leave her to me.
作戦終了帰ろっか
I'm wondering if they're gonna have to join forces in order to beat her. Klugai pulls her connection jack free from a control panel. After releasing an abnormal surge of current, the panel gradually falls silent, but her frame is still shaking violently.
電子戦も大したことないわね。
See? Even electronic warfare is no big deal. Supported by her teammates, Kukai barely manages to stand up. Even with 4 dolls plus the equipment carried by Andoris sharing the load, the immense computational strain from the hack has nearly caused her to crash. Fortunately, before Kukai's neural core could burn out, she managed to breach the system's defenses and destroy the automated command chain throughout the entire facility.
指揮官、ハッキングで施設内のすべての自
Commander,
動戦闘ユニットを
we've
ダウンさ
suppressed
せ
the
ま
defensive
した。
system terminal. I just shut down all automated combat units in this facility.
さすがだなクルカイ。
Well done, Kukai. I expected nothing less from you.
当然です。どんな任務でも
Naturally.
完璧に遂行し
No
ま
matter
す。
what kind of mission you give me, I can get it done.
頼もしい。
Ever so reliable. All you need.
セキュリティシステムの権限をこちらに譲れないか。
Can you transfer the defense system's terminal permissions to me?
はい。確認お願いします。
No problem. On it right now. There. Can you see it?
無事入れた。
Yes. I'm in the system.
地下エリアで4カ所から大量の損害報告
There
が
are
上
heavy
がってい
damage
る。
reports in 4 zones of
最
the
後に報
underground
告
area.
が上がった
The
のは
last one is,
すぐ近くだ。
a vertical sector not too far from you.
反逆招待ですか？
Is it Task Force Defy?
可能性は高い。
Highly likely.
誘導してください。連れ戻します。
Please guide us there. I'll bring them back.
ああ、任せた。
Right. I'm counting on you. Okay, so yeah, they're gonna have to move up and join forces against her. It's like that's for sure.
交代するなら今のうちよ。交代するなら今のうちよ。
Two left.
みんなのために
Oh. 404 enters the facility without a hitch, disappearing from view even through the binoculars. I watch their coordinates on the terminal and consider what they might encounter next. Based on the information, the area is very likely where they'll run into Defy. With a combined combat strength of 404 and Task Force Defy, breaking out of the facility shouldn't be difficult. However, even if they manage to rendezvous with the Defy dolls, the presence of that 3rd gen doll will still pose a major obstacle. To be honest, I don't have much confidence that our current dolls can defeat Igla inside an underground facility. However, defeating her isn't our objective. We just need a plan to shake her off and leave quickly. As I study the facility map, an idea suddenly comes to mind. There's no data in the terminal to support this plan, though. Looks like it's time to seek support. I quickly gather my thoughts and call Kalina. She picks up almost immediately.
カリン、ジラードの地下施設の見取り図が欲しい。
Can you find the complete structural blueprint of Gerard's underground facility?
何のために
You're thinking of...
イグラ相手に正面戦闘は厳しい。
Igla specs are too much for the dolls under my command to take on directly. Do you remember what we did at the submarine base?
同じ手を使いたい。
I want to replicate that.
あなたらしいですね
That does sound very much like your style, Commander.
ですが
But this is a White Zone city. It's very different from that base in the Red Zone back then. Have you considered the social impact?
はありますか
だからこうして打診してるじゃないか。
That's why I'm asking you whether it's feasible.
また私に後始末を
So it really is cleanup duty for me again.
まったく
Honestly, every time there's trouble, you just dump it on me.
私は政府内部のことはよく知らないからな。
I don't know much about internal government affairs, nor do we care. If you can help, Kalina, that would be ideal.
そうですね
Let me think.
戦闘を地下に
If we
止
keep
め
the
ることができれば
impact contained within the underground facility, the fallout should be relatively manageable.
報道関
With my authority, I can keep a lid on media coverage to some extent. But if you cause anything bigger, then we'll just have to see whether Mr. Kruger can handle it.
面倒をかけないよう尽力する
I'll do my best not to cause you trouble. Don't make promises you can't keep. Alright. I've sent you the structural blueprint.
ああ
Thank you so much.
そうだ今回の件が落ち着いたら
By the way,
食事でも
once this mission is over, if you're free, how about grabbing a bite together?
お互い誤解があるようだし
I feel like
これを機に
there've
解消し
been
よ
a
う
lot of misunderstandings between us. If we find a nice place and talk things through, maybe everything will just snap back into place.
どうか
So, what do you think?
な嫌なら
If not, then forget it. If you're footing the bill, I suppose I could go. But I'll be choosing a really, really fancy place. So brace yourself. Oh no. Commander, do you copy?
ごめん404だまた連絡する
Sorry, Kalina. 404 has run into trouble. I'll contact you later. Alright, stay safe.
来るかいどうした
Klukai, what's the situation? We're approaching the target zone. There's intense fighting going on inside that area. Based on energy fluctuations and thermal imaging, one side is clearly a third-gen dog, consistent with Eagle's profile. And the other side... Commander, it's confirmed to be members of Task Force Defy, AK-15 and AN-94.
よしすぐに接触して一
Good
緒に
work.
離脱するんだ
Make contact immediately and find a way to extract them.
イグラに絡まれたら
If Igla gets on your tail, move forward, move toward. I open the structural blueprint Kalina just sent. Rapidly simulate the scenario and transmit a set of coordinates.
この場所に移動して着いたら教えてくれ
Move to this
バックパトラップで
location.
追撃を阻止する
Inform me once you're in position. I'll set up an explosive trap to cut off her pursuit. Acknowledged. Moving immediately. I take a deep breath. Groza has already prepared her weapon and stands silently beside me, awaiting orders.
グローザここに爆薬を仕掛けてくれ
Groza, go to this position and plant the charges.
柱を4本爆破すれば足りるだろう
Blowing 4 load-bearing pillars should buy us enough time.
了解
Understood.
コルフェン車をパークの近くに回してくれ
Colvin,
中の人形が地上
move the
に出たら
vehicle we
す
came
ぐに
in
迎え
closer
に
to
行
the
く
park. The moment the dolls reach the surface, we can extract them immediately. Roger. I'll be ready to depart at any time.
そうだヘレナの薬も用
By the
意
way,
してあるな
you've brought all the medication prepared for Helena, right? Yes, I've been carrying it with me the whole time.
ホワイトエリアに長居して体
There's
調
no
が悪
telling
化して
whether
い
her
ないといい
condition
の
would
だ
worsen further in the white zone.
検査の用意も
Be ready to perform a basic check on Helena as soon as we see her. I'll give Helena a full examination the moment I see her.
ああ任せた
Great. I'm leaving it to you. Begin the operation.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ
Yeah, it's true. We don't know what kind of condition Helen is in right now. And they said there was evidence of a fight, so she tried to defend herself. Under Kukai's lead, 404 moves through the underground facility and arrives near the battlefield. Now they can clearly see the full scope of the fight. The underground sewer has been utterly devastated by the clash. Walls riddled with bullet holes, and chunks of concrete lay scattered across the ground. Amid the ruins, AN-94 and AK-15 are locked in an intense engagement with a woman wearing a suit.
やっぱりあいつね
So it's really her. The battle has clearly been going on for quite some time. AK-15 is covering injuries and AN-94's movements are noticeably more sluggish than Kukai remembers. Worse still, their ammunition appears to be nearly depleted. Igla seems more like she's performing a dance than engaging in a fight. The rapier in her hand traces elegant arcs through the air, beautiful yet lethal. Even when facing the combined assault of the two Divide members, Igla remains utterly unfazed. With her extensive combat experience, Kukai can tell at a glance that even with the dolls beside her, taking Igla head-on would be extremely difficult. But she doesn't hesitate for a moment. The commander has given the order, and she has full confidence in completing the mission entrusted to her. On level 2, she orders the other dolls to deploy to positions where they can maximize their firepower, while she herself charges towards the battlefield at high speed. Task Force Defined. This is Kukai 404. The commander has dispatched us to assist with your evacuation. I'm approaching from near 6 o'clock. Do not fire in my direction. 404. The Defy dolls show no change in their movements upon receiving the transmission. Igla's raging assault allows them not a single moment of slack. Even under such dire conditions, they maintain astonishing tactical coordination. Kukai closes to visual range. Under her gaze, every round fired by AN-94 precisely targets Igla's vital points, while AK-15 engages Igla in close quarters combat. Their coordination is flawless, yet Igla still handles it all with such ease that even Kukai feels a little unnerved. But she doesn't falter. Seizing the instant when the hulking doll and Igla briefly separate, Kukai fires several grenades accurately towards Igla. The unexpected attack sparks clear anger in Igla. Damn rats. It's him after all. Taking advantage of Igla's momentary distraction, Boy Mustino's flying kick slams into Igla's waist, while additional grenade explosions force her to retreat further. Now, move. Follow me. Kukai 416? Shouldn't you be... Now isn't the time to talk. The commander sent us to pick you and AN-94. So start by getting out of that thing's attack range. Got it. I can hang on for a while longer, so take 94 with you and mount a fighting withdrawal. Yeah, the objective is just to get away. Actually, well, I'll do it next time. I'll switch it so that one Steam goes first. Yeah, they just have to escape. But they can still get rid of the enemies, because why not? Heh. Heh. Let's say that should be it. And then, oh, nope. Still one turn. There's no enemies left anyway.
Groza, 状況は?
Groza, status report. We reached the designated position. Load-bearing pillars confirmed. Calculate the blast radius precisely. Ensure only the floor of the target area is destroyed, without causing the entire building to collapse. Understood. Groza moves swiftly. In just a few dozen seconds, she sets up 4 directional demolition charges at the designated locations. Commander, explosive deployment complete. Detonate on my command. Copy. I stare tensely at the terminal. 404 is advancing towards the area I sent earlier, and the signal they're detecting can only belong to that relentlessly pursuing third-gen doll. Commander, we're about to reach the designated area. The enemy is right behind us. Good. The trap is set. Exit the blast radius.
了解。あと10秒。
Acknowledged. 10 seconds.
交代。
Fall back. Now. At the moment Kukai is distracted by a transmission, Igla, burning with rage, lunges towards her with a rapier in hand at a speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Alba fires a shot that strikes the blade aimed at Kukai. The tip deflects, embedding itself precisely into the bolt of the rifle that Kukai has raised to block. Kukai immediately drops the rifle, draws her pistol, and empties an entire magazine into Igla at point-blank range. Even from such extremely close range, rounds of this caliber barely phase Igla. The other dolls of 4-4 immediately lay down full auto fire to suppress Igla, finally forcing her to back slightly.
私に構わない。行って。
Don't worry about me. There's no time. Go! Roy Mestina rushes forward, grabs Kukai by the back of her collar, and pulls her back into the doll's firing formation with a powerful lead. Kukai blinks in surprise at her new position, then snaps back to her senses and shouts into the comms.
位置につきました。
Commander, we're in position.
了解。
Copy that.
グローザ。
Groza. Groza's finger is already poised on the detonator, ready to activate it at my final command.
爆破。
Detonate. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion shakes the entire building. The precise directional blast causes the entire section of the floor beneath Igla to collapse. For the first time, a flicker of alarm crosses Igla's face as she plunges downward, caught completely off guard. Kukai, the charges have detonated. Can you assess the results?
敵に命中。
The explosion hit the enemy.
イグラが下に落ちました。
The third gen doll has fallen underground. Received. Vacate that area immediately. I'll bring the vehicle to extract you. I've sent the extraction coordinates. Alright, we're coming now.
反逆小隊。撤退
Defy,
地点に向
we're
かうわ
moving
よ
to the next extraction point. The commander will pick us up with a vehicle.
イグラの反応が近づいて
Eagle's signal is approaching. What?
移動しながら反撃。
Keep moving and slow her down as you go. Alba and Boy Mestina exchange a glance and nod to Kukai, while the dolls of 404 have already stowed their weapons and begun moving. The building exit is just ahead. Behind them, a figure leaps up from the depths amid swirling smoke.
お互いを援護するわよ。
Alternate cover and fire. Stop her from closing in.
待って。
Wait. Alba doesn't slow her run. She senses that something about Igla is different. Indeed, the figure in the smoke doesn't move. She simply stands there, watching the dolls depart.
イグラは動いてない。このまま
Igla
全
isn't
速力で逃
pursuing.
げて。
Don't slow down. Kukai looks back towards Igla's position. Just as Alba said, there's no attack. And outside the building, the flash of headlights is already spilling into the interior.
乗れ。
Get in, now. The sharp screech of brakes signals that the extraction vehicle has arrived. I yank open the door and jump into the rear cargo bed, clearing space for the dolls. 404 quickly piles into the Jeep. Seeing there's no room left inside, Alba and Boy Mestina leap into the cargo bed as well, sitting beside me. Groza watches Igla's direction intensely, waiting for extraction to finish, while Kulfin scans the area repeatedly before asking anxiously,
ヘレナちゃんは
Where is Helena?
ジラードに奪われ
Gerard's people took her.
た。何？
What?
すみません。
Sorry, Commander.
奪い返す機会
I
は
have a way to get her back,
離脱を優
but
先
it's
し
too dangerous here. We need to leave immediately.
この座標に向かってください。
Head to these
Safe
coordinates.
house.
It's our safe house.
分かっ
Understood.
た。グローザ。そこに
Groza,
向かってくれ。
move out now.
ええ。
Roger. The Jeep makes a sharp turn and speeds out of the industrial park. The figure that was standing in the smoke earlier is already gone, having disappeared even more hastily than the dolls.
作戦終了。
Yeah, that is kind of strange. I wonder why. Maybe she received a call. Hunter 2. A skilled hunter has ample experience in tracking. Watch her show up at the safe house. Inside the dimly lit state-sec safe house, only the blue glow of several computer screens illuminates the cramped space. The walls are covered with maps and photographs. A few empty magazines and medical kits are scattered across the floor. The dolls are replenishing their supplies using what's stored in the safe house, while Alva hands a small chip to Voimastina. Voimastina takes it and starts uploading the data at a nearby terminal. When the upload begins, Alva finally exhales in relief.
周囲を警戒して。
Keep watch on the surroundings. Don't let your guard down.
さっきの戦闘でジラードの
The
戦
fight
力
that
を
just
大
took
幅に削
place
った。
has severely weakened
ケビン
Gerard's
が近
combat
づきやすくなっ
capability.
たはず。
Kevin should have a much easier time breaking through the blockade now.
F ランクの装備を持ってこさせよ
Have him find a
う。
way
イ
to
グラ
bring
に
in
勝てる
F-grade
力をつけ
equipment.
ないと。
You need power capable of defeating Igla.
ここはホワイトエリアだぞ。
We're in the white zone.
責任は私が取る。
I'll take responsibility for that decision. Use it without worry.
わかった。
Right. The corner of Voimastina's mouth lifts almost imperceptibly, but she quickly suppresses the smile and focuses on making external contact through the terminal. Standing in the center of the room, it occurs to me whom this safe house belongs. I let my gaze sweep over the members of Task Force Defy before finally settling on Alva. Alva notices the question in my eyes. She introduces the new names she and Voimastina are using, and briefly recounts what they have been up to recently.
まだ保安局にいるのか？
You're still affiliated with StateSec?
いえ。今は協力関係です。
No. We're just maintaining a cooperative relationship.
10年前から反逆商
For the
店は
past
完全
10
に独立
years,
しています。
Task Force Defy has been fully independent.
本当なら近況を聞くべきだが、今
I
は
would
もっ
love
と
to
聞き
know
たい
how
こと
you've
があ
been
る。
all these years. But there are more pressing matters right now.
どうしてリビウに来た？
Why are you in
エレナを連れ去
Lviv?
った理由は？
Why did you
それ
take
と
Helena?
あの施設で
What exactly
何が起きた？
happened in that building? Alva doesn't answer immediately. She just keeps typing, while data scrolls rapidly on the screen. After a moment, once all the data is parsed, she looks up at me and speaks seriously.
順を追って説明します。
Let me start from the beginning, Commander.
この10年間、
We've
ずっと
never
パラデウ
stopped
スを追い
pursuing
続けてきま
Paradise
し
in the
た。
last decade.
ご存知かと思います
I
が。
believe you're already aware now that they were never truly eliminated.
私たちは先日、パラデウスの基地の位置
Some
情
time
報を
ago,
つかみました。
through intelligence work, we obtained the coordinates of a Paradise experimental facility.
保安局の協力のもと、潜入
With
に
assistance
成
from
功し
StateSec,
ジ
we
ルドビグという
located
ネ
the
イト
site,
に遭遇しま
and
した
that's where we encountered a Naito named Chiloveg.
チルドビグのネイトだと。
Chiloveg is a Naito?
彼女をご存知で。
You know her?
楽園計画の主導者の一人で、
She's one of the lead figures
ジ
behind
ラードグル
Project
ープの
Eden.
令状に信頼
Orphan, the Gerard Group's heiress, trusted her deeply.
パラデウスの関係者と睨んでいたが、
I already suspected she was
まさか
connected to
Naito だったとは。
Paradise. I never imagined she was a Naito.
そちらもいろいろ情報を掴んでいるようですね。
It seems you've already gathered quite a lot of information. It largely matches our intelligence.
私たちは潜入した基地にあった資料から、
Before the
楽園
data
計画の
at the
参
facility got destroyed,
ジラードとパ
we
ラデウスが
obtained
手
part
を
of the
組んでいる情
information
報を
on
得ました。
Project Eden, which confirmed the ties between the Gerard Group and Paradise.
計画の詳細は知りませんで
At
し
the
た。
time, we didn't know the
パラデウス
project's
が関
exact
係して
nature,
いるとなる
but anything connected to Paradise
叩き潰す。
must be eradicated completely.
と、その通
Exactly.
り。なのでリビウにはその
So
調
we
査が
came
来
to
ました。
Lviv to investigate further.
ヘレナに関しては、こちらとしても想定外でした。
As for Helena, that
あ
was
の
an
子が楽園
unexpected
計画の
development.
中枢を担う
We discovered that
王
Igla
四
was
次
attempting to seize
放
her,
っておけばイグラに奪われそうで
and
した。
as O43, she also appeared to be a key component within Project Eden.
ジラードの手に落ちてしまったら、
We couldn't
Nani
allow
が
the
起きるか
Gerard
わかり
Group to
ません。
obtain her. The risks were too great.
ならどうしてもっと分かりやすく協力してくれなかった
Why not provide direct assistance?
管
Kalina,
理局の人間も
people from the
あの場にいたの
non-military forces administration were on site at the time.
財団に私たちのスパイがいます。
We have an informant within the conglomerate.
その情報によればジラード
Before
と管
coming
理
to
局が
Lviv,
手を
we
組んで
already
い
knew that Gerard had
Shows
reached an
like
agreement
a-
with the non-military forces administration, but the details were unclear. Ah, okay. So they did know a lot more information.
だから管理局がわざとヘレナをジラードに奪わせたと思ったのか
So you suspected Namfa was deliberately handing Helena over to the Gerard group?
それはありえない局長は
That's
あの
impossible.
クルーガーさんだし
The director of Namfa
現
is
場にいた
Kruger.
のはカリ
Helena was to be handed over
404
to
のメンバ
Kalina
ー
and members of 404.
クルーガーさんやカリーナさんを疑っているわけではありません。
We understand. We never
共に
suspected
フラン
Mr.
クフル
Kruger,
トで戦った
Miss
戦友
Kalina,
たちに関して
or
思いま
any
した
of the comrades who fought alongside us in Frankfurt 10 years ago.
私たちも最初は介入するつもりはあり
At
ませんでし
first, we
た
had no intention of fully intervening. We only provided some assistance to Leva.
ですがカリーナさんに
But
ヘ
with
レナ
Igla
を守り
going
きる
on
こ
the
とはできない
offensive,
と判断しま
we
した。
judged that Miss Kalina no longer had the capacity to protect Helena, which
Nani?
she didn't at the time. Not to mention,
カリーナさんたち以外の
we
管理
cannot
局の
fully
関係者
trust
が
those
信用で
standing
きません
behind
で
the
した。
non-military forces administration beyond them.
自らの利益のために
We have
不
reason
義
to
理を
believe
働
that
く
under
人間が
certain
いてもおかしくありま
circumstances,
せん。
those people would make morally corrupt deals to protect their own interests, which we've seen before. I'm momentarily speechless. Sharing the same concern myself, I find no grounds to refute Alva.
それで
What happened next?
ヘレナを連れて逃げながら応戦しました。
We took Helena with Igla in hot pursuit.
しかし
Along the way,
途中で彼女の
Helena's
入ってい
container
た箱が機能を
disengaged
停
for
止
unknown reasons, complicating our operation.
私たちの本来の目的
チーロベイ
は楽園計画の調査なので選
Our
択を迫
purpose in
られま
coming
した
to Lviv was to investigate Project Eden, not Helena.
ヘレナの争奪戦に
But
介
at that
入した以上
We had to
隠
admit
密
the
調査
mission
はもは
had
や
hit
不
a
可能と
bottleneck.
言っていいでしょう。
By getting involved in the struggle over Helena, we lost our stealth and any hope of conducting a covert investigation.
そこで一つ作戦を
So
思
I
いつきまし
devised
た
a plan,
とてつもなくリスクの大きい作戦をな。
a very high risk plan. I like how Voimastina just had to remind her,
でもうまくいった。
but it succeeded in the end.
どんな作戦だったんだ
What plan?
私がイグラの足止めをしている
During the
間
pursuit, I had
Voimastina
Voimastina take
Helena
Helena
を
and
連れて逃げ
leave
てもらいました。
first. I stayed behind to cover the retreat and faced Igla alone.
もちろん私が叶う相手ではありません。
I was naturally no match for
イグラ
Igla.
に倒された私は
After delaying her for
奴ら
some
の
time,
実験室
I was defeated and taken
つま
back to their
り
laboratory,
先ほどの施設に連れて
the
行かれ
same
ました。
building you just saw.
わざとか
You got captured on purpose?
反逆正体のメンバーは
Within
お互いの居
Defy,
場所が分か
we
る
have a special method of locating each other.
2キロまでですがあらゆる
It
ジャミングを避
bypasses
け
conventional
位置情報
signal
を発信
jamming,
できま
but
す。
its range is limited to 2 kilometers.
それを頼りに
Using me as a
ボイマ
beacon,
スティナの施設を見つけ
Voimastina evaded pursuit while narrowing the search radius.
イグラたちの不
In
意
the
打ち
end,
攻撃を
she
仕掛
found
け
the
ました。
location where I was held captive and launched an attack while they were unprepared.
その隙に私は奴らの
And
デ
that
ータ
gave
ベ
me
ース
the
にアクセ
opportunity
スしまし
to
た。
steal their database. Alva stands and walks to the holographic projection table in the center of the room. She inserts a small storage device into the projector. Instantly, blue holographic imagery unfolds in the air, revealing complex data streams and architectural schematics.
これがダウンロードしたデータです。
This is the classified data I obtained. I stare at Alva in disbelief.
これは
This is...
はい。楽園計画の
Yes.
真相です。
This is the truth behind Project Eden.
表向きは再生可能エネルギーの研究プロジェクト。
On the surface, the project is presented as the Gerard Group's new energy research.
実際は
In
数々の
reality,
技術を検証
it's
す
an
るため
extremely
に
complex technological
大規模な粒子
validation
の吸収
experiment.
散布は
Large-scale
その一環に
particle
過ぎません。
absorption and release is only one part of it.
他には植物が粒子
There are
照射
also
を受けていく
experiments
変異の
involving
検証
plant
や
tissue mutation
とあ
under
るサンプル
particle
のクローンバイオ実
irradiation,
験を兼ねていま
irradiation,
す。
and cloning experiments based on a certain genetic sample.
これらの実験
Commander,
指揮官もどこかで見
I
ませんで
believe
した。
you've seen both types of experiments before, perhaps in some underground laboratory. I recall my past encounter with Dion and the others, and suddenly realized that someone of unknown identity once saved my life.
まさかあの時ロケット弾を撃ったのは
Back then, the one who shot down the shell, was that you?
はい。私たちもあの地
Yes.
下施設を調査するつ
We
もり
were
でしたが
also investigating that
指揮官
underground
に
lab
先
at
を
the
越され
time,
ました。
though you had already resolved it by now.
私たちより
We learned
保安
of
局の
that
エージェント
location
が派
through
遣
an
された
internal
ので
tip from stateside. Their agents had tried to investigate, but all previous operations had apparently ended in failure.
指揮官のおかげで安らかに眠れたと思います。
I should thank you for finishing what they started.
他にもパラデースが異常な関心を
Beyond
示
what
してい
I've
た実験がありました。
There is one experiment Paradis is
免疫体を利
especially
用して
obsessed with,
遺跡を起動する
using
実験
immune individuals to trigger the activation of relic-related devices.
おそらく鍵を通して彼岸スペ
My
ー
guess
ス
is
に触れ
that
るつもり
Paradis
なの
wants
で
to use special life forms as a medium to make contact with Nirvana.
ヘレナがその鍵です。
Helena is that medium. I press a hand to my forehead as a wave of dizziness washes over me. Nirvana. Nirvana again.
そんなことできるのか
Is that even possible?
設備鍵
To
ど
access
れも簡単
Nirvana,
に揃えられるものじゃな
it
い
would take both devices and an activation medium that meets extremely strict criteria.
その上さらに膨大な量のコーラプス粒子が
Not to mention the immense amount of collapse particles required. Ah,
そういうことです。
Commander, you realized it too, haven't you?
ジラードは植物を利用して
The Gerard Group's plan includes using cultivated plants to absorb and
パラデ
accumulate
ースは免
collapse
疫体の
particles,
クローンのバイオ
while
に
Paradis has produced cloned immune
O43 は
individuals.
その一人です。
043 is the most recent one.
奴らが遺跡の設備を入手した情報はありません。
While we haven't received intelligence confirming their positions of relic-related devices, the outlook is hardly optimistic.
そしてどれの前そんなものは手に入れられる
Within the Earth, those who would want devices of that level,
あなたの推測通
I
り
see you've also come to the same conclusion.
なのですでに入手しているものと思い
The likelihood that they possess such devices is extremely high.
奴らはフランクフル
These
ト
people
に
want
現
to
れた
recreate
空
the
間の
rift
裂け
that
目
opened in Frankfurt
も
back
う一度
then.
作るつもりです。
I can't speak. I simply stare at the projection that Alva is showing me, at the information she stole from Chiloveg. The other dolls, having finished resupplying, overhear our discussion and hurry over, eager to learn more.
彼岸スペースに触れるって具体的にどうやって
I don't quite understand. How exactly does Paradis plan on accessing Nirvana?
膨大な量のコーラプス粒子に蓄えられた放射線は
The relic device would serve as the indicator. The consciousness used to connect to Nirvana becomes the key. Massive amounts of collapsed particles act as the fuel to activate the device with that key.
そして鍵であるヘレナと設備が共鳴し
Under the influence of radiant energy, Helena would resonate with the relic device, opening the gate to Nirvana. That's how it works, in simple terms.
ヘレナちゃんそんな量の粒子
Then
全部吸収しちゃうんですか
what happens to Helena? Do all the collapsed particles get absorbed by her?
むしろその方が都合がいいんだけど
If that were the case, it might actually be less troublesome.
免疫体は粒子の影響を受けない
Immune individuals aren't affected by collapsed particles. But once the key is activated and the gate opens, those massive amounts of collapsed particles
大量の粒子が周囲にまき散らされる
will be dispersed into space to form a rift to Nirvana. Yeah. So, Helena's not going to survive.
だから計画の始動と同時にリビウ全体が死の
Once the plan is initiated, the entry of Lviv will face a catastrophic fallout of collapsed particle radiation.
あいつら町の住人全員を犠牲にして
God damn it. She's planning to sacrifice an entire city.
でそのお嬢様はここまで来て何も知らない
So
って
the
わけ
experiment has gone this far, and that young lady still knows nothing? Is she an idiot?
それは正当な評価じゃない
Calling her an idiot might not be a fair assessment.
チルロビグが
Chilobeg's reason for exploiting Orphalun's research isn't just to gain Gerard resources and political backing.
研究の核となる部分はオルフェルーネ自身が完成させた
Most importantly, the core of this research was completed by Orphalun herself.
これは噂に基づいた
There are
推測
rumors
ですが
that 10 years ago in Frankfurt,
10年前のフランクフルトで
she personally
彼女は
witnessed the
彼岸ス
opening
ペー
of
スの
Nirvana.
裂け目を通して
That's when she obtained all that knowledge beyond her understanding.
なるほど。それが真理なのか。
The truth. So that's what she meant. So this was the truth that she claimed to have seen. And that's exactly what I thought. Yeah, it's because of the Nirvana gate opening back then.
もしそうなら指揮官と同じ祝福を受けたものですね
In a sense, she's very similar to you, Commander. Both of you are so-called blessed ones.
そんなものを祝福と呼ぶのか。
You call that a blessing?
すみません不快な
I'm sorry
表
if
現
that phrasing displeased you.
パラデースのデータベースでは
But in
悲願
Paraduce's
を見たものを
database,
そう呼ぶ
anyone who glimpses beyond the present world through Nirvana is classified as a blessed one.
そして私たちの知る限
From
り
what we know,
それは
you're
あな
not
た
the
一人
only
だ
one
け
who's
じゃあり
had
ません
such an experience. Alva manipulates the projection, switching it to a city map with marked red dots.
不幸中の幸いですが
Fortunately,
今なら
we're
まだ
still in
阻止
time
でき
to
ます
stop this.
資料によれば
According to these
チルロビグは
files,
先ほど
aside
破壊
from
し
the
た実験室
laboratory
の
we
他に
destroyed,
さらに秘密の
Chilobeg
実
has
験室
another,
を持っています
far more concealed main laboratory in the White Zone.
そこが計画の中心となる場所です
That's the true heartland of Project Eden.
見せてくれ。
Let me see. Alva displays the coordinates and related information. I read through them one by one, already beginning to simulate a plan in my mind. The other dolls crowd around the projection as well, trying to grasp the battle ahead.
一息ついたらすぐにその秘密実験室に向かい
Once we finish resupplying, we'll move immediately towards the main laboratory. I believe Helena is there.
楽園計画を
We
阻止
must prevent
Helena
Project
を奪い返し
Eden
ます。
from activating and bring Helena back.
手伝ってくれますか
Commander,
指揮官
will you help us?
もちろんだ。だがもっと戦力
I will. But this is too big to handle on my own. I'll need to mobilize more forces.
管理局の関係者に全てを教えるのは推奨
I don't
します
recommend telling the whole truth to anyone connected to Namvo,
人形である
human or doll.
カリーナさんや他の人形に
You
加
can
勢して
seek
もらっ
help
て
from
もいい
Miss
です
Kalina or other
こ
dolls.
ちらの目的を
But
調べて
that
しまう
also
可
means
能
our
性
objective could be exposed.
言いたいことわかります
Commander, you know what I mean. I fully understand Alva's concerns. On the one hand, with my strength alone, the operation will never be foolproof. I must ensure that if I fail, there's still a backup contingency plan to evacuate innocent civilians amid the disastrous fallout. On the other hand, I admit that Nalfa is not entirely trustworthy, but among them, there are some who are absolute exceptions to me. For example, I look at Alva. She looks back at me. I raise my terminal, then and there.
カリン、聞こえるか。
Yup. Colleen, do you copy?
指揮官様
Commander?
すぐにジラードグループ本部を封鎖し、
Find
全
a
市
way
民を
to
町から避難
immediately
するよう
steal
誘
off
導
the
して
Gerard Group headquarters and have the PSA evacuate the entire city. Huh?
どういうことですか
What happened, Commander?
理由は教えられない。
I can't explain the reason, but doing this will save many lives.
わかりました
I understand. I'll figure something out.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
クルーガーさんは
Can you reach Mr. Kruger right now?
会議に来るはずなのですが
Still
連
no.
絡がつかなくて
We're already past the originally scheduled meeting time.
そうか連絡がついたら教えてほしい、
If you can reach him, I need to speak with him.
はいわかりました
Understood. I'll pass the message along.
頼んだ全部終わったら
Let's deal with our most pressing problem first. Then you can let me know which restaurant you choose. I end the call and turn back to Alva.
今こちらの予備戦力は4人だ
I still have a four-doll squad that can move immediately. Do you have any other support?
後方に特殊装備を要請しました。
We've called in special purpose equipment for emergency contingencies. Other than that, we're on our own.
パラデウスの計画を止めて
Paradis's plan must be stopped. We've got to get Helena back.
私の指揮下に入ってくれるか
Are you willing to accept my command? Alva glances back at Voimostino, who gives her a firm, affirmative nod.
望むところです。
We are. Gladly.
よしでは今から
Good.
君たちはエルモ
From
号
now
の
on,
一員だ
You're part of Group 1.
グローザ、コルフェン反
グローザ
撃小隊と一緒
コルフェン
に私についてこい
You'll act together with Defy under my direct command.
了解
Understood.
来るかいダイエンと
了解
合流して
Contact
オルフェルーネの
Diane
監視状
and
況を
report
共
on
有させて
Orphelin's
くれ
surveillance status. Then link up with them to form a fire support unit.
その後は私たちを援護
Be prepared for
Gerardo ya
direct
警察との
engagement with the
戦闘に
Gerard
備えろ
group and PSA forces once we enter the building.
はい、手配します。
Got it. I'll arrange it immediately. I mark out operational routes and requirements on the digital map using a few markers, then check my watch and synchronize timing with the dolls.
一班は私とビルに突入パラデウスの実験室が最優先目標だ
Group 1 will enter the building with me, prioritizing stealth infiltration into Paradis's main laboratory.
30分後に連絡がなか
If
ったら
there's no contact
二班
after
は
30
ここと
minutes,
ここ
Group
それ
2
から
will
ここの
secure
出
the
入り口を
access
押さえて
points
くれ
here, here, and here.
グローザ
Groza,
屋上にヘリを止めるようセントレ
contact
イジに
Center
伝えてく
Raising
れ
and have the
最
helicopter
悪そ
stand
れで
by.
脱出する
Worst case, we extract by air directly back to the Elmo once we retrieve Helena.
ええ3班に用意させておくわ
I'll notify Group 3 to prepare the routes.
今回はこれまでにない危険な作戦だ
This is a high
無事
risk
脱出できて
operation.
も
We may
去年
end up
当局
being
に
held
追及さ
accountable
れる可能性が
or purged by the urn.
やめたいなら今だ
If anyone wants to back out now, now is the time. It's do or die. The dolls quietly check their gear or study the routes. No one responds to my final words. I look around at everyone, then nod.
行くぞ
Move out. Okay. Well, we have a plan. Which one? The blossoming flower is the most important ingredient in the broth. Inside the Gerard Group headquarters, marionette dolls stand in formation outside the control center. Now dressed in a brand new suit, Igla sits before the console, her long fingers lightly tapping the screen. On the surveillance feed, Kruger and Oleg are clearly visible, detained inside a conference room.
どうぞ
Come in. The lead marionette doll steps into the control center and snaps to attention with mechanical precision.
報告します。
Men,
オレク・ジラード並びに非軍事
target
政府
individual
管理
Oleg
局職員
Gerard
を
and officials from the
会議室に拘
non-military
束しました
forces administration have all been confined to the conference room.
通信妨害もかけてあります。
All communication devices have been jammed, and all emergency exits are sealed.
緊急時の対策
Report on the contingency measures.
4通り立案しております。
4 emergency response plans have been prepared.
必要に応じて
Authorization
武
has
力
been
制圧
granted
も
for
検
force
討します。
suppression if necessary.
クルーガー局長への攻撃は極力避けてください
Do your utmost to avoid causing direct harm to Director Kruger.
オレク様に至って
As for Mr. Oleg Gerard,
生死は不問です
his safety is no longer our top priority.
監視を続けてください
Keep monitoring
異
the
常があれば
conference
報
room.
告を
Report any abnormal situation to me immediately. Igla walks down the corridor and stops before a heavy metal door marked Experimental Zone. Authorized personnel only. Inside the laboratory, Chilovig is dancing about in front of a massive transparent containment chamber. Helena, who is floating within it, has returned to a sealed state. Dressed in rumpled and tattered lab coat, Chilovig hums an off-key tune while hammering away at the keyboard.
反逆の追跡を打ち切らせ勝利をみすみす手放した理
You
由
had better give me a reason for abandoning the pursuit of Task Force Defy. We had them completely surrounded, yet you told me to give up a victory within easy reach. I knew that was the case. Chilovig called her. That's why she stopped.
勝利コテンパンにやられてたくせに
A victory within easy reach. Didn't they quite literally leave you in the dust?
今なん
Would you care to repeat that?
冗談だってば
What I meant is,
あのバカたち O43 を置いていったんだよ
those two idiots just left 043 lying there.
私の
Sure,
O43
they barely managed to bamboozle me once. But ha! What could possibly be more important than reclaiming 043?
回収できたのですか
You recovered 043? Yes,
連中
indeed.
を足止めしてくれて感謝
Thank you for keeping Dumb and Dumber busy.
最後に勝つのは私なんだよ
In the end, I'm still the smartest one.
あの子がいれば楽園計画は
Now that we have the little cutie, who even cares about Task Force Defy anymore? Now Project Eden can proceed flawlessly.
喜びだよ
Rejoice, Igla. Your young mistress is going to adore you.
ですが依然疑念が晴れません
Even so, I cannot help but harbor some doubts.
あなたにそそのかされて忠義に反したこと
At your urging, I have
私と
committed
お嬢
such
さ
a
んを
grave
許してくださ
transgression.
るでしょうか
Is there truly any chance I might still obtain the young mistress's forgiveness? Chilovik spins around abruptly, an exaggerated smile blooming across her face. She performs a pirouette, there we go, and skips over towards Iglo.
大丈夫だって
Don't worry, Miss Perfect Butler.
あんたも見たでしょ
You saw it yourself,
あの
didn't
じじ
you?
い私たちは愚か
That old man
実の
sold us
娘ま
out,
で売ったんだよ
along with his own daughter.
放置してたら何もかも
If you hadn't
台無しよ
apprehended him, all of our efforts would have gone straight down the drain.
オルフェルーネも分かってくれるって
Orphalune will understand.
それでも非軍事勢力管理局の局長を
Regrettably,
拘束したんです
I had no choice but to restrict the personal freedom of the director of the Non-Military Forces Administration.
ロレン当局に喧嘩を売ったの同然
This is tantamount to a direct confrontation with the Earned government. I fear you're left with very limited time.
大丈夫大丈夫
Relax, relax. Now that the dear child has finally returned,
もう私は
I can
誰にも止められない
complete the plan at any time.
では計画を進めてください
Then I ask that you proceed immediately.
各所は反応を起こす
Before the other parties
うま
can
く
react,
立ち回る手札が必
we
要
must produce a bargaining chip compelling enough for them to overlook the conflict and accept Gerard's terms. Chilovig lets out an exaggerated sigh and spreads her hands wide.
相変わらずクソ真面目なんだ
Ah,
から
you're always so serious. Lighten up, Miss Eva.
これから歴史
We're
を
about to
作るん
make
だよ
history.
O43 の状態を教えていただけますか
May I inquire about 043's current condition? Chilovig strides over to the chamber, presses her face against the transparent wall, and makes a silly face.
ぐっすり眠ってるよ
Our little flower is sleeping so soundly. As for her condition, simply perfect.
あんたたちが暴れたせいで衛星都市の実験
It's a
室
shame you
がダメ
destroyed
に
my
なったけど
laboratory in the satellite city, but
用
that's
済みだ
fine.
からいっか
I won't be needing it anymore anyway.
リストに書いてあるもの
Remember to send everything I put on the list to my lab in the White Zone. That place can finally come in handy. Igla straightens up, her posture as immaculate and forbidding as ever.
お言葉ですが、どちらの実験室も
At the risk of sounding crude, I must still point out that the fact that both premises are property of the Gerard Group. Chilove grins widely, revealing her pointed little canines.
もちろんもちろん。
Of course, of course.
私はただの雇われ科学者だもんね。
So sorry to trouble the young mistress's loyal butler to constantly remind me that I'm merely a hired hand. But you see,
有効活用していたのはどっちかな。
owning something and truly controlling it are two very different matters. This is true. She presses several buttons. The chamber begins to descend slowly, moving down the transparent conduit into the depths below.
これでようやくオルフェルーネも一息つける。
With this perfect little medium, Miss Orphanum can finally take pride in her own work.
長い間
After all,
学園計画のため
Project
に
Eden is
辛抱
also the
とい
precious
ったもん
fruit
ね
of her painstaking labor.
お嬢様の挙げた成果は賞賛に値します。
Young mistress's research achievements are indeed admirable.
だからこ
Precisely for that reason, I believe she should personally carry out the activation ceremony.
そそれが払うべき
She deserves that much for her many years of dedication. Chiloveg Guafs? Yeah, Guafs, I think. Her belting laughter echoing through the laboratory. She circles Igla once, her steps as light as a dance.
大丈夫だって全部予定通りに
Of
進めるよ
course, everything will proceed according to plan.
種も土壌も用意
The
した
seeds are in place. The soil is ready.
あとはお嬢様が
Now all that's left is for our dear little scientist to press that lovely red button and let the flowers bloom. Her voice suddenly drops as she leans close to Igla's ear.
もしもの話だけどあの子に何かあれば
However, Miss
私が
Igla,
代わりにやってもいいんだよ
do remember, if anything unexpected happens, I can always step in and help her out. Igla steps sideways, putting distance between herself and Chiloveg, her gaze sharp as a blade.
何度も強調したはずですが、計画に関しては
I must reiterate that the final authority to activate Project Eden rests with young mistress.
お嬢様の許可を得ていない行動
Any unauthorized action will be regarded as a breach of contract. Igla's voice is not loud, yet it carries an unmistakable authority, chilling the very air in the laboratory. Chiloveg shivers theatrically, then immediately breaks into laughter again.
怖い怖い
How scary! Miss Igla turned into the big bad wolf.
嘘だって本気に
Don't
しない
worry.
でよ
I was only joking.
オルフェルーネを待つに決まってるじゃん
Of course. We'll wait for Orphalun to start it herself.
あの子のことめっち
I
ゃくちゃ
have
リスペクト
great
してるのね
respect for our little genius scientist, after all. Sure she does. Chiloveg prances over to the large display, her fingers flying across the control panel.
でもさあの子は自分が何をしているのか分かってる
Still, Miss Igla, do you really think Orphalun understands what she's doing?
あの子は再生可能エネルギーしか見え
She
て
only
ないけ
sees the
ど
beauty of the flowers,
そんなんじゃ
but
も
not
ったい
how
ない
far their roots can spread.
私が興味あるのはその先に
What
あ
she
る
wants
無
is
限
new
の可
energy.
能性なんだよね
But what I see is infinite possibility. Igla smooths the sleeve of her suit and speaks calmly.
何はともあれ私の役目はお嬢様を守
In any
り指示に
case,
従うこ
my duty is to protect young mistress and her wishes.
とそれらは他の
All
全て
other
より優先
objectives
さ
come second. Chiloveg turns around and makes an exaggerated bow with her right hand pressed to her chest.
あんたは間違いなく私が
My
見てきた人の
respect
中
to
で
you, Miss
一
Igla.
番忠誠心
You are, without a doubt, the most loyal person I have ever met. Igla inclines her head slightly and turns towards the door.
お嬢様の元へ向かいます。
I'm going to the summit venue to attend to the young mistress.
あなたは最後の
I
準備
trust you will focus on the final preparations.
じゃあね。
Farewell, the ever loyal Miss Butler.
心配しなくても。
Don't worry,
ちゃんとお花を
I'll
咲
make
か
this
せるから
flower bloom more brilliantly than ever before. After Igla leaves, the laboratory doors slowly close. Chilo Vague's smile vanishes in an instant. Her eyes turn cold and razor sharp. She hops lightly back to the console, fingers tapping wildly at the keyboard.
いやー、揃いも揃って頭の中がお花畑だこと。
A loyal little butler only ever sees what she wants to see.
王43が花
Oh,
を咲かせ
43
る
is
ため
such
だ
a
けにいるわけ
perfect
じゃない
specimen.
じゃん。
And she still believes this is nothing more than cultivating a flower.
最初に咲く場所を知ったら
If only you knew where this flower is going to bloom first. I can't wait. I can hardly wait.
その時のあんたたちの顔
I'm dying to see
早く
the
見たい
looks on all your adorable little faces when the time comes. Chilo Vague. Prophet 1. When both your eyes are covered, you lose sight of the future. Inside the penthouse suite where Orphalon is currently staying, gilded decorations glitter beneath the crystal chandelier. The desk is piled high with repeatedly revised speech drafts, every page covered in handwritten notes and corrections. Orphalon Gerard stands before a mirror, constantly adjusting her already flawless evening gown and carefully styled golden curls. She smooths non-existent wrinkles from her dress and tucks a strand of already secured hair back behind her ear.
ああもう髪が決まらない。
My hair. Damn this hair.
どうしてこんなにうまくいかな
Why
いの
won't it just behave? Orphalon appears far more irritable and restless than usual. She stares at her reflection, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Then she turns and walks to the desk, picking up the latest edited speech draft.
楽園計画はエネルギー分野に新たな風を
Project Eden represents a new chapter in the energy revolution. She suddenly flings the manuscript onto the desk.
こんな俗物めいた表現では
Such crude phrasing is practically an insult to the reputation of the Gerard family and to myself.
参入企業でもこんな前置き使わないわ。
Even spokespeople from third-rate tech firms wouldn't use such an opening. Orphalon paces to the window, her high heels tapping crisply against the floor. She looks down at the brightly illuminated city of Lviv below, her hands clenched into fists.
もうわかんない。
Ah, what a pain. Why am I so restless?
発表なんか何度もやってきたのに。
It's not like this is my first speech. What exactly am I nervous about? She knows perfectly well what the source of her distress is. Orphalon tightens her grip on her braid. The words of that imposter journalist continue to echo in her mind. It is utterly ridiculous. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. She even thought he was a kind soul who understood her. Yeah, she still feels a bit betrayed,
利用されてる。
claiming that my Project Eden is connected to that Paradise cult,
シルロビグはその
and even accusing Chiloveg of being a cult member. How absolutely absurd. If only she knew. Her gaze shifts towards the tablet on the desk, its screen filled with complex charts and equations. Orphalon walks over, swiping the screen and scrolling through layers of data as her brows slowly knit together.
もし池袋やル
Crap.
ージャの
Hate when that happens.
もし本当に
These collapsed particle collection equations, if they were really used to create elids and bujums. Her fingertip hovers over the screen. Though these are all materials she has reviewed countless times, none of it is registering in her head now. Gradually, her attention drifts elsewhere. Her expression grows distant.
私の研究なのにもう
Am I
私だけじゃ
truly
どうにも
unable
な
to
らない
control
わ
where this research will lead?
科学がどういう結果をもたら
Science
す
may
か
have
は
no stance,
それを
but
扱う
those who
人
wield
間
it
次第
do.
フランクフルトの時
That
の
day
私は
in
ただ
Frankfurt,
見ているだけの被
I
害
was
者
only
だ
a
った
victim. Igla? Her thoughts are interrupted by the soft knock at the
お
door.
嬢様
Mhm.
入ってよろしいですか
Young mistress, may I come in? Orphalon immediately straightens her back, regaining her composure and resuming the posture of a proud scientist.
発表原稿が見るに耐えないからイラついてたとこよ
Come in. This speech draft is utterly dreadful. I need someone to take responsibility for such substandard work. Igla enters, carrying a cup of tea. Her suit is perfectly pressed without a single crease.
お茶を用意しました
Your evening tea is prepared, young mistress.
お嬢様が大好きなアールグレイでございます
It is your favorite Earl Grey, with 3 drops of lemon juice and a touch of mint,
ミントを少々
just as
入
you
れてあり
prefer.
ます
Orphalon accepts the cup with deliberate poise and takes a small sip. Her eyebrow lifts slightly.
まあまあね
The flavor is passable.
でもミントはもっと少ない方がいいわ
However, there should be slightly less mint. Igla bows slightly.
以後気をつけます
I will take a note next time, young mistress. Orphalon walks back towards the window, turning her back to Igla. Her voice softens a little.
イグラ衛星都市の違法実験室のこと
Were you investigating that illegal laboratory in the satellite city? Did you find anything? Igla raises her head slightly, a trace of wariness flashing through her eyes.
はい初歩的にですが
I have conducted a preliminary investigation, young mistress.
非軍事勢力
However,
によって
the non-military forces administration has sealed off information regarding the matter quite thoroughly.
現時点では
At present,
あれらの
no
実験は
conclusive
チルノビル
evidence
様
links those experiments directly to
パ
Miss
ラデウスとい
Chilove
う名の組織
or
と
the
関係している
organization
証拠はあり
known
ま
as
せん
Paradus. Ugh, she's just straight up lying to her. Orphalon turns around, biting her lower lip.
あの記者いや偽記者のことを
I
思い
keep
出す
thinking
わ
about what that journalist, that imposter journalist said.
私の研究が邪教に利用されていて
He said my
チルノ
research
ビグが
might be
その一
manipulated.
員
He said Chilove belongs to a cult.
粒子収集技術も
He also said my collapse particle harvesting technology could be used to create elids and bujums. She grips the teacup tightly, her voice trembling slightly.
誤った方法で正しい結果は
He
導
said that
き
a
出せない
path built on a wrong foundation could never lead to a right destination.
この言葉が忘れられない
That keeps bothering me.
もしチルドビグが本当
If
に
Miss Chiloveg is truly exploiting me and my research... Igla sets down the tray and steps beside Orphalon, her gaze gentle, yet resolute.
お言葉ですがあの道家の言葉を真に受
Young
けてはなりま
mistress,
せん
please, forgive my frankness, but that journalist, the imposter, clearly spoke with ulterior motives.
お嬢様の才能と努力は
Your
世界
talent
でも
is
有数の
beyond
科学者
dispute,
たちに認められ
and
た
your
のです
research achievements have already earned recognition from the world's foremost scientists. Orphalon places the teacup down heavily on the desk, spilling some of the tea.
でももし私の
But
研究が
Igla,
私の手に負えないとしたら
what if I truly cannot control how this technology is ultimately used?
本当に誰かが私
What
の
if
研
someone
究を
really
利用し
uses
て
my research to
恐ろ
conduct
しい人
those
体実験
horrific
を繰り
human
返していたと
experiments?
したら
Little late for that.
あの偽記者は正しかったってことじゃない
Would that not prove that he was right? That science's stance is determined by its user? Orphalon's gaze shifts towards the computer screen, her voice growing lower.
フランクフルトを生き延びてからずっと証
Ever
明した
since
かっ
what
た
happened in Frankfurt, I have wanted to prove myself,
自分の力を
to to prove that the Gerard family can bring genuine change to the world. But if Project Eden is truly abused, will that not make me a villain?
お嬢様
Young mistress. Igla interrupts Orphalun's self-reproach. She raises her hand, hesitates briefly, then gently rests it on Orphalun's shoulder.
100歩譲ってそのようなリスクがあるとしましょう
Let us take a step back. Even if this experiment may indeed carry risks,
あなたはあの
do you
記者に
remember
こうおっ
what you
しゃいま
told
した
that journalist before?
科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは
Science itself has no stance. Whether a result is good or bad depends solely on how people use it.
計画の善悪を決めるのは
And you are precisely the one who can ensure this research is used for the right purpose. Igla's voice is warm and steady, like a soothing current, calming Orphalun's uneasy heart.
チルロビグ様の正体がどうであれ
Regardless of whether Miss Chiloveg has another
すでにあな
identity,
たのもの
the knowledge she has provided is now a tool in your hands.
それをどう使うのかも
As you yourself have said, you believe you have the ability to ensure this technology is used correctly.
そんな言いがかりで
Would you truly abandon
長
years
年
of
の夢を捨てる
dedication
おつもり
and
で
your
すか
dreams because of unverified accusations? Hesitation flickers in Orphalun's eyes.
でもそれを否定できる根拠もないでしょ
But I ordered you to investigate. What about the results? If someone truly is using my technology for such things,
調査は続行します楽園計
young
画の
mistress,
管理体制
we
を
can
強化し
continue
ます
the investigation while also strengthening our control over Project Eden.
確証が得られるまで世界を変えるチャンス
But
を
before
逃
the
すべき
truth
で
is
はありません
confirmed, we have no reason to abandon an opportunity that could change the world.
あの動機の杞憂が事実だとしても
Even if the
お嬢様なら
imposter's concerns
必
hold
ず
some
正し
merit,
い方向へ
you
導
still
けます
possess the ability to correct the course and prevent misuse. Orphalun slowly straightens her posture. The unease in her eyes gradually gives way to determination.
そうよね私はオルフェルーネ・ジラードよ
You are right. I am Orphalun Gerard.
この私がいいように
How could I
利用されて
possibly
た
be
まるものです
controlled?
か
How could I stand by and watch my research be abused? She pats her own cheeks to psych herself up.
今夜のサミットで楽園計画の偉大さを分からせてや
At
る
the
わ
summit, I will show everyone the grand vision of Project Eden.
あの偽記者の言ったこと
As for the
絶対に
potential
起こさせや
risks,
しない
I will personally ensure they never come to pass.
あんなやつに科学者の何が分かるっていうの
How could that imposter journalist possibly understand the responsibility of a true scientist?
それでこそお嬢様です
A wise decision, young mistress.
お嬢様とジラード
You
の
will
力を
prove to the world
世に
that
知
the
らしめ
value
る
of
のです
Project Eden far surpasses anyone's imagination.
ええそうよ
Heh, of course.
今夜全人
Tonight,
類が
I will
科
let
学が
everyone
もたらす
witness a
奇跡を目
genuine
にするわ
scientific miracle.
私を軽んじてきた連中
I will
に
leave those who doubt
何
me
ものを
utterly
見せてやるんだ
speechless.
から
Just as Orphalun regains her confidence, Igla's communicator suddenly rings. Igla glances at it with mild surprise, then answers.
どうぞ
Go ahead. A hurried voice comes to the communicator. Igla's expression gradually turns grave. Her eyes flash with a trace of alarm.
わかりました
Understood.
引き続き監視をむやみに動かないで
Continue
ください
monitoring. Do not act rashly.
すぐに向かいます
I will be there immediately. She ends the call and turns towards Orphalun. Her expression remains composed, though the vigilance in her eyes
どう
lingers.
したの
What happened? Igla smiles calmly, her tone steady as usual.
警備上の確認事項ですご心配には及びま
Just
せ
some
ん
minor security details that require confirmation. There is no need for you to worry.
ですがお嬢様の発表に支障がない
Please
のは
allow me to excuse myself briefly and ensure these trivial matters do not affect your speech. Orphalun lifts her chin. Her golden curls swing lightly with the motion.
いってらっしゃい裏側は任せたわよ
Go then. Go on then. Make sure tonight's summit is flawless.
ジラード家の名誉は
Even the smallest imperfection would damage our family's reputation. Igla bows slightly.
仰せのままに。
Everything will proceed according to your expectations, young mistress.
すぐに戻ります。
I will return shortly. Igla respectfully exits the suite, gently closing the door behind her. Orphalin walks back towards the window and gazes down at the bustling city of Lviv once more. Her expression is resolute and confident. Yet, deep in her eyes, that faint, gnawing doubt still lingers.
科学がどういう結果をもたらすかは、それを扱う人間次第。
Science may have no stance, but those who wield it do.
私はこの技術を使って歴
I
史
will
を作る
create
のよ。
history. I will control the fate of this technology.
必ず。
I'll make sure of it. Her whisper is nearly inaudible as it fades into the empty suite, with only the city lights outside silently bearing witness to her solitude. They must have noticed the movements that we set in motion. King 2. Negotiations have failed, and the illusion of peace was shattered with it. Soldiers wearing specialized masks are inspecting the site where a firefight has just taken place. Kruger sits on a sofa watching the soldiers patrol the area. He loosens his tie and lets out a long sigh. He shifts his gaze to the other side of the room where the supreme leader of the Gerard group had been sitting. There is now only a corpse, blood still seeping from its chest, so they did it. Oh man. When the stray bullet struck Oleg, no one on either side spared a thought for whether he lived or died. In his final moments, he could only grip Kruger's hand tightly while his mouth hung open, desperately trying to form words in vain. So this technically means Orphalun is now in charge of the entirety of the Gerard group.
あっけなかったな。
Who's this? In the end, he never even understood how he died.
ハーベルさん。
Mr. Javier. Or Javier? An elderly man leaning on a cane limps into the conference room. Kruger immediately rises to greet him. Javier waves a hand at Kruger, signaling him to relax, then motions for his attendant to hand him a terminal. Kruger tries his best to put on a poker face to keep his earlier emotions from showing. Fortunately, Javier does not seem to care much about his expression.
事態はまだ制御下に置かれている。
The situation hasn't gone entirely out of hand. This place hardly warrants a personal visit from you.
そう構えるな。別に君の仕事に口を
Don't
出
be
す
so tense, my friend. I'm not here to intervene with your work.
昔馴染みがまた
It's just that
落とし物を
circumstances
し
have
てし
changed a
まって
bit.
ね。
Our old friend misplaced something rather troublesome, so I was sent to clean up this mess.
落とし物？
Misplaced something? Javier hands the terminal to Kruger. Kruger has barely read the beginning before his brow furrows.
だとしたら国際情勢に響く。今でさえ
This
東
will likely
西両
affect
陣営
many
の関係が悪化している。
Trust between East and West is already close to freezing again.
こんな大事な時に。
At such a critical moment.
だから尻拭いと言った。
That's why I call it a mess.
今ならまだ。
But if we cut our losses in time, it shouldn't get too ugly.
サーの決定を疑うつもりはないが、最近の情勢を見るに、
Although I'm
新
not
しい政策は
qualified
財
to
団の
question
動
the
きを
Earl's
制限でき
decisions
てない。
based on the information I've obtained recently, those previous policies haven't really helped rein in the major conglomerates. Or is it that...
皆まで言うな。今のうちに
Don't voice your conjectures. As long as we put a stop to everything today, everything will still proceed according to his plan,
それが私たちの仕事じゃないかね。
smoothing things out for our leaders. That's our job, isn't it? Kruger nods and hands the terminal back.
そういえば君のお気
I heard
に
that
入
kid
り
is
の
here
部
too,
下も来ている。
on your invitation, no less. Kruger's expression darkens. Only after a moment does he respond.
我々がやろうとしていることはフェアじゃない。
What we're doing isn't fair.
知っている。
I know.
だがこの世に
But when has there ever been fairness in this world?
あの指揮官に深入りす
Tell
る
that
な
commander not to get involved.
とやっと自由の身になれたという。
He barely escaped from
ま
the
た
storm
厄介
back
ごと
then.
に首を突っ
There's no point in stepping back into it, only to be a sacrifice again.
君の言葉なら
Your words should
指揮
still
官も
carry some
聞
weight,
くんじゃない
shouldn't they?
あなたが言った方が説得力がある。
Perhaps it would be more convincing coming from you.
すまんすまん。怒らせる
Sorry,
つもりは
looks like
ない
I've upset you.
だが確
But
かに
yes, this does put you in a difficult position. That's true. I'll handle it myself then.
私に任せるといい。
Leave it to me.
君は自分の役
Don't
目に
worry about it
専
and
念
just
してくれ
focus on your work.
先ほど新しい命令が来たはずだ。
You saw the
お互い
direct
仕事を
orders just now,
始めると
so let's get started. Interesting. Kruger nods helplessly and walks out with Javier. Before leaving, he hastily writes a handwritten note to Leva and whispers a few words into her ear. Just as he steps out the door, he casts one last glance at Oleg's body and mutters under his breath,
同じ末路をたどらないといいが。
I hope you won't end up like this in the end. With that, he leaves the room without looking back. The air in the brightly lit backstage area at Lviv's International Convention and Exhibition Center is thick with tension and anticipation. Staff members hurry back and forth, commands crackling non-stop through their earpieces. Orphelune Gerard stands alone before a full-length mirror, gazing at the radiant figure reflected back at her. She is dressed in a tailored deep blue evening gown. Her long golden hair is perfectly swept up, diamond earrings catching and refracting the cold light. She takes a deep breath, her fingers tightly intertwined.
落ち着くのよオルフェルーネ。
Calm down, Orphelune.
たかが発表。
It's
い
just
つも
another
通りやればい
speech.
い。
You've done this countless times before.
今回が一番大事だ
Even
から
if this one's the most
今ま
important.
でと何
So
も
what?
違わないし
It won't be any different. Her fingers lightly brush over the speech draft, the formulas resting quietly on the page, waiting to be unveiled to the world.
ダメやっぱり緊張するわ
No, I'm still
絶対に
so nervous.
絶対に成功
Don't
さ
mess
せ
this
ない
up.
と
Absolutely don't mess this up. A staff member nods gently and peeks inside the dressing room.
ジラード様、本番まであと5分です。
Miss Gerard, you're on in 5 minutes.
今司会の方が挨拶
The host is delivering the opening remarks. Orphelune straightens instantly, the familiar pride of the Gerard heiress settling back onto her face.
ええわかりましたわ
Right,
今夜
got it.
世界がこのオルフェルーネ
Tell them
ジェラードに
Orphelune
侵犯
Gerard
す
is
ると
ready to
伝え
take the
なさい
world by storm anytime. The staff member bows and exits quickly. Orphelune turns back to the mirror, takes out the lipstick, and carefully reapplies it. The color hasn't faded. She's only doing it to steady her nerves. Unbidden, her thoughts drift to the person who had helped suppress her anxiety before the press conference 2 days earlier.
あの偽記者
That journalist, that imposter.
あいつも来ているのかしら
I wonder if he's
そ
here.
んなわけないわよね
No, definitely not.
今回はそんな奴が入って
This
これ
isn't
るよ
the
うな
kind
場
of
所じゃ
place
な
just
い
anyone can enter. As Orphelune's thoughts wander, The host's voice carries into the backstage area through the speakers.
本日ご来場していただいている皆様
Distinguished guests, esteemed scientists, and members of the media, welcome to the Gerard Group's Global Launch Summit for Project Eden. Tonight, we shall all bear witness to a historic breakthrough in science, a revolutionary technology that will fundamentally change how humanity acquires energy. Well then, a burst of gunfire and explosion erupts outside, abruptly cutting off the host's introduction. Guests exchange stunned looks as hushed murmurs rapidly escalate into panic chatter. Everyone, please remain calm. This may simply be a security drill, or... The gunfire grows closer. Several soldiers begin storming in through a side entrance of the hall. An officer strides onto the stage and forcefully takes the microphone from the host. His voice booms through the speakers, drowning out the chaos. By government order, due to security concerns, this event is hereby cancelled, effective immediately. All guests are to evacuate in an orderly manner. This is a military order and is not open to debate. The venue plunges into chaos. Prominent figures stare at one another in shock. Reporters scramble to capture footage, flashes firing incessantly. Hearing everything through the speakers, Orphelin's eyes widen in disbelief. What is going on? Who dares interrupt a Gerard family event without authorization? She springs to her feet, ready to rush out, but is intercepted by a staff member who has just entered. Miss Gerard, the situation outside is complicated. We advise you to remain backstage for now. Don't be ridiculous. I am Orphelin Gerard. No one can stop my speech. Let me see their commanding officer. Just as she is about to force her way past a staff member, Igla suddenly pushes the door open, her expression unusually grave. Her suit is still immaculate, but the calm in her eyes is replaced by a rare urgency. Young mistress, forgive my abruptness, but we must leave immediately. Orphelin turns to her, fury blazing. Igla, do you see this? Those impudent soldiers. They have the audacity to interrupt a Gerard family summit. This is unacceptable. I'm going to give them an earful. I love how she just... It's like, really? Igla steps swiftly to Orphelin's side, her voice low and firm. With respect, young mistress, now is not the time for confrontation. This is a targeted raid against Project Eden. Although our security forces are still resistant, the entire venue has already fallen under their control. We must ensure that Project Eden can continue, and more importantly, that you are safe. What? A raid against Project Eden? Who would do this? Why? Could it be that imposter? Igla gently shakes her head, cutting off Orphelin's speculation. There will be time for explanations, young mistress. But right now, we must leave as soon as possible. The security forces cannot hold them back for long. I've already prepared a secret passage. Orphelin frowns, hesitation flashing through her eyes. A secret passage? Why don't I know that? Why don't I know that our headquarters has a secret passage? Igla extends her hand almost deferentially, yet her tone allows no refusal. As your assistant, it is my duty to anticipate all possible security contingencies. Please trust me, young mistress. Time is critical. Orphalune meets Igla's unwavering gaze, then finally nods. Igla immediately leads her through a concealed service door into a narrow corridor.
イグラ、正直に話して。
Igla, I order you to tell me the truth.
一体何が起きているの？なぜ軍が介
What
入してく
exactly
る
is
の？
going on?
楽園計画を止めに来た
Why is the
目的は？
military involved? Do they want to stop Project Eden? Why?
それと、ど
And
こに行くの？
where are we going? Igla does not slow her pace as she scans the path ahead.
楽園計画の技術をよく思わない者たちがいます。
There is evidence that certain factions are hostile towards Project Eden.
リスクがあると誤認し、その発表と
They
実用化を止
mistakenly
めようと
believe
して
this
います。
technology poses risks, and are therefore attempting to prevent its release and implementation.
リスクですって。
Risks?
私
What
は何
risks?
度も検証を
My
重ね
research
て
has
きたわ。
undergone countless
そんなの
verifications
た
and
だの
tests.
言いがかりよ。
This is an insult to science.
その通りです。
Precisely, young mistress. Some people fear what they do not understand,
自身
or
の利益を
perhaps
死
they are
守す
simply
る
afraid this will threaten their interests.
ですがご安心を。
Usually.
用意はできております。
But rest assured, I am prepared.
今から向かうのはチルロビウス
We
の
are
実
heading
験
to
室で
Dr.
す。
Chiloveg's laboratory.
そこにある設備
It
で
has a complete set of
楽園計画
equipment
は依然
capable of
実行可能
executing
です。
all remaining procedures of Project Eden. I don't think that's a good idea. I think Chiloveg might actually try to kill her. Or has some other plan set up. Orphalune suddenly stops and grips Igla's arm. In the dim light, her eyes gleam with suspicion and doubt.
シルロビグの実験室？どうしてそこに設備が揃っているの？
Chiloveg's laboratory? Why does Chiloveg's laboratory have all the equipment?
イグラ、私に何か
Igla,
隠してる
are you hiding something from me? Yeah. Now she's asking the correct questions and things. I mean, she's been hiding something, but especially now. Igla looks straight into Orphalune's eyes, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her face.
私は決してお嬢様にとって不利益なことはいたしません。
Young mistress, please believe me. I would never do anything that goes against your interests.
ただ最悪の状況に備えて
Some arrangements were made in preparation for the worst case scenario.
チルロビグ様の実験室もその
Dr.
一つです。
Chiloveg's laboratory is our
楽園
contingency
計画
plan,
が妨害を受
established
けた場合に
specifically
備
in
えて
case Project Eden faced external interference. Orphalune bites her lip.
イグラ、正直に言って、
Igla, tell me,
あの偽記者の言ったことは本当
was
な
that
の？
imposter telling the truth?
私の研究に
There are many things about my own
私の知ら
research
ない何かがある
that
の？
even I don't know, aren't there? Igla shakes her head gently, her voice soft yet resolute.
お嬢様の研究は純粋で崇高なるものです。
Young mistress, your research is pure and noble.
他に
Your
類を見
talent
ない
is
もので
genuine
す。
and beyond dispute.
サジを報告しなかったことは認めます。
I admit that, outside of your work, there are some trivial matters I did not report to you.
ですがそれも
But everything I've
お嬢
done
様の
has
才
been to
能を
create the best
存
possible
分に発揮で
conditions
きる
for
環
you,
境を築くためです
so that your brilliance can shine to its fullest.
なのでどうか私を信じてください。
Now I must ask you
今
to
までの
trust
よう
me,
に
just as you always have. After a brief silence, Orphalune takes a deep breath and straightens her back.
分かったわ、イグラ。
Very well, Igla.
ただし、すべてが終わっ
But
た
when
ら
all of this is over,
本当のことを教
I
え
want
て
to。know the entire truth.
洗いざらい全
All
部。
of it.
これは
That's
命
an
令よ。
order. Igla bows deeply.
かしこまりました。
As you command, young mistress. Meanwhile, In a temporary command center somewhere outside the city, the lights burn brightly.
報告。サミット会場は完全に制
Reporting.
圧しました。
The summit venue is fully under control.
ジラードグループの警備部隊の
Gerard
激しい
security
抵抗に
forces
より
resisted
20 分
fiercely.
ほど戦闘が続きまし
The
た。
firefight lasted nearly 20 minutes.
医療班もすでに待機中です。
Medical teams are in place to ensure the wounded receive proper treatment.
ああ、上出来だ。
Well done.
目標オルフェルーネ・ジラードは見つかったか。
What about the target? Have you located Orphelin and Gerard? So it's him. Okay. The officer looks somewhat embarrassed.
くまなく捜索しました
Sir,
が
the target is
目
not the
標及び
designated
その側
location.
近は発見できてい
The
ません。
backstage area has been searched. There is no sign of her or her assistant. Javier lets out a soft sigh, showing no surprise.
ジラード家は相変わらず活
The Gerard family always has a few unexpected tricks up their sleeve.
動。捜索を続けてくれ。ただし
Continue the search,
くれぐれも騒ぎを
but
大き
exercise
く
restraint.
警備部隊もゆっくり処理していけばいい。
There's no need to
相
rush.
手はジラードグループの霊障。
Methodically
下手な
nurture,
損失を出すことは
methodically neutralize the remaining security forces. After all, she is a lady of special status. We don't want any unnecessary losses.
はっ、
Yes, sir.
全処します。
I understand what needs to be done. Which two? Harvest the purest of dewdrops and mix it into the most sinister of concoctions. I sit in the car, reading the surveillance report Dion has sent over. The military has already sealed off the Gerard Group building. Armed PSA units are stationed everywhere around it. The main roads are blocked as well. Groza keeps turning into side streets, trying to get the cars close to the building as possible. But soon even Groza runs out of road and has no choice but to park in a narrow alley.
指揮官、前の道は全部封鎖されているわ。
Commander, the roads ahead are all sealed.
カーリンのやつ、仕事は早いな。
Colleen sure works fast. The lockdown's already completely in place.
アルバ、車で本部に入るのは無
Looks
理
like
の
we
よう
can't reach Gerard's
他
headquarters
に
by
方法は
car.
ないのか。
Do we have a backup plan?
必ずしも中に入る必要はありません。
We may not need to reach the headquarters itself.
本部ビルの地下には大量の施設が広がってい
There
る。
are extensive underground facilities branching out beneath the
Chilrovig's
Gerard building. Chilovig's laboratory is down there as well.
つまり近づけさえすればいいということか。
So as long as we get close to the building, that's enough.
しかし、このまま地面を
Even
爆
so,
破するわけにもいかないだろ
We
う。
can't exactly blast our way underground.
先ほど協力者から見取り図をもらいました。
Boy
隣接施設から
Mestina can.
侵入することができます。
We just obtained the route map of Gerard's headquarters from an informant. We can enter through one of the peripheral facilities. Alva sends the coordinates to Groza. It's not far from our current position.
この建物はあの実験室とつながっています。ただ、
The entrance to this
厳重
building
な警備
connects to
が
that
予想されます。
laboratory, but it's likely heavily guarded inside.
ボイマスティナの装備がもうすぐ到着しますので、
Voimastina's
それまで
equipment
待ちま
is
すか。
almost here. Should we wait until we're fully prepared before moving out?
ああ、人形2個招待だけではリスクが高い。
Relying on just 2 teams of dogs is pretty risky.
見取り図をこちらにも送ってくれ。
Send me the route
作
map.
戦を考えてみる。
I need to think through the plan.
はい。
Understood. Alva transfers the data to my terminal. As I study the map, I start deploying the rest of the dogs. I switch to another screen to review Dion's surveillance feed and open the channel to her.
ダイエン、オルフェルーネはまだジラードグループ本部の中にいるか。
Is Orphelin still inside the Gerard Group building?
はい、指揮官。
Yes, Commander.
最後にオルフェルーネ
Miss Orphelin should still be inside Gerard's headquarters.
ビル中央に
The last time we saw
休憩エ
her,
リアです。
she was in the mid-level lounge area of the building. But she was quickly taken away by that third-gen doll. We couldn't continue tracking her from outside. Even if Diane can't track them, their destination isn't hard to guess. Igla and Chiloveg have made extensive preparations. At this point, they won't give up easily. The military's intervention will likely force them to accelerate the launch of Project Eden. We're running out of time. We in 404 will enter the underground facilities of the Gerard Group. The entrance coordinates are at this location. You stay on the perimeter and monitor the surroundings. Be ready to extract us at any time, and coordinate Group 3 to prepare for evacuation. You're the final reserve. If we encounter an emergency underground, we'll need immediate support. Understood. We'll prepare at once. I end the call. Groza leans in closer. How about Group 3 joining as well? We don't know what's waiting for us below. We need to prepare for the worst. If time allowed, I'd want even more manpower. Even if they activate Project Eden, collecting the particles will still take time. True, but I don't dare gamble on it. I rub the bridge of my nose, wrestling with whether to wait until all forces are assembled before acting. While I'm thinking, a communication request pops up on my terminal. It's Kalina. Commander, as per your request, evacuation and lockdown procedures in Lviv have begun. I'm guessing you've just obtained intelligence related to Helena? Yes. I know Helena's location now. I'm going to get her back. There's no need for you to worry about that. I advise you to follow the PSA's instructions and evacuate to a safe location. As for Helena, Mr. Kruger has already dispatched a team to handle it. You've made contact with Mr. Kruger? Yes, the crisis has been resolved. The reason Mr. Kruger was unreachable earlier is because he was taken hostage during negotiations with the CEO of the Gerard Group. Our people safely extracted Mr. Kruger, but CEO Oleg unfortunately died from a stray bullet. Before his death, however, he yielded all materials related to Project Eden. So, you already know the full scope of Project Eden? Yes. We now understand the overall engineering details of how Project Eden collects collapsed particles. The Gerard Group was likely planning to use particle contamination as leverage to threaten Lviv's safety. So the evacuation order was issued smoothly. She has no idea about the real details. As I think this, I switch the communicator to my other hand so I can study the map more easily. The evacuation order was executed really quickly. That's some real gumption from Mr. Kruger. No, it had nothing to do with Mr. Kruger. The lockdown and evacuation orders were issued directly to the chief of Lviv by Mr. Javier. Just drops the... My hand jerks in shock. The terminal slips from my grasp and falls beneath the seat. I fumble to retrieve it. He's there too? He arrived with military forces and is taking control of the Gerard Group's facilities and the summit venue. Mr. Kruger has also handed over the equipment at the summit site containing the complete plan to Mr. Javier. Everything is under control. Mr. Kruger left a note advising you to leave the city immediately. That's a bad idea. No. This isn't right. Javier, the military, the conglomerates, Paradise, Project Eden. And even though everything is under control, Mr. Kruger tells me to leave immediately? And most importantly, Colleen just said they know the full scope of Project Eden. Yet what she described completely misses the real issue. These seemingly unrelated coincidences are all designed. A powerful sense of deja vu surges through me. In an instant, the logic clicks into place. I'm all too familiar with this. Nothing has changed. There are simply more sacrifices and scapegoats now, along with the same nauseating calculations behind the scenes. Yup. Commander, can you hear me? Lviv is very dangerous right now. The non-military force of the administration will take control of the situation. This isn't something you can intervene in. Please evacuate immediately and leave the rest to us. Sorry, Colin. I'm breaking my promise again. Huh? Delete all records of our communications. From this point on, none of my actions have anything to do with you. Do not mention anything we've discussed. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Wait, Commander, what's wrong? What are you going to do? Wait. Goodbye, Colin. I cut the transmission immediately. If my deduction is correct, every extra detail Kalina knows puts her in more danger. Kalina would never lie to me, especially not about something this important. She truly knows nothing. But Javier, his movements are far too swift. The military was prepared. He clearly anticipated all of this. That man knows everything. And knowing everything, he still allowed the situation to unfold and reach this point. This so-called Project Eden might very well be... Alva, we can't wait any longer. We have to move now. We'll take Helena back before anyone else does. Anyone else? Including the Ernk? That's right. Are you wary of the Earl? When it comes to Project Eden, the Gerard Group is nothing more than a disposable glove. Whether this is his deliberate design or something he simply allowed to happen, the result is the same. Even after 10 years, he hasn't abandoned his ambitions. Unforgivable. We move out immediately. Whoa. Standing next to Mestina. Oh man, hilarious. She's huge. Damn. I love how Mishi's head just went up. She looks even bigger than before. I bet she's scarier than 10 Klukais. Is something the matter? It's nothing. It's really been a while. That's so funny that they did that. Okay. This is what I was going to switch before. Let's do that. And there they go. What if that just ended the battle? Poor Dynagate. I wonder how many... I'm gonna have to like go to a small field. I forgot the number of enemies it targets in the beginning. I forgot if there's a limit or not. But I know they have to be within a certain range. Oh, they just have to evacuate. Well, I mean, all the enemies are dead, so it's not gonna matter. Inside the laboratory, countless pipes wind between the walls like serpents, and instruments flashing with cold light amid a low mechanical hum. Chiloveg is checking data before the control console while humming an off-key tune. Several suspicious dark stains mark her white lab coat. At her side, also at the very center of the lab, stands a massive transparent chamber. Inside the chamber, Helena opens her eyes. Realizing she is imprisoned in a strange place, she bangs on the transparent wall with a pen. Oh my, look who's awake. Our princess finally opens her beautiful eyes. What perfect timing. The Symphony of Fate is just reaching its crescendo. Any headaches, muscle soreness, or jumbled memory? Helena's eyes widen with terror the moment she sees Chiloveg. She shrinks back into the corner of the chamber, trying to get as far away from the woman as possible. No experiment. Chiloveg chuckles and walks closer to the chamber. Her slender fingers slowly trace along the glass in an almost affectionate motion. Yet her gaze carries a morbid possessiveness. Don't worry, my darling. No unpleasant injections, awful blood draws, or cursed bitter pills today. Because today is special. It's your coming of age ceremony. Orphalun's glorious rite. The turning point of Lviv's destiny. And you, my carefully cultivated little flower, are the heroine of this epic drama, the key to the gate of truth. A key? Wow, what a poetic metaphor, isn't it? Helena hugs her knees tightly, barely reacting to Chiloveg's mania. She mutters faintly. Commander. Chiloveg narrows her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward. Commander. Commander. Oh, yes. The commander. How could I forget our Odysseus? Our Gisar, our Siegfried and Rostam. A historic stage, you must have a great hero, along with a dreadful dragon, a foolish king, and an evil witch. Chiloveg presses a finger to her lips, then looks down at the trembling Helena. What a pity. For now, I've only prepared a frail and pitiful little princess. She notices the fear in Helena's eyes, and a hint of cruel satisfaction seeps into her smile. Oh, don't look at me like that, dear. I know. You still don't understand your own worth. Art always takes time to be appreciated. Great ideas are always ahead of their era. Suddenly she lifts her head, as if interrupted by a thought. Her gaze drifts into the distance. She turns and walks back to the console, the hem of her lab coat floating like a ghost. Her fingers dance across glowing buttons and touchscreens.
だから偉大な芸術品は自分が作られた意義を知らないといけないん
Every
だ
great
よ。
work of art must understand the meaning of its creation.
それでこそ
That is true awakening,
覚醒
true transcendence. That was a cool purple before the red. The laboratory lights shift with her commands, changing from blue to violet, then to an eerie red. The sound of energy flowing through the pipes grows urgent, like the heartbeat of some massive machine. Chilovek suddenly turns towards Helena, her expression frenzied and almost intoxicated.
この日のためにどれだけ準備したことか。
Do you know how long I prepared for this day?
科学と芸術が融合
This
した
play
こ
that
の
I'm
大舞台
personally
よ。
directing. This perfect fusion of science and art. Helena squeezes her eyes shut as she continues to tremble
ペ
silently.
ルシカに指示していた頃から構想を練ってきたんだ。
Back when I was still Persicus student, I was already drafting the script for this magnificent spectacle.
一幕一幕
Every
全
scene,
部私の
every
想定
twist,
通り進んでる。
every surprise, all under my control.
オルフェルーネ
Poor
Awarena
Orphalune,
Ohime-sama.
that naive little princess.
フランクフルトの
She
出来事
truly
を
believes her
本当に
experience in
啓示が何
Frankfurt
か
was
と
some
思ってるんだ
sacred
から
revelation, a gift from destiny. Helena's eyes flicker with confusion at the unfamiliar name.
あれはただのアクシデント。システムの故障に過ぎない
It
の。
was nothing more than an accidental leak of the truth, a minor system malfunction.
でも私にインスピレーションをくれたのも確か。
But it did give me inspiration.
偉大な発見って
After all, the greatest discoveries are often born from chaos, aren't they?
科学にハプニングは必要なの。
Sometimes science simply needs a little accident.
真実は往々にして受け入れがたい
Just as my dear old friend, the great Professor Einstein, once said,
敬愛するアイン
the
シュタイ
truth is
ンもこう言
more
って
is
たし。
often more dreadful than we are ever willing to accept.
いや、ラブクラフトだったかな。
No, that was Lovecraft. Lovecraft mentioned. Amazing.
それとも私？
Or perhaps it's my own quote. Chilovik spins lightly back to the chamber, her fingers brushing the
ねえ
glass.
知ってる？あんたの
You
体
know,
を構成している分子の一つ
I
一つ
designed every
電気
molecule
配
of
列
you,
に至るまで
every
私が
gene
作ったんだよ。
sequence, every tiny biological circuit is code I wrote myself.
これほど完璧な作品
You
が
are such a
今まであった
perfect
かな
medium, such an exquisite creation. She presses her forehead against the glass and stares directly at Helena. Her pupils are unnaturally dilated under the red light.
あんたも最初は数多い実験体の
I
一つ
still
に
remember
過
the
ぎなかっ
first
た。
time I saw you. You were just a cluster of cells and culture fluid, a tiny possibility.
それが今花開い
And
て
now look at
未
you,
来を変える
a
鍵となっ
miracle
た。
flower about to bloom, a golden key ready to turn the lock of fate. She lightly taps the glass as if patting a child on the neck, on the cheek.
おかしい。
Weird woman,
何するつもりだ。
what are you going to do to me?
あれ？もう結構
Oh,
噛み砕いて話して
I
る
thought
は
I
ず
had
なんだ
made
けどな
myself plenty clear.
残念。
What a
先
pity.
生と同じ目をしてるのに。
Though you have the
知能は
exact same
受け継がれ
eyes
な
as
かっ
my
たんだ。
teacher, you didn't inherit her great wisdom at all.
先生。
Teacher? Chilovei's expression softened suddenly.
あんたの遺伝子提供者で、私の死。
Your genetic progenitor. My teacher.
コーラプス粒子に関する
She
知識は
taught me
全て
everything
先
about
生から
collapsed
学んだ。
particles.
そして今、
And now,
私は先
using
生
her
が想像も
DNA,
しないような偉業を
I
なそうと
created
している
you.。accomplishing a feat she could never have imagined. Helena stares in confusion. Chiloveg seems to have a sudden realization. She blinks, then bursts into laughter.
ごめんごめん。
Hmm?
今のは
Oh,
メタ発言
sorry.
だったな。
I slipped up.
また自分のキャラを忘れるとこだ
I
ったよ。
mixed up my identities again.
ペルシカの愛弟子。著名
I
な
am
遺伝子
Briska's
学者の
talented
助手
student, the assistant of a
ジ
renowned
ラードグルー
geneticist,
プのパートナー。
or perhaps Gerard's collaborator. She spreads her hands theatrically, her eyes gleaming with mischief.
肩書きはこの白衣と同じ。
One's identity is like a lab coat, dear. You can change it whenever you like, as long as it helps you reach your goal. But today, I am simply Chilove, witness to the truth. And you are the key. Helena retreats until her back hits the chamber wall. There is nowhere left to go. I don't want to. Why? Chilabeg returns to the console, fingers leaping across the keyboard. Complex genetic maps and energy waveforms fill the screens. Why you? That's an excellent scientific question. Her voice carries genuine enthusiasm if she were explaining an interesting experiment with a student. Although you are not yet a fully realized immune individual, your biological makeup is already sufficient to lead the way to the future. Your genetic progenitor was so perfect that even degraded into your current form, she remains a work of art. Countless data and experiments show that as long as her genes are present, an immune individual can establish a stable connection with Nirvana. She presses several buttons. Displays across the walls illuminate, showing Helena's complete genetic map and simulations of a strange energy field. See these beautiful helices? Every base pair carefully designed, every codon serving a specific purpose. You are not my most unique or outstanding creation, but you are certainly the most legendary. Who else could experience such marvelous adventures, 043? A shadow flickers in her eyes. Oh. Just don't ask me what happened to the previous 42. Those poor children. Some didn't even survive the petri dish. Tears fill Helena's eyes. Her voice trembles. You killed them. Chiloveg blinks. Don't accuse me like that. I didn't kill them. At least, not with my own hands. At that moment, the laboratory alarm suddenly blares. Chiloveg frowns and strides to the surveillance monitor. On screen, a squad of dolls have broken through the outer defenses and are advancing towards the lab's core area. Dolls. Commander! Chiloveg's expression shifts from surprise to a peculiar delight. A fervor burns bright in her eyes. Ah, our hero is oh so punctual. The timing is impeccable. She hurries back to the console, fingers dancing. A play needs an audience, science needs witnesses, and the stage needs a hero. But where's the fun if the hero arrives too early? She slams a red button. Helena pounds the glass in terror. Let me out. Sorry, dear. The show is about to begin, and the heroine cannot be absent. She turns and sits down in her chair, thoughtful. But are you truly the heroine? I don't enjoy cheap dramas where the protagonist dies in the first episode. Blue-green culture fluid begins to fill the chamber. Helena cries out as she beats desperately at the glass. Save me! The liquid engulfs her, and her cries are drowned out. Her consciousness fades. Just before losing awareness completely, her mind seems to struggle outward, piercing through the laboratory walls, calling into the distance. Chilovek spins her chair to face Helena floating in the fluid. She presses 2 fingers to her lips and blows her a kiss.
おやすみなさい。
Slumber in peace, my little key.
次に目が覚めたら
When you
あんた
awaken,
は神
you
様
will
だよ。
become a god. Turning to the surveillance monitor, she watches with admiration as the commander breaks through the defenses of the lab. An eager smile spreads across her face.
さて、我らがイリア・ムーロ別に至っては
As for you, my dear Ilya Muromets,
ずっと話してみたか
I
ったん
can
だよ
hardly
ね。
wait to speak with you face to face.
私の一番大事な人だ
Let me see what's so special about you that makes you so unforgettable to the most important person in my life.
お父様が気にかけてた存在が
My
どんなものか
father. Hmm.
指揮官どうしました？
What is it, Commander?
あ、いや
Nothing. Yeah, that was an interesting line she said there at the end.
なんだかヘレナの声が聞こえたよう
Somehow, it feels like I just heard Helena's voice. The corridor outside the laboratory has already become a battlefield.
うざい。
Ah, these guys are so damn annoying.
ミスティ、撃ちまくりな
Just
さい。
move aside already. Michti, keep firing.
私に当たらないでよ。
Don't lose your temper.
指揮官時間は
We don't have much time, Commander.
少なくとも
At least we can
場所はここで間違いない
confirm this is the place.
データベースを計測中
I'm running a search. The database contains the research facility's floor plan.
この構造だと他にも
This
通路
design
がある
should
は
have
ず
other
です
access
図面
routes,
にはありま
but
せん
they aren't marked.
時間がない正面突破だ
There's no time. We go in head on. I raise my weapon.
攻撃開始
Attack!
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
That's funny. I actually had forgotten we had done a battle before. Oh, and straight into another one. Okay. Let me... Okay, I was just curious at the layout. Oh. She took out the bomb squad.
逃げられる。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
Tch, okay.
みんなのために。
I was gonna say, I think she targeted almost all of them that time.
次の目標を教えてください。
The elevator doors slide open slowly. Orphalun steps out, her heart still racing. The chaos moments ago has already left her shaken, but what greets her beyond the elevator only deepens her unease. Even as the heiress of the Gerard group, she has never seen this place before. She draws in sharp breaths, trying to calm herself through steady inhalation, but her heart pounds erratically, and an icy chill climbs from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her unable to think.
本部の地下にこんな広い場所があったなんて聞いてないわ。
Why is there such a massive space beneath headquarters? I've never even heard of this.
オレク様の許可のもと建造された
This laboratory was approved by Mr. Oleg. It's been under Lady Chilovek's use all this time.
どうして私に内緒にしてたの？
Why would she have a lab beneath the group's headquarters? And I didn't even know about it.
楽園計画を順調に進めるための保険だよ。
It's obviously to ensure the smooth implementation of Project Eden.
事実、ここがなけれ
If
ば
it weren't
計
for
画
the
は
CEO's
とっくに阻止
foresight,
されてた。
our great plan would have been obstructed by those unenlightened fools. Chilovek flits into Orphalon's view with a cheerful grin. petting her shoulder as if offering comfort. Staring at the woman she once regarded as a confidant, Orphalune feels only strangeness. The intimacy she once believed they shared now seems like a hallucination.
どうして軍が
But why were there soldiers sabotaging the venue?
お父様とも連絡が取れない
And I can't reach my father at all. What's happening? An inescapable despair keeps ringing in her head. Everything she thought she possessed has been destroyed. Her eyes start brimming with tears. Igla bends slightly, intending to wipe them away, but Orphalune angrily pushes her aside.
イグラあなた知ってたでしょ
Igla, you know what's going on, don't you?
いつも私のためとか言って
It's always like
何も
this.
教えてくれない
You say it's for my own good, but you never tell me anything.
もし本当に私のためなら
Were the things you did before really for me? If they were, why has it turned out like this?
それはさすがに言い過ぎ。イグラはずっとあんた
Oh
のため
my,
に身を粉にしてき
you
たんだから。
misunderstood, Lady Igla, young mistress. Lady Igla has always devoted herself entirely to you. She would be willing to give her life if necessary.
イグラの手配がなければ計画はもう
If
終わっ
not
て
for
た
her
んだ
prior
よ。
arrangements, your Project Eden might have never seen the light of day.
どういうこと
What do you mean?
人類に変革をもたらす計画を。
How could such a magnificent plan, one that can change humanity itself, possibly remain in the hands of a mere company?
ロレンは計画の価値を見抜いて
The Urk must have recognized its immense value, which is why they were so eager to seize it for themselves.
でも
But
大丈夫。
it doesn't matter.
正義は遅れてやってくる。
Justice still exists in this world,
この計画におけるジラード
as long as we demonstrate the tremendous change that Project Eden will bring. The entire world will recognize the great contributions of the Gerard Group, and you, young mistress.
そうすればセロンに負けてロレンも関係者を処分しなきゃ
Public
いけない。
opinion will force the upper ranks of the Urk to punish those corrupt officials, and Gerard will surely reclaim its former glory.
本当に
Really?
当たり前じゃん。
Of
イグラに
course.
聞いてみる？
If you don't believe me, ask Lady Igla. Orphalune turns to Orphalune turns to Igla with hopeful eyes. Igla lowers her gaze, then nods.
これが正真正銘最後の機会です
This is the Gerard Group's final chance, young mistress.
ほらね。
See?
だからさ、早く計
So,
画を
my dear
実
young
行しよ
mistress,
うよ。
shall we prepare to initiate the plan? Orphalune's eyes waver. Doubt still grips her, and she does not fully believe their words. But what choice does she have now? At last, she lowers her head and speaks to Chilove as if resigning herself to fate.
分かったわコンソールは
I understand. Where is the control terminal?
ダミー人形についていって。
My marionette doll will take you there.
私はまだイグラと話すことがあるから。
Lady Igla and I have a few more things to discuss. Ooh, I don't trust this. Yeah. Orphalune follows the marionette doll out. Before leaving, she casts a reluctant glance at Igla. Igla offers her a reassuring smile. Only then does Orphalune close the door and depart. But the moment Orphalune vanishes from Igla's sight, her expression darkens. Chiloveg approaches with a faint, sly laugh. Yeah, she's basically holding her hostage right now.
ちょっとアクシデントはあったけど、これで順調に進められるね。
Phew! Despite a few minor, unforeseen hiccups, our plan is finally near completion.
ロレンの動きの速さは予想外です
The
計画の
Unk's
成否に関わらず
decisiveness and speed
ジ
exceed
ラード
my
グループはもはや
expectations.
存続不可能です
Regardless of how the plan turns out, this will likely be the Gerard Group's demise.
ほらね、これが降伏した結果。あの
You
じ
see,
じいロレンに見
That's
せて
the
もらえると思っ
consequence of
てたんだ
surrender.
から。
The old man thought kneeling would convince the Urk to spare him. And what happened?
結局は骨の髄までしゃぶり尽くされて
They intend to
虫
swallow
けらのよう
even
に
the
死んじゃっ
bones.
た
Serves him right to die unnoticed.
あんたは同じ鉄を踏まないよう
You
に
do
ね
well to learn from this.
私やオレク様がどうなろうとさまつなことです。
Whether it's Mr. Gerard or me, our fate doesn't matter.
お嬢様だけは
At the very least, the young mistress must.
あなたには可能な限り協力してきました。
I've already assisted you to the best of my
お嬢
ability.
様の安全だけ
No
は
matter
保
what
証してくださ
happens,
い。
you must ensure the young mistress's safety.
は
Oh?
条件出していい立場じゃないでしょ
Are you really in the position to negotiate? Yeah.
警備部隊の指揮権は私にあります。今投降す
Gerard's security forces
ロレーヌ
remain
が
under
すぐ
my
に
command.
ここを制圧するでしょう。
If they cease resistance, the young troops will take control of this place within 5 minutes.
やだな誤解だってば
Oh my, that's not what I meant.
そんな条件出さなくても私たちの間
Even
柄
if
なん
you
だから
didn't negotiate,
ちゃんとオルフェル
given
ー
our
ヌを守るって
relationship,
言いたかった
I would protect the young mistress all the same.
約束約束
I promise. Cross my heart.
賢明な選択です。
A wise choice.
ジラードが滅んでもお嬢様
Gerard is
さえいらっ
utterly
しゃれば
ruined.
いつの日
But as long as the young mistress remains, everything can be rebuilt one day.
お嬢様
Young mistress.
ほらほら干渉に浸ってないで
Alright. Stop waxing sentimental. Let's go initiate the plan.
キャストも揃ってきた
The main cast is about to make their grand
見逃
entrance.
せないな
You wouldn't want to miss it.
どういう意味ですか？
What do you mean? Chilovang does not answer. She simply pushes Igla towards the control area with an eerie smile on her lips. It's like, yup. Oh. They're all together. No, that didn't get all of them though. Oh well.
逃げられる。
Oh. Well,
さっさと倒れたらどう
they're all targeted now. Oh, that's right.
交代するのが今のうちよ
深いわね。
We've gone quite deep.
地上の電波が受信できない。
There's no surface signal at all down here.
いや、通常この深さでも電波は届くはず。
At this depth, we should still have some reception.
多分通信
The
が妨害
laboratory
さ
is
れ
most likely equipped with signal jammers. Could be a part of its defensive system.
それにしても、随分防御が手薄ね。
The number of defenders is surprisingly small. I thought the lab would be heavily guarded.
ジラードの戦力の大半はハーベルさんの部隊に引き付けられている。
Most of Gerard's main
今が絶
security
好のチャン
forces
ス
are
だ。
probably tied up with the military units Javier brought. This window of opportunity is crucial. With the coordinates confirmed from the start, we blast through successive walls and quickly reach the laboratory's outer perimeter. The explosives destroy some equipment along the sides of the wall. Unidentified liquids and indistinct organic matter are scattered everywhere. I crouch down and dip my finger in a puddle of semi-translucent slime on the floor. It still holds faint warmth, glowing pale blue under the cold lights.
以前見た培養液と違う。
This isn't quite like the culture
グロー
fluid
ザ
we saw
サンプルを
before.
取ってくれ。
Groza, collect a sample. Groza seals the liquid into a container. I rise and scan the surroundings, then frown.
また何か新たな実験を。
They're experimenting with something we don't yet understand.
指揮官、そろそろです。
Commander, just ahead. I nod, my gaze settling on a half-open airtight door, not far away. Beyond it, more complex instruments are faintly visible.
ヘレナの自動防御システムの信号が近くに。
The signal of Helena's automated defense system is close by, but she pauses, worry flickering in her eyes.
信号の性質からして、 おそらくヘレナは
The
中にいます。
feedback isn't the same as before. Helena might not be inside. Groza chambers around, rare tension in her voice.
なら急がないと。
Then we need to move quickly. I draw in a steady breath.
前進
Keep going.
ヘレナはいる
Helena is
私
inside.
にはわかる
I can feel it.
チルロビグが何を企んでいようと
Whatever Chiloveg intends to
必
do,
ず阻止する
we must stop her.
行くぞ
Let's move.
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Just want to check real quick. Oh my god. No. Too funny. Confluence. A knight, a prophet, a witch, a princess. They are gathered together to act out. To act our this drama. Yeah, out this drama. Okay. That's a typo for sure. We pass through the final security door, and the sight before us makes our breath stop short. This is no ordinary basement, but a mind-bogglingly enormous void, as if the entire underground Lviv has been hollowed out. The space rises into darkness, vast as an underground city, its walls covered in countless intricate devices. The light is dim, save for the vine-like structure spread throughout the chamber emitting a faint blue glow. I can hardly tell whether they are organic or mechanical. Some are as thick as giant pythons, others as fine as hair. They function as conduits, transporting some luminous substance towards the center where a massive translucent sphere floats in midair. And at the heart of the sphere, Helena is suspended in culture fluid drifting silently. My breath catches.
ヘレナ
I rush forward almost instinctively, stepping onto the edge of the immense space.
指揮官待って。
Wait, Commander. The warning comes too late. The moment I step in, the entire chamber lights up. Countless spotlights shine down from the ceiling, blinding white light like midday, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The ground beneath my feet suddenly rises, lifting all of us into the air and forming a stage like a platform. At the same time, the vines covering the walls withdraw to either side like theater curtains, revealing something horrific. The stage. Embedded in the walls are thousands upon thousands of amber-colored transparent cells, each one holding an entity that's somewhere between human and non-human. Some have limbs fused with plant tissue, some sprout bony protrusions from their skulls, some bear organs in their chests that are decidedly not human. Every face is twisted into an expression of extreme agony, frozen forever in that moment.
これは生き袋？
Are these elids?
それとも
Or
人間？
humans? Alva's expression hardens with anger, but she remains composed and swiftly analyzes the environment.
バイタルはあるけど、これじゃまるで
They all still show vital signs, but they're no longer
人間じゃない。
entirely human.
指揮官は以前パラデウスの拠点で見たものと
They
似
look
ているわよ。
similar to the data you transferred earlier from that Paradise stronghold, Commander.
いや
No,
何かが違
this feels different.
うなんというかバイオ燃料
They look more like some kind of stored fuel. Suddenly, that clapping, Applause echoes through the cavern.
さすが噂の指揮官。いい線いってるね。
Splendid deduction, as expected of the legendary commander. All of us look towards the source. A strange woman stands upon a floating platform above, bathed in blue light. Dressed in a pristine white lab coat, she claps with exaggerated enthusiasm and an almost intoxicated smile on her face. I know at once. She must be Chilo Vague.
ようこそ私の劇場。
Welcome. Welcome to my opera house, my laboratory, my temple of creation. She spreads her arms like a prima donna taking a curtain call.
主役は揃い、観客も席に着いた。
What perfect timing. The main cast all gathered in one place. The audience seated, the actors ready, the orchestra striking the overture. Her gaze settles on me, her eyes gleaming with manic light.
魔王の城にたどり着いた勇者。
The valiant knight has finally crossed the forest of thorns and reached the castle. She turns towards the central sphere, her voice softening into a gentle and eerie murmur.
麗しい姫君に真理を。
And the beautiful princess, the key to the gate of truth, is in position as well. I draw my pistol and aim at Chilo Vague.
今すぐヘレナを解放しろ。
You. Release Helena at once. I pull the trigger without hesitation. The bullet whistles towards Chilo Vague, only to be intercepted at the last instant by a vine that lashes out. Another vine erupts from the ground and coils around my wrist, knocking the weapon from my hand. Chilo Vague lets out an unpleasant laugh.
空気読んでよね。勝手にアドリブ足さないで。
Ah, how rude. The performance has only just begun. Please don't add improvised scenes and make things difficult for the director, okay? Her expression suddenly turns solemn, and her gaze sharpens.
物語の結末はもう決まっているんだから。
Dear Commander, the ending of this story has long been decided.
主人公といえども。
You are merely here to witness its fulfillment, even if you are the protagonist.
時代の波に流される。
At best, you are but a pebble in the tide of the age.
指揮官、彼女を撃っても無駄です。
Commander, don't waste your bullets.
あれはただの器。
It's useless, even if you kill her. She's just a vessel, a puppet.
おそらく彼女の意識は外部記憶媒体にあります。
I suspect her consciousness is stored in some device,
何度も生き
likely through neural scanning technology. That's why she can be revived repeatedly. Chilo Vague tilts her head slightly, a chilling smile spreading across her face.
やっぱり頭いいね、節郎ちゃん。
You truly are clever, Miss Snowball. A pity you've guessed only half of it. She strokes her cheek lightly, her gaze turning distant.
死を克服してしまうと、命というものはとても
When
に
death
つまらなくな
becomes
る。
so easily overcome, life becomes so dull.
でもね、
But she suddenly raises her head, her eyes blazing with mad fervor.
真理を前にして、無限の可能
When
性
you
の
stand
一端を
before
覗
the
いて
gate
しま
of
ったあ
truth,
の感覚
when you
とき
glimpse
たら
infinite possibility, the sensation. Oh, that sensation. Suddenly, a hatch high above the laboratory slowly opens, and a beam of intense light shines down. Chilo Vague's smile widens, anticipation glittering in her eyes.
ヒロインのご登場。
Ah, our heroine is about to take the stage. I look sharply upward, my anger shifting to surprise. A vertical platform descends from the hatch. Upon it stand Orphalun and Igla. Okay. Orphalun is wearing the elegant evening gown prepared for the summit, looking strangely out of place under the cold blue glow. Igla stands at her side, vigilant and composed, her hand resting on her sword hilt. The platform descends slowly. Chilovek spreads her arms, her voice brimming with zeal. Orphalun Gerard, founder of Project Eden, our guiding light. Standing behind the princess, her mirror and shadow. The true heroine of this grand performance. Orphalun's gaze meets mine, and she instinctively grips Igla's hand in her bewilderment. Her eyes are full of confusion. She clearly does not understand why she'd find me here in this laboratory. She begins to survey the chamber. Her confusion shifts to surprise and curiosity. This place is as unfamiliar to her as it is to us. But when she sees what fills the amber cells, her expression freezes. What? Her voice cuts off. Her face turns pale. She takes a step back. Igla moves half a step forward, shielding her protectively. The platform finally settles onto the ground. Orphalun forces herself to look again, more carefully this time. Her shock gradually gives way to dawning realization and fear. Chilovek, what are these? Her gaze fixes on Helena inside the sphere. Her pupils contract sharply. Chilovek leaps down from above and lands not far in front of Orphalun. She beams. Orphalun, my beloved genius. Welcome to the heart of Project Eden. She turns gracefully, spreading her arms as though presenting a masterpiece. This is the future you glimpsed 10 years ago amidst the ruins of Frankfurt. A brand new world. A world where humanity merges with higher dimensional existence. She turns back, madness gleaming in her eyes. For years, I have worked according to your vision, realizing your theories, perfecting your designs. And now, we finally reached the moment of harvest. Orphalun slowly shakes her head. She cannot tear her eyes away from the amber cells. But this isn't my vision at all. I saw an energy revolution, a sustainable future. These people. Chilovek smiles, gently, dangerously. Her voice is almost hypnotic. Dear Orphalun, you are one of the most knowledgeable people I've ever met. But sometimes possessing knowledge does not mean possessing wisdom. Her fingers tap lightly in the air, as if arranging invisible threads. Frankfurt did inspire you, but you saw only a fragment of the puzzle. You saw energy, but not the source. Creation, but not the cause. The future, but not the path leading to it. Damn. Her voice grows fervent. But none of that is your fault. You are the artist, and I, the artisan. You draw the blueprint, I bring it to life. Look at this perfect symmetry. Look at this exquisite energy network. Every sacrifice, every volunteer exists for a greater purpose. I turned sharply to Orphalun. my voice urgent and resolute.
奴の言葉に耳を貸すな。
Orphalum, don't listen to her. This isn't the energy technology. It's an evil scheme.
免疫体を使って
She intends to use an immune individual to unlock the space of nirvana.
フランクフルトの出来事は刑事なんかじゃない。
Frankfurt wasn't a
ただ
revelation.
の最悪だ。
It was a catastrophe.
エルロビグはそれを
And she wants to
再現しようとして
recreate
い
that
る。
calamity. Chiloveg turns to me, her eyes flashing dangerously.
うるさいよユージさん。台本にないセリフは言わない。
Silence, knight. You have no lines in this play. She waves her hand, and a vine lashes up from the ground towards my throat. Voimastina strikes the lightning, severing it with her blade. Chiloveg only snickers softly and turns back to Orphalum, her tone once more gentle and coaxing.
オルフェルーネ。この光景がちょっと
Orphalum,
刺激
my
が強いな。
dearest collaborator. I know this sight may be shocking,
でもこれは常識にとらわれず
but
に
this is the
探索を続けた
greatness
結
of
果
science.
科学の醍醐味じ
Breaking
ゃない？
conventions, challenging boundaries, exploring the unknown. She steps closer, fervor shining in her eyes.
今までの努力を思い出してよ。
Think of all the sacrifices you have made.
この10年
10 years
数え
of
きれないほど夜
research,
更かしして何度も
countless
何度も
sleepless
失敗を
nights,
重ねてきた。
innumerable failures and setbacks, all for this moment.
あんたは人類に変革を
Your
もたら
name
した
will be
天
etched
才と
into
して
history as the
歴史に名を
genius who
残すん
changed
だよ。
humanity. She points to a console nearby, where a conspicuous red button awaits.
あのボタンを押せばあんたの理論が実践される。
All you need to do is press that button. Your theory will be validated at last.
エネルギー革命も現実と
The
なる。
energy revolution you dreamed of will become reality.
ジラードグループは
Your
力を取り
father's
戻し
Gerard group will
一族の
rise
汚
again.
名も返上できる。
You will wash away your family's disgrace. Igla's body tenses slightly. Her gaze shifts between Chiloveg and Orphalum, her hand never leaving the hilt of her rapier. Orphalum falls silent. Her eyes grow distant, as though recalling something. She slowly approaches the central sphere, drawing closer to the imprisoned Helena.
フランクフルトで起きた爆発。あの白い空間。
Frankfurt. The explosion that day. That white space. Her voice grows softer as she mutters to herself. Chiloveg leans forward, hands clenched, eyes fervent.
そう。その白い空間が悲願ね。
Yes, that
あんたは
white
神に愛さ
space.
れた。
The very edge of nirvana. You're among the few blessed by the divine. A genius chosen by it.
その崇高なところ。
Orphalum, we are about to reopen that gate. Not by accident, but deliberately, controllably.
あとはボタンさえ押せば。
All you must do is step forward and press that button.
もう一度。
And you will see the
真理を目に
truth
することができるよ。
once more.
対症療法でしかない浄化事業と再生可能エネ
You
ルギー
truly
程度で
believe that minor purification and energy engineering could revive the Gerard group?
なんなん真理を手にすること以外
Don't be foolish,
歴史を飛躍さ
Orphalum.
せる手段は
True.
ない。
Only the truth can make them bow. Only the truth can grant you authority.
騙されないで。
She's lying to you.
シルロビグの研究所に
I've reviewed all materials in Chiloveg's laboratory concerning
言
Project
っている
Eden.
ことと全然違う。
The facts are nothing like what she claims.
オルフェルーネさん、あなたたちは騙されてる。
Miss Orphalum, don't believe her. She has deceived you all.
うるさい。部外者は黙って。
Enough, Miss Alva. This is a personal matter between us. Igla turns to face us, her expression unreadable.
計画を完遂してください、お嬢様。
Project Eden must be completed, young mistress.
でも目の前のこれ私の考えた計画じゃ。
But everything here, this was never my plan.
まさか計画を実現するた
I
めに
never imagined Project Eden would involve so many
こんな犠牲が必要だなんて。
so many sacrifices.
いいえ、紛れもなくお嬢様の計画です。
It is your plan.
すべてあなたの知識と
Every
構想から
concept,
来ています。
every design, all stem from your knowledge and proposals. How can she say that though? Because it's
チル
clearly
ドビク様
not.
は異なるアプローチを取ったに過ぎません。
Chiloveg merely interpreted it differently.
私の知識と構想。
My knowledge and proposals? Orphalun closes her eyes, as if retracing all the effort she has poured into Project Eden.
そうね。何もかも全部フランクフル
Yes,
トで見たものなん
it
だ
all
から。
came from the future I glimpsed in Frankfurt.
あなたの言う通りね。
You're right.
もっともっと世界を変えら
I
れる
must
も
find
の
a
を見
way
なき
to
ゃ。
return there, to obtain more of what can change the world. Uh-oh. Orphalun steps forward. Her gaze moves between Chiloveg, Igla, and me. Her expression is tormented. She looks at the red button. Her fingers tremble as they reach toward it, then withdraw. I see her hesitation. I know I must make one final attempt.
オルフェルーネ、君が世界を変えて自分を証明して
I know you want to change the world, to prove your worth, to restore the Gerard name.
でもこのや
But
り方
not
は間
like
違ってる。
this.
ヘレナを見ろ。
Look at Helena. She's an innocent life. The beings in these cells, twisted into elids, were once living people. You are a scientist. You understand the principles of Project Eden. When the experiment begins, the collapsed particles will indeed be absorbed, but they won't be converted into energy. They will be released in an instant into Lviv, the most densely populated area. Everyone will die from radiation. If you press that button, you will become an accomplice to the greatest massacre in history. My voice trembles with emotion as I struggle to make her understand. Orphalun, you want to be remembered, but not as a butcher. True science benefits humanity. It does not destroy life. No one wants this to happen, but my wish is about to come true. If I can access Nirvana, I can relive Frankfurt again. You keep saying you want to return to Frankfurt, but do you truly know what happened there that day? I do. When the missile struck Frankfurt, I nearly died. But because of that, I was able to approach the truth. That truth guided me. It showed me what the world's future should be. I have worked tirelessly according to what I saw, so as to realize that vision, so that everyone could live better lives. I was terrified, desperate. If not for this nirvana, as you call it, I would have never survived. Suddenly, as if seizing a lifeline, her expression brightens. That's right. I'm alive today because I saw that future. Even if the particles contaminate the city, once the future is revealed, everything can still be changed. Orphalune places her hand on the button once more.
聞いてくれ。
Orphalune, listen to me.
私もフランクフルトにいた。
The day you became a survivor, I was also in Frankfurt.
知り合いも大勢いた。
Many were
で
there
も
with
彼
me,
らは
but most of them
私た
did
ちのように運
not
が良く
share your
なかっ
fortune.
た。みんな死んで
Countless people,
私
like
た
my
ちだけが
friends,
生き残った
died. You alone survived.
だから同じ生き残りとして断言できる。
At this point, I must tell you the truth.
君の見た未来は
The
決して
future
いい
you
ものでは
claim
な
to
い。
have seen. I saw it too. And believe me, it does not bring salvation.
あれは君の認知を歪めて
It twists your perception and manipulates you against your will until you are left with lifelong regret.
ここで止めないと無数の
If you
人
do
間に
not
悲劇が
stop now,
訪れる。
even more people will be dragged into this tragedy.
それは本当に君の望んだ楽園なのか。
Believe me, this is not the Project Eden you
誰かを
envisioned.
犠牲にしなければな
The
りかねない
paradise you
ものなの
seek
か。
is one that redeems those struggling and suffering, not one that sacrifices them to satisfy a hollow desire.
そんなものはまやかしだ。
The paradise you want is not here. Orphalune's hand freezes midair. She lifts it, lowers it, and shakes her head in anguish.
ありえない。あれだけ頑張ったのに。
How can that be? This is the Project Eden that I've devoted everything to.
私を信じてくれ。
Orphalune, please trust me.
信じる。
Trust you?
でもずっと信じてきたものが
But this has been my faith all along.
もし本当なら
If even this fails, what meaning does my existence have?
なら殺戮に加担すれば
And does
生きる
becoming
意
an
味があったと
accomplice
で
to
も
a
言うのか。
cult give your existence meaning?
わかんない。もう何も。
I don't know. Orphalune withdraws her hand again. Seeing her trembling in tears, Chiloveg's patience finally snaps. That's what I thought was going to happen. A twisted, contemptuous expression overtakes her face.
やっぱそうなるか。
Yup. I knew it.
王室育ちのお嬢様に
A weak and sheltered young lady raised in comfort could never muster the courage to take the step that changes the world.
祝福を受けた者が2人もいるのに。
Two blessed ones stand
どちら
here,
もふぬけだな。
yet not one dares walk into the new world.
でも大丈夫。あんたが駐車して
Fortunately,
いる間
during your hesitation, I had enough time to back up your biometric data.
ですって。
What?
あんたも知っての通り、楽園計画で使う
That's
設備
right.
はすべてあんたの
You
生
may
体
have
情
set
報
Project Eden to activate only with your biometric authentication.
でも、あんたがここに記載する
But the moment you arrived
計
here,
画が8
the
割
project
も
was
成功
already
した部分を
80% complete.
ここにはすべての
This
設備
place
が揃う
contains the full set of backup
あとは
facilities needed to
あんたの
initiate
生体
Project
情
Eden.
報があれば条件
With your
クリア
biometric data, its activation is guaranteed.
本当はあんたが自分の意思で押した方がいいんだけど
It would be more complete if a blessed one pressed the button herself, but oh well.
私をここに連れてきたのは
So, you deliberately brought me here,
イグラ
Igla?
申し訳ございませんお嬢様不安要素は
Forgive
全て
me,
排除
young
せねばなら
mistress.
ないので
This is merely to prevent unforeseen accidents. The Chiloveg doesn't even need her anymore, so
全ては楽園計画が滞りなく実行されるため
Project Eden must proceed
ジラードグループには
because
あなたに
you no longer have a place within the Gerard group.
どういう意味
What do you mean, no place?
できればこのことをお知らせしたくはなかったのですが
I am sorry, young mistress. I had not intended to tell you.
先ほどオリク様が保身のためにロリ
Just
にあ
now,
なたを売りました
Mr. Oleg sold you out to the Urn in exchange for his own safety. He divulged everything. Your plan, your project.
お父様が
father? She's not going to tell her about his death, huh?
やっぱり
He really...
はい
Yes.
楽園計画が失敗すれば
If Project Eden does not succeed, you will die.
ですが計画を通して
But if it launches and the world witnesses its greatness, you will become the most outstanding scientist alive.
そうなればジラード
You
グ
will
ル
no
ープに
longer
頼って生き
depend
る
on the
必要はな
drug.
く
As an
自力で栄養
independent
を享受できる
scientist, you will earn global acclaim.
ジラードグループが潰れても
Even if the
楽園
drug
計画を
falls,
実現したお嬢様は
once you prove Project
ドーン
Eden's
社を受けられ
success,
るでしょう
you can obtain immunity within the Ark. Igla looks at Orphalone. This is the first time she has defied her. But Igla's expression has never been firmer.
あなたが生き残れるなら私は全てを犠牲にするつもりです
That's right. I will sacrifice anything for you to live on,
それがたとえリビウだとしても
even the entirety of Lviv.
でも
But... Igla no longer looks at Orphalone. Instead, she turns towards Chiloveg.
ジルロビグ様始めてください
Chiloveg, begin.
撃て
Stop her.
もう止められないよ
No one can stop this experiment. Chiloveg suddenly presses another button at her side. The entire laboratory begins to tremble. The ember cells around us start to crack. The half-human beings within liquefy, instantly instantly into viscous, glowing flesh and surge through the conduits towards the central sphere. Helena convulses in agony within the sphere. Her eyes snap open, filled with terror and pain. The energy field surrounding the sphere fluctuates violently as it flashes with ominous light. Chiloveg's voice rings out over the thunderous roar of machinery, brimming with mad triumph.
悲願の開かれ真理の光が世を照らす
The gateway to Nirvana is about to open. The light of truth will shine upon the world, and you shall witness the dawn of a new era. Colvin cries her name and tries to rush forward, but the ground splits open. Twisted elids crawl out, blocking her path. They take many forms. Some still remain humanoid features. Others have fully mutated into plant-like monstrosities, all emit an ominous glow. Fukai, Groza, Michiti, stop that mass from converging at the center. Alba, find a way to disrupt the sphere's energy field. Boy Mustina, with me. Clear out these elids.
了解
Leave it to me. Roger. The elids roar and surge forward. Battle erupts in an instant. Chiloveg stands beside the console, laughing wildly, her arms raised high as if conducting a dreadful symphony. Too late, too late. No one can halt the wheel of fate. Struggle as you wish. You're merely adding a touch of drama to this grand performance. Chiloveg.
続けて
Commander, you're too close to those vines. Be careful. Don't worry about me. Just find a way to save Helena. If she gets dragged into Nirvana, everything we've done will be for nothing. All right, got it. No special entities here. Okay then. They just have to eliminate all the enemies. They're waiting for them to spawn.
逃げられるさっさと倒れたらどうだ
Boom. I don't know if Orphalone is gonna make it out alive.
交代するのも今のうちよ
Chiloveg is getting everything she wants. And it's terrible that whatchamacallit's helping her still. Oh no. Oh. I wanted to say Orleg. That's the father. Door ajar, but not him. When the door cracks open, you will see the truth of the world. Adults filled with expectation, children screaming soundlessly, and nutrients dissolving into blood. It all happens too fast, so fast that although I want to stop it, I can only stand there and watch as everything unfolds. The liquid in the pipes running in from every direction begins to surge, racing to funnel the amber nutrients into the floral pod that encases Helena. In mere seconds, the pod swells from a human-sized translucent sphere to a colossal bud filling half the laboratory. The spills slowly unfurl, luminous veins lighting up along the plant structure as the girl within is lifted into the air. Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. Yo. I was not expecting this. So good. That was epic. My body sways. For a moment, I nearly collapsed from the vertigo in my mind. A wave of acid rises in my stomach, nausea overwhelming me. I force myself to breathe, to steady myself. My consciousness was somehow displaced. That instant, I'm certain it was only an instant, felt like an eternity. I clearly remember what I saw, or so I thought. But when I try to recall it, pain lances through my temples and nothing comes to mind. No, I do remember. At the end of that grotesque illusion was a familiar sight. It was her. Is that why I was able to break free? The laboratory ceiling is pierced through by the plant, revealing a blood-red sky. Through the shattered dome, I see that the once clean and orderly streets outside have already been overtaken by wildly rampaging, rapidly growing vegetation. Countless vines burst from the earth, their branches extending at terrifying speed, greedily claiming every inch of land they can reach. Then new shoots sprout from those branches, and the tips bloom countless buds that unfold into blue flowers. Oh man. That actually reminds me of freaking Railgun. collapse epitheliums. The one where like Accelerator was the main focus. That series of it. No. Though strikingly similar, it was not the same, but something else. Deceptively alike. Commander. Groza steadies my shoulder. Only then do I realize that my body has been trembling non-stop since moments ago. My hand grips the gun so tightly that the pattern on its handle has been engraved onto my palm. Find a way to stop those vines from spreading. The dolls respond to my order immediately and open fire at the roots of the vines snaking outward. But bullets are no match for the plant's growth. For every vine severed, more surge forward, spilling outward in all directions. Climb to the platform up there. Commander. A vine slithers behind me from before I even notice. Boy Mustina dives, tackling me aside, and raises her weapon and blasts it apart in one swift motion. Commander, if this continues, all of Lviv will be affected. I need to find a way to shut down the facility's power. Could you send Group 2 to assist me? Sure. 404. Go give Alva a hand. But Commander, you... Stop the experiment first. Otherwise, we all die. Understood. Alva withdraws with 404. The dolls cover our retreat upward, providing heavy suppressive fire as we climb, allowing us to reach the upper levels safely. Above us stands Igla, with a bewildered Orphalone at her side. The grotesque image of Nirvana is reflected in the Orphalone's eyes, the only color upon her pale face. Yep. This isn't what I saw in Frankfurt. Of course not. Because the Frankfurt incident itself was a mistake. No. No. That's not it. The future I saw was a world without radiation, without elids, without suffering or scars. A world where everything was healed. Why? Why is this completely different from back then? I worked for 10 whole years for this. How could it just be a mistake? Orphalone, it's time you face the truth. You've been thoroughly used by Chilove. No. I don't believe it. I can still... Right. She goes to scold her. Okay. Chilove, look at what you've done. Transfer the lab's authority to me. I'm a genius. I can fix this, just like 10 years ago. With my intelligence, I can restore the world to what it was. Nobody answers. I look up at Chilove, only to find her gazing in rapture at the hellish tableau, before her. That exaggerated, nauseating smile once again on her face. Look at it. What a magnificent, sublime sight. The space of Nirvana, encompassing all matter, all thought, all knowledge, all dimensions. What is the essence of time? Where does life originate? How is consciousness born? Where does the edge of the universe lie? When I step into Nirvana, the answers to all these mysteries will unfold before me. I wonder how the scientists of future generations will describe me. The great, everyday, rigorous, influential, groundbreaking, rational, devoted, revolutionary, contemplative, and analytical, visionary, critical, diligent, composed, fearlessly professional scientist, Dr. Chiloveg. How does that sound? And I just realized, I don't need to speculate about how history will judge me. Whether in 50 years, 100, 200, I can simply wait and hear those praises for myself. After all, I have already cast off the shackles of time. I am free. Oh, I can hardly wait for that day. I wonder if entering Nirvana will give me a glimpse of that future in advance. Chiloveg, hurry! It's almost too late. I have to restore everything before this tragedy grows worse. Hearing her name, Chiloveg shades her eyes theatrically and looks around. Did someone just call me? Chiloveg, this isn't the space from Nirvana that I saw. Transfer authority to me. I'm going to undo this mistake. Oh, sweet little Orphe. What was that you said? Undo a mistake. But where exactly is the mistake? Reaching Nirvana shouldn't demand so many sacrifices. And what I saw in there wasn't like this at all. Little Orphe, don't you understand yet? Everything in this world demands a price, far greater than you can imagine. Chiloveg leaps down from the platform, approaching Orphelin step by step. She stops directly before her. What you saw in Nirvana doesn't matter. What you gained was never truly yours. It was an unrealizable fantasy. You are talentless, merely a lucky recipient of its blessing. The one meant to behold truth is a genius like me. But I always thought you were just being ruthless and unscrupulous for my sake, for the future we envisioned. You knew that vision could never be realized, and yet you still wanted to sacrifice all Lviv? You're insane. No, not only insane. You tried to make me your accomplice. Well, you were the lucky one chosen by Nirvana, weren't you? A pity it chose a fool like you 10 years ago. I had to spend years helping you break through your research bottlenecks. If it had chosen me, Lviv would have turned to ash 5 years ago. Still, I must thank you, you talentless idiot. You followed my line of thinking perfectly in your experiments. Had it been some other moderately gifted scientist, my plan might not have gone so smoothly. Have you heard the saying? Knowledge is like a knife. In a doctor's hand it heals. In a butcher's hand it kills. And the fool like you, who wields truth without any reverence for science, is perfect to serve as the butcher who slices the world open. Isn't that convenient? After this, the Urk will surely need you. Your physiological data and everything inside your brain. If you live that long, that is. Yeah, I don't know how Igla didn't see this coming. You filthy liar! Before any of us can react, Igla seizes Chiloveg by the collar and slams her to the ground. Her body lands in a grotesquely twisted posture, bones snapping crisply. Yo. Igla is no longer the picture of grace that she once was. With her cold mechanical hands, she clamps down on Chiloveg's throat and rains punch after punch upon that detestable face. Oh man, I wish we could see this. Though Chiloveg's features contort in agony, her lips twist into a grotesque, lopsided grin. You know it's pointless, so why bother with the pretense? After all, it's not like you give a damn about other people's lives. You're far more concerned about your precious young mistress discovering all the... Shut up! With a sharp crack, the connection between Chiloveg's head and body seems to give way. But Igla doesn't stop. She continues hammering the corpse until its face becomes an unrecognizable mass. Beside them, Orphalun's mouth hangs open. She seems about to scream, but no sound comes out. Damn, that quick, huh? Dirty things. You've been doing for me. Behind her back. A newly regenerated Chiloveg steps from the hatch, barely finishing a few words before collapsing into blood once more. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Igla drops her emptied pistol and draws another, firing towards the platform again and again. Enough. Enough. You liars. Liars. Everyone is lying to me. Father, Chiloveg, Igla. You're all liars. Young mistress, please listen. I did all this for me, right? I'm sick of hearing that excuse. All this for your own good. It's just to make me obedient, to turn me into the face of the Jar Group. A tool to realize your ambitions. A puppet to be manipulated. That's exactly what I said before. Do you really think I'm totally oblivious? I'm perfectly aware that I have no extraordinary talent. I used to sleep through math class. How could I suddenly become a scientific prodigy overnight? When I asked Father what happened, he only rejoiced and had the media package me as a genius girl to polish the group's reputation. When I confided in Igla, she told me not to waste time on trivial matters, to focus on research. And she would handle everything else. And when I met you, Chiloveg, I thought I had finally found someone who understood me. I told you about my bottlenecks, even about wanting to give up. You told me I was the smartest genius you had ever met, that I was the hope to change the world. It was you, all of you. Every time I doubted myself, you encouraged me not to give up, hardened my resolve to continue. You took my hand, placed that knife into it, and coaxed me onto the stage you had prepared. But did any of you ever ask what I truly wanted? What I wanted was just an ordinary life, family and friends by my side, to be treated sincerely. I never
本当は天才なんかに
I never wanted to be some kind of genius.
なりたくなかった。散々その肩書きで
Didn't
いい思
want to
い
be
し
a
てきたく
genius.
せに。
But you seemed quite happy basking in that halo, didn't you?
虫が良すぎない。
It's too late to say that now.
さ、わがままを言う
Enough with the spoiled princess
頭を上
tantrum.
げて、本当
Now
の
pull
天才
yourself
が誕
together
生す
and
る
watch
瞬
how
間
a
を
true
見ててよ。
genius is born. Yet another Chiloveg steps from the hatch, as if there's no end to how many times she can do this. Igla lowers her gun in despair. Seeing her surrender, Chiloveg shrugs and turns to leave. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she pauses mid-step.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, right.
あんたにはいろいろ助けられたから、雑な扱い方はしたく
You
ない
helped me quite a bit, so I should thank you.
さっきのが痛くてイライラしちゃってるんだよね。
But you hurt me just now, so there has to be some payback.
表明にはあとブージャムが1体必要なんだけど。
We're short one Boojum as a medium for consciousness resonance. You'll be the stand-in.
じゃあね、イグラ。
Once you've served your purpose, feel free to die. Uh-oh. And I heard her say Igla. So, Okay. Faithful sacrifice. The moment she became a sacrifice, she could not complete her mission. Damn. Once you've served your purpose, feel free to die. Oh. Yeah. Damn. The instant Chiloveg reaches out her hand, Igla's body suddenly begins to convulse violently. She drops to her knees in agony, barely managing to prop herself up with one hand. On her back, something seems to tear through her unusually immaculate clothes. Two blood-soaked skeletal frames pierce through the third-gen doll's synthetic skin and extend outward. I can almost hear the frenzied sound of bones growing. Damn. That is crazy how that looks. A third-gen doll can do something like this? The traces of Boojum cell fusion we found in sextants before. Could this be? Oh wow, yeah. There's no time to think it through. Igla's body rapidly swells, elongates, and contorts, transforming into the massive monstrosity before me. She stretches the bloody and bony wings on her back and lets out a shrill, anguished screech. Going into Parasite Eve territory. And then some. The mutated Igla seems to be consciously struggling to control her movements, but under the grip of the transformation, all effort is futile. Her enormous body beats its wings and launches indiscriminate attacks in every direction. Caught off guard, the dolls and I are swept off our feet by the gale from her wings. Groza and Kolfin drag me back, but the first to be caught in the shockwave is Orphanhood, who stands frozen, staring blankly at everything unfolding. Voimacina charges towards Igla just before a massive wing scythes down over Orphanhood's head. She seizes the tip of its bony spur with her brute strength, But even with all her full power, she can only barely hold it in place. The blade-like wing descends inch by inch. Voimacina's body sinks lower and lower, her frame beginning to emit the ominous creak of imminent structural failure. Seizing the opportunity, I rush Orphalon to safety under Groza and Kofin's covering fire. With a metallic clang, the gleaming bone spur slams down like a guillotine onto a spot where Orphalon stood moments ago, nearly piercing straight through the platform. Why did you save me? You should have just let me die. Even if you die here, it won't solve anything. Stay alive first. We'll figure out the rest afterward. But you saw it too. I can't do anything at all. If it weren't for me. I know you're blaming yourself. But you didn't press that button in the end. What's happening now can't be entirely laid at your feet. But the collapsed particles had been collected long ago. That Naito had already devised everything according to her own plan. I don't know why she was so determined to make you press the button. But you are not the executioner. If you don't want to cause even more trouble, stay close to me. Alva, what's your situation? Can you hack into the internal system here? We're connected. 404 is working on cracking it. How long? 5 minutes. Understood. Voimacina, draw her fire head on. Understood. Groza, with me. We'll harass her from the flanks. Kolfin, keep Orphalon safe and provide support. Commencing operation. I'm counting on all of you. Here we go. Oh, nope. Okay. I thought we'd be fighting Igla. Or whatever they're gonna call her now. Also, we're getting I think we're getting close to the end, so Orphalon is still safe for now. I'm not sure how they're going to like what they're going to do with Orphalon's fate, because even if she does survive, it's true, her life is still just in danger. The Ernk is going to be after her. This incident is still going to get traced back to her because of Project Eden. She may have to go into the protection of Nanfa, but we know there's people in there. It's not safe for her either, kinda. Alva, are you done yet? We can't hold on much longer. Almost. We've broken through the first layer of encryption. Just a bit longer and... Wait, Alva. This data seems to be connected to something strange. What? Let me see. Wait, these data streams are... No wonder she issued the highest level alert. Commander, you need to... Is Helena still in there somewhere? That doesn't sound good.
Alva? Alva?
Hello? Respond. I lose contact with Alba and all the members who went to support her. I try desperately to re-establish the connection, but only static echoes in my headset. Groza, is it a signal problem? If it were, internal comms wouldn't work either. And Alba mentioned data streams. I'm guessing they were hit by a massive surge of data of unknown origin. On the front line, Voimistina bears the full brunt of the assault alone. Igla's body may be enormous, but her movements are far more agile than expected. Even with Voimistina's reflexes and movements pushed to their limits, she cannot fully withstand the wide-range attacks. If we can't decisively defeat Igla here, escalating too high yield attacks will only enrage her further. We only have 3 combat units on hand. There's no advantage to be gained. But we absolutely cannot afford to drag this out any longer. I have no idea what happened on Alpha's end. I need to find out as soon as possible. Voimistina, how long can you hold? I only have 2 mags left. But I still have this frame. Groza, Colvin, stay and support Voimistina. I'm going to check on Alba. Wait, I'm coming with you. Even if it was all lies, Chilovek still told me many things. There must be something I can help with. We don't know what's happening. There could still be enemies left. It's dangerous. I've been in contact with Nirvana before. Maybe I'll know how to stop this. At least, let me try. Let the fact that you saved me mean something. Fine. I'll take you. Groza, try to get Monsoon here for support. No need. I can hold out until you return. Voimistina's voice cuts in suddenly. Though the battle is at a deadlock, her tone remains as calm as ever, carrying unquestionable confidence. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, I find myself trusting her completely. I cannot imagine Voimistina falling. All right. Groza, have Monsoon prepare for evacuation, but stay ready to reinforce at any moment. Understood. Orphanum, stay close to me. We'll find a way to stop Chilovek. Together. Damn. The situation is terrible right now. Prophet 3. Just as the Blessed One has received a chance to peer into the inner workings of fate, so must she shoulder the corresponding sin of doing so. Okay. Flashback. Miss Fucked, I think that is. Miss Fucked. I failed my math exam again today. It's all right, young mistress. The questions must have been too difficult. Please don't take it to heart. I know that. But what am I supposed to tell Father when I see him this weekend? Oh, right, Miss Falk. Will Father come to see me? Mr. Ole said he has to attend a banquet this weekend. So he likely won't be able to visit you, young mistress. Even though I do hope Father could come, I think it would be better if he waits until my history results come out next time. That way, he might be a little happier, instead of always looking angry when he sees me. All right, young mistress. It's time to get ready for bed. We need to hurry. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening alarm tears through the entire city. An emergency broadcast follows. Attention all residents. This is an air raid siren. The rebel leader has formally declared war. Enemy aircraft are approaching Frankfurt airspace. All citizens must proceed immediately to the nearest air raid shelter or underground refuge. Repeat. An air raid siren? Isn't this just like those fire drills at school? Those are so annoying. They go on for hours. The broadcast continues. The housekeeper has no time to explain to Orphalune. She hastily grabs a coat and drapes it over Orphalune's shoulders, then helps her into her shoes. Young mistress, we have to leave. Leave? But it's so late. Where are we going? I'm supposed to meet my classmates for crepes tomorrow morning. The new shop on the street corner. You know the one, Miss Fogg. Doesn't matter where we go, as long as we leave Frankfurt. Young mistress, pack what you need. Keep it light. I'll bring the car around. 5 minutes later, Orphalune is sitting in the back seat. In her arms is a somewhat worn rabbit plush. Miss Fogg, can I come back later to get my things? I didn't have time to pack my favorite models and dolls. Father gave them to me for my birthday last year. They're apparently all limited editions. There's no time for that. Fasten your seatbelt, young mistress. I need to get you out of the city as quickly as possible. The housekeeper presses down on the accelerator. The roads out of the villa district are desolate, but once they reach the main road, traffic quickly grinds to a standstill. Horns blare all around. What's going on there, up there? Move already. Damn it! Why does it have to break down now? If you block the road, we're all going to die. Please, let me in. Please. Miss Fogg, shouldn't we give that person a ride? There's space in the car. No. At times like this, there will be people who take advantage of the chaos to rob others. Your safety comes first, no matter what, young mistress. Sit tight. I'm going to... Well, the last thing Orphalune sees is a vast bloom of fire swallowing the earth. Then all sound and color vanish completely from her world. A boundless white. Not light, not snow, not a sea of clouds. It is nothingness. The white room. The girl walks forward. She searches for an exit, but there is no direction here, no space, no sense of weight. Where am I? Yup. Miss Fogg? Hello? Is anyone here? Orphalune begins to run. Though she feels no fatigue, an inexplicable fear wells up in her heart. So, I'm already dead? Father, I don't want to die. I haven't even tried those delicious crepes yet. She reaches out, trying to grasp something. Interesting. Perhaps a god hears her plea, or perhaps some supreme existence decides to bestow mercy. A collapsed crystal. When Orphalune opens her hand, she finds a seed resting in her palm. Oh, okay. The seed takes root and sprouts, extending vines and leaves. Along those stretching tendrils, she sees a city. That's really nice, though. Green pulses throb through a jungle of steel. Neon lights intertwine with tree branches, not three. Like colored stars scattered across emerald fields. The haze before her, whether lamplight or moonlight, reflects off buildings that seem to breathe with photosynthesis. Transparent conduits carry flowing liquid, delivering nourishment to the city. Interesting. They're actually describing what she saw and then what Chilove created. Then the world unfolds before her. Helena! That's Helena's voice. Hey, want to play together? Who are you? I don't have a name yet. But you can think of me as a human who lives here. I've stayed here for far too long. So, I want a playmate. Will you stay and play with me? Stay? But what is this place? How should I explain? It's probably something like heaven? What? I don't want to stay in heaven. Miss Fox said heaven is where dead people go. I mean, the girl lets out a soft giggle. Orphalune doesn't understand what's so funny, but she straightens her back, unwilling to be looked down upon. And father is still waiting for me to come home. I don't want to keep him waiting too long. Don't worry about that. Time doesn't seem to flow here. When we've played enough, I'll send you home, okay? Then... Can you take me to eat crepes? You don't know what crepes are? They're a dessert topped with cream and... The girl shakes her head in confusion. You've been granted the chance to enter here, the chance to touch truth. And all you want is crepes? I don't know why, that's just funnier than it should be, but yeah. Unlimited knowledge. Nah, I want something to eat. Orphalune tilts her head, thinking for a moment. Then can you make me pass my math exam? Yep. That way when I see father next time, I won't make him angry again. Alright. If that's important to you, I promise I'll do that.
全ての基本。
Math is a kind of fundamental rule, isn't it?
これからはもう
When you go
点
back,
数の心配
you'll never
し
have
な
to
く
worry
ていい。
about your math grades again. Hey! The girl smiles meaningfully, as if amused.
数学が分かったら
If you master mathematics,
ここに戻って
perhaps one
く
day you
る。
can return here,
その時は
and
ま
then
た遊ぼう。
we'll play together again. So that's what happened that day. After some unknown length of time, unfamiliar voices sound near her ears. This one's still alive. Get the door off. All right, I'm on it. Don't worry, we've got you.
ミサイルが直撃したのに生き残るとは。
It's a miracle. That area took a direct missile hit. Everyone else died.
同乗していた運転手含め、あの場にいた人間は全滅した。
The driver in her car didn't make it either.
この子だけ。
She's the only one.
奇跡としか言いようがない。
What incredible luck.
ここは
Where am I?
さっきまで綺麗な
It
場
was
所にいたのに
that beautiful world
夢
just a dream?
なんだかすごく時間が経った気がする。
It feels like such a long time has passed.
オルタ、
Right, Miss Fox?
お父様。
Father?
またオルフェルーネが1位か。
First place goes to Orphaloon again.
ほぼ満点。
An almost perfect score. She doesn't even give the rest of us a chance. At this rate, I can kiss my special uni admission place goodbye.
もう何もかもめちゃくちゃだよ。
Seriously, why is it always like this? So annoying.
あれあんたオルフェルーネと仲良くなかったっけ？
Hey, I thought you were friends with Orphaloon. So why?
誰があんなお高く泊まってるお嬢様と。
Who'd want to be friends with that stuck-up princess?
もうすっかり学校の代表面してやがる。
She hogs all the spotlight at school.
引き立て役にしかなら
Standing
ねえよ。
next to her just makes me a prop.
そうね。住んでる世
I
界
know,
も
right?
違うし。
She's from a completely different world anyway. Being friends with her is just humiliating ourselves.
何よ。
Like I care.
友達なんか私には。
I don't need any friends.
私はただ
As long as
あ
I'm
ればいい。
outstanding enough.
お父様、ホプキンズ大学に飛び入学しました。
Father, I've been admitted to the Hopkins University Youth Program.
そうか、よくやった。
Is that so? Well done.
さすが私の娘。
As expected of my daughter.
一緒にお祝いしてくれませんか？
Can we go out and celebrate? There's so many places I want to go with you. The theater, the racetrack, the amusement park.
私は忙しいんだ。子供の遊びに付き合
I'm
う
very
時間は
busy.
ない。
I don't have time for childish amusements.
入学式なら出席してもいい。
But on the day you enroll, I can attend your opening ceremony.
本当ですか？
Really?
ありがとうございます。
That's wonderful. Thank you, Father.
そうだな。
Hmm.
その時はいくつかのメディアを呼んで
We'll arrange some
取材して
media
もらう
outlets there for stage
記事
interviews.
のタイトル
Then release a press draft. The headline can be... Damn, even from back then.
ジラードグループの若き新
The rising star of the Girard Group.
私の娘が若く
My
してホプ
genius
キンズ
daughter
大学
getting
に
into
入
Hopkins
学できた
University
という
will surely attract industry
業
attention.
界で話題。そういえば、専攻
By the
分
way,
野は決ま
Orphan,
ったか？
have you chosen your research direction?
志望は
Of course. I want to...
ジラードグループのメインはバイオテクノロジー。
You should go with the
ならば
group's
お前も
largest
その
business
道に進
division,
むべきだ。
biotechnology. After you graduate, you can join a laboratory under the Gerard Group, master the core technologies, and all gain greater influence within the board. But I... Orphalune, you are my daughter. Do not disappoint me. All right. I won't disappoint you, father.
どうして植物学なんてマイナーな分野を選んだんだい？君ほどのポテンシャルがあれば、
Orphalune, why choose plant science? It's such a niche branch. With your performance, any popular discipline would guarantee you a brilliant future. Because plants are fascinating. And maybe it won't stay a niche field anymore, now that I'm in it. With my brilliance, I'll surely lead this discipline to glory. Very well. Since you've decided, I'll respect your choice. When you become a world-renowned scientist one day, don't forget your teacher. Of course not. Watching her mentor depart, Orphalune murmurs softly to herself. Why plant science? Because I want to recreate that perfect green world. A utopia without radiation, without war, only peace and prosperity. If I can achieve that, I'll earn everyone's recognition. And then I'll have everything. Miss Orphalune, you detected electrical discharge in the embryo within culture dish E03989334. It means your experiment has made a breakthrough. Wonderful. That's the young mistress for you. Only a genius could conceive such an innovative experimental design and methodology. I told you long ago, as long as you follow my instructions, success is guaranteed. Just wait and see how you flourish under my leadership. Miss Orphalune, apologies for the interruption. A Miss Chiloveg says she has an appointment with you. Are you available to meet her? Oh, right. The scientist who read my published paper and said its perspective was novel. I'm in a good mood today. I'll graciously grant her an audience. Chiloveg, could you repeat the principle behind that experiment? You said that to realize my concept, the fusion requires... what exactly? Will this pose any danger? It's gene editing technology. I'm using the internationally certified CRISPR system, so there's no need to worry about safety. We can extract the segment from specimen plant E3 98934. Introduce a gene sequence I've edited, then graft it back. That way, it will absorb radiation normally and release energy when it blooms. Isn't that marvelous? Chiloveg smiles patiently, like a kindergarten teacher guiding a child. I understand. But... my dear young lady, what are you worrying about now? If you hesitate any longer, we won't finish preparations before the Gerard Group's next quarterly financial report is released. But gene editing experiments carry high risks. If something goes wrong, I'm worried.
誰の心配してんの？お父さん？
Worried about causing trouble for us? Or worried about your father?
いや、
I...
大丈夫だって。何か問題が起きても、あんたの頭脳にかかれば簡単でしょ？
Relax. With that genius brain of yours, you'll surely resolve them smoothly, even if problems arise.
当然よ。
Of course I know that.
大学の先生から。
But my mentor once told me that science has no stance. So often, it falls to us as scientists to determine the direction it takes. That's the same thing Commander said. So she already knew. This experiment concerns the future of Lviv. I want to be cautious. But an unexpectedly old-fashioned sentiment, my dear Orphe. As a scientist, if you cling too tightly to principles, one day you'll be trapped by them. Chiloveg, I know you've helped me a great deal and understand far more than I do. But on this point, I must insist. All right. Then how do you propose we proceed? I want every procedure in this project to be compiled using code I designate. And every process during the experiment must be initiated with my biometric information. If I detect any issue, the experiment can be terminated immediately. Chiloveg. Is that unacceptable? Fine, fine. We'll do as you say. Happy. I was only trying to move the plan along more quickly out of goodwill. Thank you, Chiloveg. By the way, now that the experimental plan is finalized, we should give the project a proper name. Calling it the project all the time isn't very elegant. A name. Project Eden. How's that sound? After it succeeds, everyone will live better lives. And I can return to that paradise. Project Eden. A splendid name. As expected of little Orphe. There, people live carefree lives. All are wise, flawless, and beautiful. Chiloveg's voice grows softer and softer, her last words barely above a whisper. Until someone rises and plucks the forbidden fruit from that tree. Damn. I cut down the scattered elites along the way and bring Orphalune into the depths of Chiloveg's laboratory. Alva and the 404 members who came to support her lie collapsed before the control terminal, their eyes dim and lifeless. Hey, hey! Wake up! No one responds. Orphalune stands there helplessly wanting to help, but it is obvious she knows nothing about Daltech. From the looks of it, they must have crashed from a data stream overload. What should I do? Have you been here before? No, I've only been to her other lab. The equipment there was simple, and it's much smaller in scale. But looking closely, these devices are indeed very similar. In fact, the layout here is almost an enlarged version of that one. There's no mistake. All this equipment is connected to the botanical culture dishes over there. The bioelectricity generated inside those dishes is supplying energy to Helena. In fact, this was my original experiment. Can you sever the connection between these plants and the equipment? From what Alva sent back, cutting them off should be enough to stop the experiment. Orphalune doesn't answer. As if she has noticed something, she inspects the ports for a moment, then runs deeper into the laboratory. I hurry after her. The inner depths of the lab feel like a completely different space from what I saw before. Plants and vines enclose the area in deliberate patterns. Countless strange and vividly colored species I have never seen before wrap around the entire chamber, as though obeying some unseen law. At this moment, their leaves sway rhythmically, like a heartbeat, as if responding to an invisible command. A massive experimental platform is crowded with instruments and culture vessels. From each device extends a tube, all leading towards some glowing object deeper within the lab. I follow the direction of the tubes with my eyes, but the lighting here is dim, and the thick coils of vines make it impossible to see what that object truly is. Data scroll continuously across the wall-mounted displays, like the readout of some monitoring apparatus. As Orphalune studies the lines of code like text, her face suddenly drains of color. No, that's impossible. Why? Chiloveg, why would you do this? Is entering Nirvana really worth it? What happened? Orphalune doesn't answer. She pushes aside the mass of vines and runs towards the glowing point. We step into a room woven entirely from vines. At its center stands a biological containment tank. Suspended within its translucent solution floats something the size of a fist. A living brain. That's not something I expected. It releases faint blue currents of electricity, slowly, as though transmitting data into the instruments connected to it. An indescribable sense of nausea overcomes me. Its surface is not the gray-white of human tissue, but a sticky blue-green, as though moss grows across it. The moss-like growth embeds itself between the folds. Parasitizing the brain in some unnatural way. The brain seems to writhe slowly in the liquid, yet when I focus on it, it appears motionless. Chiloveg turned her own brain into the laboratory's data processing center? So that a Naito's body is nothing more than her shell. This brain is her true form? No wonder she could never be killed. None of the Naitos I've encountered before, no matter how strong, were like Chiloveg. Yes, someone like Chiloveg isn't unique. Or rather, there are many like her in this world. They sell their souls in exchange for immortality, and willingly fall into corruption. But I think if we destroy the brain inside this tank, we can kill her for good. I draw my pistol and aim at the tank. I empty the entire magazine into the glass container. The tank doesn't shatter, it doesn't even crack. Damn it. The tank, it's glowing. A violent agony strikes as if piercing my soul. The brilliant light radiating from the brain seems to burn through my skin. The glare blinds me. I try to lift my hand, but my body no longer obeys. Are you okay? Run! Get out of here! Seeing my pain, Orphalum grabs my other arm tightly. There's nothing you can do. Just go. You saved my life. I don't intend to owe you anymore. I'm a genius. I'll find a way to save you. With great difficulty, Orphalum steps in front of me. The light inflicts the same unbearable pain upon her. Step by step, she walks into the radiance. Behind her, my pain lessens slightly, but a voice seems to echo in my ears. You must not come this way. You still have things you must accomplish. Breathing becomes harder. My vision blurs. Something contracts steadily, dragging my consciousness somewhere unknown. In my final awareness, I see Orphalum swallowed entirely by the light, vanishing into the void. The pain fades, and so does my consciousness. Uh-oh. Huh. I'm not sure if we just lost Orphalum or not. Which three? The journey of life does not come with return tickets. Oh no. I wonder if she's going to meet Helena again. This seems to be a flashback. Let's see. The brain is such a wondrous thing. The more you stimulate it, the higher its threshold becomes. Until eventually, no stimulus can provoke it at all. Just like me now. Chilveg rolls up her sleeve, showing arms covered in scars. Which is why, Dr. William, I want to experience death. William. I want to know the faint tremor carried by neurons before death. The serenity and transcendence brought by endorphins at the moment of death. And the changes that occur when brainwaves cease entirely afterward. Can you help me fulfill this wish? Chiloveg sits up from the operating table. She spreads her fingers, examines her palms, then the back of her hands. Nothing seems different. I was expecting something more interesting. From the shadows, the other person coldly hands her a pistol. Try it. Do bad things. Dr. William, you really did operate on me, didn't you? This isn't some kind of con, is it? What? Are you afraid? Afraid? Of course not. I've long heard of your great reputation and your astonishing experiments. I'm only worried I won't be able to record the sensation. After a moment of hesitation, Chiloveg's face lights with excitement. She takes the pistol. She loads around into the chamber and presses the barrel to her head. How exquisite. Persona. Through this rite of passage, I shall venture into a realm unknown to humanity. Those who have gone before all remained in the past. Only I have earned the right to return. I will carefully record this sensation. It is a domain no one has ever touched. In the near future, I will found an entirely new science. Come, sweet death. Chilovek kicks her chair lightly and turns to face the doctor. Nirvana? What is that? A place where life and death converge. There will be many things there that interest you. You are a true genius. I believe you can find your way there. Oh, heh. You know me so well. Tell me, why do you want me to go to Nirvana? If it's as wonderful as you say, why don't you... I have my own reasons. If you refuse, I can find someone else. Now, don't be angry. I'm merely curious. Do not be curious about what you cannot control. Curiosity kills the cat. Very well. So, how do I get there? I will help you find the key. But the path itself, you must discover on your own. So I need you to visit someone. Who? Someone who has been there before. At last. At last. I've done it. I've reached this convergence of life and death. After 10 whole years. What a magnificent feeling. I can sense something flowing, washing over the folds of my cerebral cortex. Chiloveg opens her eyes. The world around her suddenly distorts, twists, and loses its original shape. Then it recombines into an entirely new and strange landscape. There it is. Her senses blank out like a television without signal. After some time, new perceptions awaken. She can see the sound of springs, hear the color of the world, and reach out to touch thoughts she had never imagined. So this is Nirvana. It's so magnificent. When I leave here, I'll write 5 entire papers describing my experiences. Chiloveg walks forward. A great gate suddenly appears before her, blocking her path. What? I see. This is only the entrance. What must the world beyond look like? How thrilling. She reaches out. You have no right to enter. I'm trying to think if I know who this could be. Chiloveg turns. A girl in a long dress stands there, her gaze cold and hollow. Who are you? You do not need to know. Leave this place. Chiloveg fails to realize what stands before her. She stubbornly steps forward, closer and closer to the gate. But the distance does not shorten in the slightest. What's this nonsense? What is the meaning of this?
早く私を中に入れてよ。
Let me in.
面白いものがたく
There
さんあ
must be
る
so many exhilarating, terrifying wonders beyond the gate.
ずっと待ってたんだよ。
Hurry, I can't wait.
私は本物の
I am a true genius,
あのなんちゃって天才の世間知らずと違って
far smarter than that fool who keeps calling herself a genius.
この中にある生と死の真理を
If you let me in, I will uncover the essence of life and death and truly change this world.
何を笑ってるの
What? What's so funny?
知識とは呪い
Knowledge is a curse.
才能とは
Talent is a curse.
呪いあなたはそれすら分かっ
You don't even understand that.
あなたが見下している
You do not see as
オルフェルー
clearly
ネにすら劣
as the orphelin you despise.
なんだって
What? Huh.
そうなんじゃない
You've got to be kidding me. I've worked so long, used my brilliance to manipulate her, and finally reached this gate. My wish is within reach.
あのバカより劣っているわけが
How could I possibly be inferior to that idiot?
あなたは自分の運命を覗く
Because from the moment you tried to peer into your own
この
fate,
扉を潜るしか
you lost the right to enter this gate.
あなたのしてきたことはすべて
Everything you have done has no meaning.
資格を失ったどういう
Lost the right? What do you mean?
私はすでに永遠の命を手に入れた
I am immortal
こ
now.
の世界の誰にもでき
I
な
have
いことを
achieved
成
what
し遂げ
no
た
human in this world
当
could.
然誰よりも
I clearly have more right than anyone to enter Nirvana.
答えてよ
Hey, answer me.
あなたに永遠の命などないあなた
You are not immortal.
自分のことを
You are merely a
恨み
pitiful coward who dares not face yourself. The voice and the gate before Chiloveg vanish. She searches frantically, futilely, and eventually collapses to the ground.
そんな
How?
そんなわけ
How could this be?
私のやってきたことが
All my efforts
無意味だな
mean nothing?
バカな
Impossible. Chiloveg remains seated there. After a minute, or maybe 10 years, she finally gets to her feet.
まだだまだ終わってない
That's fine.
今回はたまたま失敗しただけ
This is only a minor setback.
私には
I have achieved immortality.
時間なんていくらで
Time no
も
longer constrains me.
まだまだ
So
ま
in
だ
the future,
まだまだまだ
I will have many, countless more chances.
そうだよこの程度の失敗を
Yes.
気にする必要なんてない
Why should a trivial setback trouble me?
そういう時はある
Even geniuses stumble. Chiloveg laughs softly and turns around. But at some point, another figure is already standing behind her.
なんであんたが
You?
どうやってここに
How did you get in here?
ここは私が見つけたんだあんたみたいな
This is the
バ
path
カな
I
いい場所じゃ
found.
ない
You infuriating fool. Get out.
この場所見える
Okay. So she managed to make it there. I've seen this place.
なんで
What?
なんでまたあんただけ
Why are you the only one who gets to see it?
なるほどそういうことだったのね
I understand now. I finally understand everything.
あなたは私から遺跡の知識を盗んでこの
You
道を
stole the
開いた
knowledge I obtained from the relics to open this path.
だから当然 私にも入る資格がある。
Of course I have the right to enter.
くだらない願いを叶えるために無数の命を奪った
You
罪を
used it to
私
fulfill
に
your
かぶ
childish
せた。
wish, and left me to bear all the bloodshed and sin.
唯一私を止めようとした人も殺そうとしている。
And now you even want to kill the only person who has ever tried to stop me. Orphalung looks at her quietly. She steps forward, forcing Chiloveg back step by step.
だから私は全てを取り返す。
So I've come to set everything right. Hunter 3. The hunter's eyes are as keen as a wolf's. Beneath Lviv, Chiloveg's laboratory has already been reduced to ruins in the fierce battle between Igla and Voimostina. Igla's wings stir up vortices, like raging storms with every flap. Voimostina weaves between them, like a ship sailing against wind and waves. She has little ammunition left, so every shot must strike the greatest threat before her. She refuses to waste a single bullet unless absolutely necessary. Voimostina, above you. At Gross's warning, Voimostina leaps upward, and grabs onto Igla's raised wing. Perhaps because she still lacks precise control over this body, the mutated third-gen doll's massive hand sweeps through the spot where Voimostina had been, grasping nothing but air. But Igla clearly senses something clinging to the edge where bone and flesh met on her wing. With a casual shake, she flings Voimostina straight into the glass wall behind her. The reinforced glass shatters under the impact of Voimostina's heavy frame. Her body and the shards fly backward together, tumbling across the laboratory floor until she slams into the wall behind, leaving a massive crater before finally stopping. Igla then lowers herself towards the shattered glass wall, searching through it for Voimostina. She did that on purpose. This is bad. Voimostina's in trouble. A gigantic hand thrust into the laboratory room. Though the lighting inside is dim and Voimostina's exact position cannot be seen, it is obvious that Igla has grown thoroughly irritated by the doll buzzing around her like a relentless bee. She intends to trap Voimostina inside the lab and eliminate her in one decisive move. Though the cramped space prevents her tendrils on her body from functioning properly, it is like sealing a bee inside a jar. After that, she only needs to capture it at her leisure. To avoid detection, Voimostina presses herself against the wall, lighting her steps as much as possible. She dodges the massive hand sweeping and grasping for prey, making her way towards the laboratory doors. The doors have no handles. The two automatic sliding panels are sealed tightly shut. Voimostina tries to pry open a gap with her fingers, but the seam offers no leverage to force them apart. Coffin, see if you can open the door from the outside. On it. Coffin vaults up 3 levels in quick succession, reaching the area outside Voimostina's room. After inspecting the door, she discovers a biometric device mounted above it. Leader, it's a biolock. Should I hack it? Gross's visual module locks onto Voimostina's location. The massive hand has already forced her into a corner, leaving her almost no room to maneuver. Voimostina could fall into Igla's grasp any second. There's no time. Use force. Got it. Voimostina, I'm planting explosives on the wall about 1.5 meters to the right of the door. Detonation in roughly 30 seconds. Can you hold? I can. The lights along the suspended gangway flicker erratically. Even as she speaks, Coffin pulls explosives from her pack and starts rigging them. In the shadows beyond the wall, Voimostina moves with agility that defies her imposing build, slipping aside once more and narrowly avoiding the searching fingers. 20 seconds. 10. 7, 6, 5, 4. Just before the explosion, a faint sound comes from beneath Voimestina's foot. Unknowingly, she has been driven back to the very crater she created earlier. A loose chunk of brick rolls underfoot, and in her cautious retreat, she steps on it. Eagle's hand suddenly stops searching. The scene erupts into chaos in an instant. Voimestina's gunfire, the explosion of the charge, and the thunderous sweep of Eagle's hand across the lab floor resound simultaneously, turning the once silent underground facility into a boiling maelstrom. Right before Eagle's fingers make contact with Voimestina's frame, the latter's assault rifle spits a burst of fire. Surprisingly enough, the bullets knock Eagle's massive fingers away. Blood splatters across the wall, staining the white surfaces with horrific crimson. A wail of pain echoes from Eagle's throat. Maddened by the injury, she thrashes wildly, tearing through the lab's corners as blood smears across the ground in long, dragging streams. Voimestina seizes the moment and slips through the breach blasted open by Colvin. Eagle is enraged. Colvin, Voimestina, we may have to confront her head on. It's fine. Reinforcements are almost here. What? But we still haven't been able to reach Monsoon. Before Voimestina can explain, Colvin's urgent shout rings out from the distance. Leader, bad news. A huge swarm of elites have been stirred up. They're charging this way. We don't have the manpower or ammunition for a frontal fight. Avoid direct engagement and focus on escape. Oh, wow. Commander, changes in the combat situation require the dispatch of specific dolls for certain battles. The designated doll has already been deployed, but you can substitute her if you have already obtained her. Huh. Okay. Story preset dolls. Gotcha. Alright, so let's see. Let's see. Ah. Okay. Groza and Colfin are mandatory. That's fine. We can leave them as are. I don't need to use my Groza and Colfin. This is fine. Actually, you know what? Let's make this even more story related. There. Go. Yep, I know. Not too bad. And we'll let them do their thing. Damn. They should be fine. Like I said, I powered up Voimestina a bit too. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Oh. Yeah, once they try to make a move, they just get bombarded. This is evacuate or eliminate. Which will come first? Well. The death from above is just too funny. The classic boom of a grenade launcher. Savage fusion. Oh. That did nothing. So they're going for evacuation. Yeah. Under Gross' covering fire, Kolfin and Voimastina break through the encirclement. The three regroup atop the platform. Even though Voimastina's ammunition is exhausted, she remains unstoppable with melee weapons and hand-to-hand combat. But the frenzied Igla is not something the three of them can handle lightly. Having lost 2 fingers to Voimastina's gunfire, Igla roars as she destroys everything around her. Brick and debris rain down in showers. With a thunderous crash, one of the columns supporting the platform is severed by Igla's vine-like tendrils. It's collapsing. Jump to the opposite platform. The three sprint at full speed. Voimastina leaps first, with Groza right behind her. But Kolfin, limited by her smaller frame, is just a fraction too slow. Oh, damn. Oh. Kolfin's fingers scrape across the platform's edge, and she plunges dozens of meters downward. Beneath her, a mass of Elig's claw upward, while vine-like tendrils carpet the ground. Voimastina, who has already reached the opposite platform safely, stops short and spins around, sprinting back towards the edge. She swiftly evades the tendrils lashing towards her, then leaps towards something flying through the air. Appropriate for the situation. There's Kolfin. Oh! Nice. Voimastina's communicator crackles with the voice of a familiar man. How is it, Voimastina? Not bad, right? Kevin. Took your sweet time, Kevin. Well, sorry. It's Nele's first time building something like this, so she wasn't exactly quick about it. Anyway, make good use of Dr. Shaw's final legacy. She looks badass like that. Voimastina secures the powered armor around herself, engaging the thrusters mounted on it. She dives rapidly downward and catches Kolfin by the arm. With a light swing, she hurls Kolfin back up onto the platform. Then, with effortless sweeps, she drives back the surging Elids and clears the obstacles before her. At the same time, Groza's communicator finally receives a response. Miss Groza, finally. Diane, where are you? It's chaos outside. We sensed something was wrong and moved to the ground fissure. Monsoon Squad has secured the evacuation route. All members are positioned above the underground laboratory, awaiting your orders. It isn't time to evacuate just yet. We're still waiting to hear back from the commander. But there's something else I need you to do. Voimastina, how can we best assist you? Voimastina activates the scanner on her powered armor. It synchronizes perfectly with the Wolf's Eye system within her frame, pushing it to maximum output. This is the invention of Samantha Shaw, the creator of Task Force Defied. Through the Wolf Eye system, Voimastina clearly sees every vein and blood vessel coursing through Igla's massive body of flesh. She sees bodily fluids flowing quietly within, and beneath the enormous outer shell, she sees the true form hidden inside. Her true form is there. So Igla's actually still alive somewhere in there. Okay. I'll get close and kill the one inside. You just need to destroy her visual system. Can you do it?
もちろん
Of course.
コルフェ
Coffin, Monsoon Squad.
イグラの資格を
Our objective is to disable the enemy's visual system and cover Voy Mestina's approach.
作戦開始
Commencing operation. Oh, yeah. Yo. So they're all mandatory. Actually, let me swap out. Where's my foot? There she is. Okay. Let's remove Plukai. And I can't remember if my Fae is... yeah, no. My Fae's a little bit stronger. I gotta work on her some more, though. And I don't have Dion, so... that's just gonna be like that. Alright. I think this is the final showdown. Damn. All the units, proceed along Route A. Understood. Let's begin. I'll get rid of everything in your way, Commander. Gone. Okay. I just wanted to get a look at her. It's like, jeez. You can't even, yeah, you can't even zoom out and see the entirety of her. She's so massive. All right. This track is nice too for this battle. I forgot what Dion does, but I know she has a lot of movement. Huh. Wait. They completed the objective that quickly. Are these collapse crystals? I can't believe there are actually collapse crystals in the white zone. They're here too. Will the commander be alright? I'll think of a way to destroy them. Igla. I wish you would actually make that noise though. All units, be advised. Large amounts of collapse crystals have appeared nearby. It's very likely they'll have a negative influence on the region. There are things on the move too. Be careful, everyone. Survive another 3 turns. Okay. I think they'll be fine. Yeah. They've got this. I forgot how much range that has. Phase attack. The environmental change is nice. Oh no. The pile bunker. It said no damage though. Yeah, you really do just have to survive. I don't even think destroying the crystals is gonna do anything. Oh wow. What's that? I think Dion's about to die. The marionette dolls. It doesn't say how many have to survive. So perhaps if Void Mestina is still alive, it should be okay. Yeah, she's just flailing about. Ha! Oh, another one grew. Void Mestina, up ahead. Okay. That was, yeah. Igla's true body is dragged out from the monstrous shell by Void Mestina and flung to the ground. The blood-soaked frame of the third-gen dog crashes violently onto the already ruined floor, sending up clouds of crimson dust mingled with debris. Igla's mind seems to clear with the brutal impact. So she's still alive.
15.
She struggles to rise as if determined to fight Void Mestina one last time.
お前の負けだ。
You've lost.
いや、まだ。
Not yet.
私は。
A bullet from nowhere pierces straight through Igla's core, and she falls backward. Her scattered hair drifts like thin morning mist, dissolving into the dawn over Lviv. Who did that? All units, stay alert. As everyone scans their surroundings warily, a drone of unknown affiliation suddenly approaches. The dolls raise their weapons in unison, aiming at the incoming machine. After a tense standoff, it does not open fire. Instead, it hovers in midair and extends the grappling claw beneath its fuselage. The claw hooks onto Igla's frame. Then it ascends rapidly, vanishing from sight. Probably Zimmerman, Chet Favin. Do we pursue? The commander and the others are still inside. The situation may be dire. We move deeper into the laboratory and prioritize rescuing the commander. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Her eyes snap open. It feels as though she has just awakened from a long and terrible dream. In that dream, someone tries to lock her away and subject her to some kind of experiment she cannot understand. The laboratory in the dream is deep and cold. A woman named Chiloveg stands there laughing madly. But she forces herself awake. As long as she wakes up, that dreadful dream will not become reality.
Sensei.
Teacher.
Sensei?
Teacher?
Mata odekake?
Did you go out again?
Sensei ga inai to.
It's so boring being alone without you here. She stares blankly at the complicated writing on the whiteboard. Teacher has already told her this is knowledge, part of the structure of the world itself. Teacher says that once she masters this knowledge, she will truly be able to leave this place. But now, she just can't bring herself to care. She searches every room, but teacher is nowhere to be found. Although she has been told not to wander off, curiosity gets the better of her. She wants to go outside and look. Without realizing it, she walks out of the manor and arrives somewhere unfamiliar. Oh, it's teacher's laboratory. She reaches out and touches the green field before her. To her surprise, as her hand moves, the surrounding plants begin to sway as if commanded. Vines become musical staves, and green leaves turn into dancing notes upon them. She waves her fingers and savors a long-lost sense of freedom. Like a fairy, she darts through the green expanse. There is no wind here, no light, no sound. She runs for a very, very long time, yet never feels tired. Only when her vision blurs into a vast white emptiness she realizes she has reached the edge of this place. To her surprise, a small girl stands there, looking lost. She has never seen anyone here besides teacher. But she possesses knowledge. She immediately comes to the realization that this little girl must be human, just like teacher. So she tries to speak. Hey, want to play together? Oh, we're seeing things from Helena's perspective now. Who are you? I don't have a name yet. But you can think of me as a human who lives here. I've stayed here for far too long. So, I want a playmate. Will you stay and play with me? So the world you live in doesn't even have creeps? No, but I've read about them in books teacher gave me.
見たことあるだけなんて。
You've only read about
かわい
them?
そう。
That's really sad.
いっそうちに来てよ。いろんなクレープを食べさせてあげ
Then
る
why
か
don't you
ら。
come to my house? I can treat you to crepes in all kinds of flavors. What the girl just said seems to have suddenly reminded her of something. She leaps to her feet.
あ、もう帰らないと。
Oh, I have to go back.
先生に怒られる。
I'll get scolded if I make teacher wait too long.
私、楽しかった。
I had so much
約束
fun.
通り。
But now it's time to keep my promise and send you back.
本当にうちに来なくていいの？
You really won't consider coming to my house?
クレープすらない世界なのに。
This is a world without even crepes.
ダメ。
I can't. Her expression suddenly turned serious, startling the little orphan.
私がここを出たら、お前帰れない。
If I leave this place, I won't be able to send you home.
あの夢みたいに。
Just like in that dream.
お前の死を本当のこと
I
にしちゃ
can't let your death
いけない。
become real. Orphalune tilts her head, not quite understanding. But it no longer matters. In the next instant, the world before Orphalune begins to collapse, dissolving into blurred patches of color until all that remains is a bottomless abyss.
もう会わない方がいい。私の
I hope we never meet
友
again,
達
my dear friend,
オルフェルーネ。
Orphalune.
もうまた夢。
Am I dreaming again? Helena cannot tell what is real and what is a dream. Just now, she remembers playing somewhere with a little girl for a very long time. She taught the girl many things and was invited to eat something called crepes. Was it really just a dream? Or did it actually happen? Helena does not know. But now is not the time to dwell on it. She is lost. She has to return to the commander as quickly as possible. Helena gets to her feet and runs on and on without stopping. Here she does not seem to grow tired, even after running for a long, long time. She sees no one.
みんなどこ？
Where has everyone gone? Just as confusion begins to set in, Helena is startled to hear voices in the distance.
だから私は全てを取り返す。
So I've come to set everything right.
ありえない。
That's not possible.
彼岸スペースはもう開いた。
Nirvana has already been
どんなに
opened.
頑張ったって
No matter what you do, Lviv can never return to what it was.
死んだ奴らも生き返らない。
Those who died will never come back. Orphalune does not answer. Her face draws closer until Chilove can see her own reflection in Orphalune's pupils. Chilovek instinctively tries to flee, but no matter which direction she runs, she always returns to Orphalune.
無駄よ。
Don't bother.
この場所は私のルールで動く。
I
あ
told
な
you,
たはただの侵入
this place
者。
operates under my rules. You are only an intruder.
何をする気？
Nice. What? What are you trying to do?
全部終わらせて世界を元
Put
に
an
戻
end
す。
to all this and restore the world to its original state,
あなたが触れてはいけなかったパラドックス。
including the paradox you should never have touched.
永遠の命も含めて。
Immortality.
永遠の命。
Immortality?
ヘレナ。
Helena has heard that word before. Orphalune and Chilovek turn at the same time towards the little girl who seems to have appeared from nowhere.
あんたは
It's you,
カビダ実験の実験体ヘレナ。
the Kavitas experiments test subject, Helena. Designation O043.
ありえない。
No,
あんたはも
That's impossible. You were consumed as the key. How can you still be here? You're still as scary as before. Helena instinctively hides behind Orphalune. But when she looks up, she seems to notice something. It's you. You've become a grown-up. So that's how it is. So you're the reason I survived back then. I'm sorry. I did something that hurt you. It's okay. Even though I don't know what happened. But Helena also had a lot of fun. Orphalune turns to Chiloveg. She remained here because of me. I came here because of her. Chiloveg, only your presence is unnecessary. You want to experience death, yet you refuse to pay the price. That's a nice picture. But now, all you have gained is false death and incomplete immortality. You. Who told you these things? I told you. You used my knowledge. Which is why all your secrets are laid bare before me. When I look at you now, it is like a compiler examining the genes she has written. Compiler. There we go. No matter what traits those genes express, she can trace them back to their code. You understand that feeling, don't you? Orphalune smiles at her. Chiloveg knows she is referring to her creation of O43. But she no longer has any desire to speak. Because no matter what she says, it is meaningless before Orphalune. All she can do now is tremble and await her judgment. But Orphalune does not address her again. She turns to Helena and smiles. Oh. Color. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. This time, it's my turn to send you home. That's what I thought was gonna happen. You're coming with me too. This time we can go eat crepes together. No, Helena, you understand, don't you?
10年前、私は見てはいけないものを見てしまった。そもそも
10 years ago,
ここから出るべきではなかった。
I saw what I should have not seen. I was never meant to leave this place.
でもあなたのおかげで、私は
But because of
祝福を受
you,
けて、
I
運よ
became
く戻る
blessed,
ことができた。
the fortunate one who was allowed to return.
あの時の私の罪は、あなた
You
が背負
bore
って
my
くれ
sin
た。
for me before.
だから
Now
償
it's
いに
my
来たの。
turn to repay it.
わからないよ。
I don't understand.
大丈夫。今の
It's
あなた
alright.
はただ、
You simply have
あなた
not
の声が
yet
聞こえる。
realized the
自分の
importance
重
of
要
the
さに気づい
cells
ていないだけ。
who can hear your voice.
すべてが一つに戻った時、きっと
When they
わ
all
かるように
return
な
to
る。
one, you will understand.
その時はあの人を守って。
When that time comes, you must protect that person.
それが未来を紡ぎ続ける
Only then will you have a chance to continue the world's future. A door appears behind Helena.
一緒に行かない？
But you're not coming with me?
私は本当の未来を見てしまった。だからもう戻
I
る
have
こと
seen
は
the
でき
true
ないの。
future. I cannot go back anymore.
さあ、行って。
Go.
指揮官
The
が待って
commander
る
is
わよ。
waiting for you.
私、全部指揮官に教える。
I'll tell the commander everything.
お前のこと、みんな
Everyone will remember
忘
you.
れないから。
Orphalun smiles and nods. But she knows that once Helena steps through the door, she will forget everything that has happened here. Because this is not the real world. But that is fine. As someone who has committed such a grave sin, she does not deserve to be remembered. After watching Helena leave, Orphalun turns to Chiloveg. She takes her trembling hand.
何すんの？
What are you doing?
怖がらないで。
Do not be afraid.
永遠の命で
Be not afraid.
死でも
Whether you seek immortality or death,
この彼岸と現実の
at the
狭間
boundary
でも
between nirvana
叶え
and
られる。
reality, both wishes can be fulfilled.
あなたも祝福を受けたかったんじゃないの？
Didn't you want to become one of the blessed?
ここに残る子羊は一人だけで十分。
Only one sacrificial lamb needs to remain here.
ただ、
But
何？
what?
代価が必要よ。これは
You must also
祝福を
pay
受
the
けた者
price
が
for
誰しも通
transformation.
る道だから。
That is the path every blessed must walk.
さあ、来て。
Come. Orphalun grips Chiloveg's hand. Chiloveg struggles desperately, but it is all in vain. Hand in hand, Orphalun leads her towards the edge of nothingness, then steps forward and falls straight down. Everything slowly fades away, until only emptiness remains.
指揮官。
Commander.
指揮官。
Commander! I finally regain consciousness. Helena?
どうしてここに？
How did you get out?
ここに来る途中、ここを覆っていたツタが消えていったか
On
ら
our way here, the
そのまま
vines
装置を
supporting
破
this
壊
place
して
were
ヘ
gradually
レナを助け出
disappearing.
したわ。
So we destroyed the experimental apparatus and rescued Miss Helena. I lower my head and see that the tank containing Chiloveg's brain has lost its connection to the plants. It has fallen to the ground and shattered. The brain is slowly necrotizing and turning black after being exposed to the air. Beside me, Voimastina, encased in mobile armor, easily lifts me and sets me on the armor's shoulder. Alva and Klukai, who were struck by the data surge earlier, are gradually regaining consciousness as well.
よかった。みんな無事か。
That's good. Everyone's safe.
ここはもうすぐ崩れるわ。今すぐ離
This
れない。
place is about to collapse. I must get you out immediately.
いや、待て。オルフェルーネは
No,
さっき
wait.
隣にいたはず
Where's
じゃん。
Orphalun? She was right next to me. Okay, that's interesting. So it's not like memories of her were erased or anything.
申し訳ありません。見つけたのは指揮官だけです。
I'm sorry, Commander. We only found you.
だが、オルフェルーネは確かに
Orphalun was
私と一緒
definitely
に。
with me. Groza and Voimastina exchange a silent glance.
指揮官。
Commander.
そのオルフェルーネって
Oh.
一体誰のことなの？
Okay. I guess it's because he's blessed. This Orphalun you mentioned. Who exactly is that?
Nani?
What? I look at Groza in confusion. She has been at my side ever since we entered Lviv. There is no way she wouldn't know who Orphalon is. Could something have happened out there just now? Something that damaged their neural data? I turn to Alva.
Alva, 君はどうなんだ?
Alva, you didn't see Orphalon either?
いえ、知らない名前です。
Orphalon? I have no memory of that name at all. Damn.
どうなっているんだ?
What is going on? But the urgency of the situation leaves no room for such pondering. We have to move.
君たちは先に撤退してくれ.
You all go first. I'll look for her again.
間に合いません。
There's no time. Voimastina glances at the radar.
生き袋が来ています。
Those elites below are catching up. Even here in the deepest chamber of the underground lab, I can hear their distant roars. The shrieks grow closer, as if they will tear through the walls and reach me at any moment. But
ダメだ。彼女を一人ここに残すわけにはいかない。
I can't leave her here alone.
指揮官。
Commander,
仮に死んだとしても、
even if she's dead,
遺体は回収した
there
い。
should at least be a body. I search frantically for any sign of Orphan, but just as Groza and the others have said, I appear to be the only one here.
生き袋到着まで残り2分です。
The first wave of elites will arrive in 2 minutes.
諦めたくはない。
I can't just give up like this.
みんな、すまないがあと5分稼いでくれ。
Everyone, please hold them off a little longer. Buy me 5 minutes.
ボイマスティナ。
Voimastina, take me around the lab.
オルフェルーネを
We'll
探す。
search for Orphalon.
はい。
Understood.
頼む。ボイマスティナ。
Voimastina, please.
無茶な頼みなのは分かって
I
いる。
know you don't agree with this, but
わかりました。
I understand. Voimastina offers no objection, no trace of dissatisfaction. She simply stares straight ahead with unwavering resolve.
みんな、指揮官のために時間を
Everyone,
稼いで。
let's buy the commander some time.
生き袋は真
The
下。
elites will approach from
8時方
directly
向の
below
廊下
us,
と
from
2
the
時方向
corridor
の
at
実
8
験室
o'clock,
からやってくる。
and from the laboratory at 2 o'clock.
一匹たりともこの部屋に入れないで。
Do not let them enter this room. Okay. So we still have another battle afterwards. Interesting. Alright. It makes me wonder if Igla is gonna remember Orphalon. Or if there's gonna be some kind of trace of her left.
さっさと倒れたら。
It seems she's just... yeah, her and Chiloveg are just in the void of Nirvana. But Orphalon did say that the space is under her control, so... I wonder if we'll ever see her again. I guess it depends on, yeah, future situations. But also, there was that bit about Helena's teacher telling her once she masters the knowledge, then she'll be able to actually leave herself. So that could be a plot device as well, too. Let's say there's only one more enemy. Seated on Voimastina's armor, I circle the entire underground laboratory. But Orphalone, who was with me just before I blacked out, has vanished seemingly into thin air. Commander, we have to leave. How? How can this be? Orphalone, where are you? Answer me. I shout her name, hoping for a reply from somewhere. No one answers. More and more elids are pouring in, and the underground laboratory is on the verge of collapse. Voimastina, take the commander and leave immediately. Voimastina ignites the thrusters without a word, and the armor lifts into the air. A piercing alarm echoes throughout the lab. Chaos erupts around us. The ground trembles violently, rubble cascading from the shattered ceiling. Though her armor looks heavy, Voimastina maneuvers with remarkable agility as she evades the collapsing walls. Suddenly, a metal beam crashes down from above, hurtling straight towards us. Hold on tight. Voimastina pushes the propulsion module to its limit. I feel as though I'm clinging to the wing of a jet, the air slicing across my face like blades. I grip her arm tightly. One slip, and I'll be thrown into the red-lit abyss below, buried alongside the elids beneath Lviv. We can't dodge it. Just as the beam is about to crush us, Voimastina twists the armor 180 degrees and catches it with her other arm. The impact rings out with a deafening clang, and the visible crack splits across the armor. I know that if she were alone, she could have avoided it easily. But to shield me from harm, she chose to take the blow herself. The armor plummets for an instant. Then I hear the thrusters roar back to life. With a violent heave, Voimastina hurls the multi-ton beam into the abyss. System warning, left arm damage, sensor failure, shooting eye, aid offline. The warning blares through the armor. I look at Voimastina, her face remains expressionless, yet the rapid flicker of orange light reflected across it tells me how grave the situation is. Rubble continues to rain down. The elids below surge upwards in reckless pursuit. The armor darts like an arrow through the fallen debris. But the earlier impact has clearly dulled Voimastina's responsiveness. Several chunks of rubble fly towards us. Without thinking, I draw my pistol and shatter one midair. 2 more pieces slam into the armor's head with a dull thud. Voimastina, are you alright? Left visual module. Damaged. She mentioned earlier that the armor's visual system is connected to Task Force Defy's exclusive Wolfeye, one of the key advantages that sets Defy apart from ordinary dogs. If the visual system is compromised, her firepower is severely reduced. While fending off elids trying to leap onto the armor, my mind races for a way to get us out alive. Groza, can you reach us? You need to ascend another 50 meters. Commander, can you coordinate with me? Of course. What do you need? Visual system and targeting assistance are offline. I'll have to aim manually. I need you to be my eyes. Your eyes? Yes. But the accuracy will suffer. I trust you. Famous last words. Then how could I possibly refuse? The armor continues weaving at full speed. Through the violent air currents, I lift my head and begin calling out targets. 2 elids towards the lab, bearing 000. Elevation 30 degrees, distance 20 meters. Voimastina fires precisely according to my callouts, shooting them down. Seeing her accuracy steadies my nerves. Second platform, bearing 210, elevation -5 degrees, distance 35 meters. Directly below, vertical angle 30 degrees, distance very close. She keeps firing as we near Gross's extraction point. Front left. Too late. An elite leaps onto Voimistina's leg as her body drops sharply. More begin swarming onto the armor. I glance upward. We're less than 10 meters from the extraction point. Almost there. Increased thrust. Alva, catch the commander. What? Before Alva can respond, Voimistina's arm dips. Suddenly, I feel weightless. With all her strength, Voimistina hurls me out of the Elid-infested laboratory. Commander. Alva rushes forward and catches me. Her strength absorbs most of the impact. We roll across the ground before coming to a stop. I look down into the opening. Voimistina is nowhere in sight.
Voimistina!
Groza, get ready. Be prepared to extract Voimistina at any moment. Roger. Almost a minute passes. Still no sign of her. But I refuse to believe she would fall so easily. I refuse to believe Voimistina would go down like this. Boom. A thunderous explosion roars upward with a powerful blast of air. One detonation follows another, as if something has ignited the sewer gas below, reducing Chiloveg's entire research facility to ashes. Alva throws herself over me, shielding me from the searing shockwave. But I no longer care. I turn towards the opening, waiting for something, anything, to emerge. At last, a familiar voice crackles through the communicator. As the heat dissipates, a battered suit of armor rises from the opening and stumbles onto solid ground. I'm sorry, Commander. I had to detonate the underground laboratory to stop the Elids from spreading into Lviv. So it was necessary to deliver you to safety first. But then, we'll have no evidence left to prove Paradis's crimes. It doesn't matter, Commander. Your mere survival is the most crucial evidence, enough to shake the... Alva steps closer and lowers her voice. But... Commander, trust us. Trust that there are still people working to contain the relics. You? You mean... Misha? Alva nods. If that's the case, why claim you are no longer affiliated with StateSec? It's true that we have formally severed ties with the government. That is an undeniable fact. But like you, we have also accepted an agreement. Only the terms differ. Task Force Defy is no longer merely a special operations unit. For the past 10 years, we have been searching for and forging a new meaning for that name. We cannot tell you everything yet, but one day, when the time is right, we will have the chance to tell you the full meaning behind the name Defy. That's enough personal talk. Back to the matter at hand. Commander, given your unique status, difficult days may lie ahead. But remember this, Task Force Defy will always stand at your side, just as we always have. Just as Anj once did. I look at Alva in confusion. She offers me a calm, unwavering smile and says nothing more. In that fleeting moment, I'm reminded of the commander they served 10 years ago. Nice. The one who truly made the name Defy an irreplaceable symbol. The sun rises once more over Lviv. The long night has finally passed, giving way to a dawn that stirs both awe and sorrow. The vines that once spread wildly across the city have vanished. Survivors stare at the ravaged streets in confusion, as if unable to comprehend what has transpired. But the ruined buildings and shattered infrastructure stand in silent testimony to the night's events. Commander, Monsoon Squad arranged an evacuation route while you were engaged. Next, we will... Dion's words are cut short by a heavy mechanical hum, followed by running footsteps and the rumble of armored vehicles. In the next instant, dozens of targeting reticles lock on to me and my subordinates. Commander, it's been a long time. Crap. Javier, yeah. A familiar voice speaks from behind me. It's Javier. Yeah.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Oh. Yeah, there you go. Behind the curtain. Oh, there's actually two more. Okay. The curtain falls. The curtain falls, but the show is nowhere near over.
久しぶりだな、指揮官。
Commander, it's been a long time. I turn around. Javier walks towards me from behind the ring of gun barrels aimed at my head. Mr. Javier, what is the meaning of this? My apologies for reuniting with you in such a manner. Lviv has now been fully taken over by the non-military forces administration and the Central Army Group of District 7 to ensure an orderly evacuation of the residents. Rest assured, the civilians have been evacuated. These messy matters have merely been contained to the vicinity of the Gerard Group's headquarters. What about the contamination from collapse particles? Collapse particle contamination? Lviv is a white zone city. Clean as can be. I glance at the surrounding soldiers. None of them are wearing protective masks. And I see none of the intermittent green haze that accompanies particle dispersal. What is going on? In any case, Commander, we finally have time to discuss your situation. My situation? Paradus has nearly hollowed out Lviv from Nîmes, and yet you come to question me? Is this how the Ernst government presents itself? Calm down. We have no intention of accusing you of anything. However, we do require a reasonable explanation for your presence at such a sensitive scene, given your questionable status. I would very much like someone to explain to me why Paradise, which should have collapsed 10 years ago, is still conducting large-scale relic experiments beneath Lviv in broad daylight. Why are you so certain that Paradise is behind this incident? Commander, if you have evidence, you may hand it over to me now. I will give you a satisfactory result, just like old times. Mr. Javier, if we're truly like old times, You would never have people pointing guns at my head at a time like this. That's true. Nor would you require me to present evidence before you agree to investigate Paradise. Javier casts a thoughtful glance at the soldiers around us, then returns his gaze to my face. He waves his hand. The soldiers lower their weapons. Commander, trust is mutual. What do you mean? Through surveillance footage, we discovered your presence at the summit hosted by the Gerard Group. You appear to have improper contact with certain individuals there. Certain individuals? Yeah, I was gonna say, no one remembers Orphalone. Whom do you mean? For example, the primary suspect in this incident and the head of Project Eden, Mr. Oleg, the current CEO of the Gerard Group. Oleg? Oleg Gerard? What are you talking about? I never even... Wait. The head of Project Eden, who? Oleg? Indeed. Although he is merely a puppet pushed to the forefront, that does not mean he is as innocent as he appears in this matter. Subsequently, we found you at the activation site of this experiment, one capable of destroying all Lviv. Javier's lie is so clumsy it feels like an insult. I have never attended the summit, nor have I met Oleg. The one who made contact with him was Kruger, and he died afterward. He does not even mention Orphaloon's name. This method is not unfamiliar. It is entirely consistent with their style, and yet, something is off. Though I have had no direct contact with him for 10 years, from our prior communications and this meeting, I know Javier has not changed much. He is skilled at twisting facts and spinning an official truth for public release. But when dealing with me, someone who knows the inside story, he would not treat the other party as a fool. He would offer appropriate bargaining chips instead, making refusal difficult. Forcing fabricated facts onto me and coercing compliance is not his style. In that case, what about Orphalone? He looked away when he said who, but who? Javier's expression barely changes. For an old fox like him, that is hardly surprising. But the confusion in his eyes is genuine. He does not know who Orphalone is. He does not know who Orphalone is either. Just what is going on? It is as if no one but me remembers that Orphalone ever existed. Recovering Helena and investigating the truth behind Project Eden were tasks personally assigned to me by Mr. Kruger. So whether it was contacting the head of Project Eden or infiltrating Paradise's underground laboratory, it was merely... Commander, I understand your actions. But from the brass's perspective, none of that is important. What matters is that you overstepped. Although you have stopped Oleg from initiating his evil plan, just like 10 years ago, you did something you should not have done. And just like 10 years ago, I am here to remind you and to help you. As long as you hand Helena over to me, all of your suspicious activities in Lviv over the past 2 days can be wiped clean. No. Absolutely not. Mr. Hobby, the mission I received was to deliver Helena to Nampa.
私をクルーガーの代わりだと思ってくれた。
I can take her on Kruger's behalf.
だったらクルーガーさんと話をさせて
Then have him tell me that himself.
いや、汚れ役は私の。
He is unwilling to play the villain. As you see, being the bad cop falls to me again.
君も分かっ
But
てい
deep
ると思う。
down, you know it.
私
My
の言った
demand
こと
is the demand of the non-military
すな
forces
わち管理局の
administration.
意思なのだよ。
ヘレナをどうするつもりですか？
I want to know what you intend to do with Helena afterward.
本当に
Can you truly
キラード
honor
グ
your
ループを
previous
摘発
promise
するために
that she will merely
証人
serve
と
as
して
a piece
扱
of
ってくれます
evidence against the Gerard group?
もちろん。
Of course.
ハーベルさん。ヘレナの
Mr.
安全を
Hobby,
誓ってく
can
れ
you
ますか？
swear on your honor to guarantee Helena's safety? Huh. I detect a brief hesitation in Javier's tone. To someone who knew and worked with him 10 years ago, that fleeting pause is telling enough.
やはり聞こえのいい嘘。
Another pleasant sounding lie, is it?
私は君を困らせるつもりは。
Commander, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, but...
ハーベル、私が話そう。
Javier, let me speak with the commander. Behind Javier, a soldier hands him a communicator. Javier frowns, clearly displeased, but still raises the device before me. From the communicator, that cold voice sounds once more. I look at Javier. Perhaps because of the man speaking through the communicator, for the first time in all these years, he cannot meet my eyes. In that instant, I understand everything.
やはりあなたですか。
You finally show yourself.
さ
Earl.
手短に言おう。
Let's keep this brief. Commander, regarding that question from 10 years ago,
私はもう一度チャンス
I
を
will
あげ
give you
たい
one
と
more chance to answer.
君の選択を教えてくれたまえ。
Tell me your
結
choice.
果次第で
In return,
私は
everything you
どんな
desire can be
応じる
granted,
つもりだ。もちろん
including this Helena
ヘレ
you
ナ
have
の
mentioned
ことも
repeatedly.
含めて全てを君に任せる。
I can place everything behind this matter under your responsibility.
ハリネズミかキツネか
The hedgehog or the fox.
君はどちらを選ぶ？
Which do you choose?
私は選ばない。
I choose neither.
10年
10 years have passed,
君は何も変わってい
and you
な
have
い
not
のか
matured at all.
何も変わらなかったからこそ。
It is precisely because 10 years have passed and nothing has changed. I now understand your lies more deeply than ever.
今回は逃げではない。
Only this time, I'm not running away.
私の
This is
理想
about
の世界の
realizing
ために。
the world I envision.
さ
Earl, your ideal has strayed from the path.
あ、間違ったやり
A
方で
flawed process
正し
will
い
never
結果は得られる。
produce a just result.
生意気な
How arrogant.
ああ、生意気だ。
Yes, I agree.
それでも
And to achieve my goal,
私は後
I will
悔
stop
し
at
ない。
nothing.
どうやらもう決めた
Then,
よ
in
うだ。
my view, you have already made your choice. From the communicator, the Earl issues his final command.
ハーベル
Javier,
どうかもう一度。
I urge you to reconsider.
やれ。
Do it. The soldiers around us raise their guns once more. Javier turns his gaze towards me and strikes the ground sharply with his cane.
やれ。
Proceed. Well, and then we died. No. New script. How should their story continue?
3日前、リビウ市にて発生した大規模テロ事件についての調査結果が公表されました。軍によれば、テロリスト1名およ
The
び
investigation into the serious violent incident that occurred in Lviv 3 days ago is now concluded. According to the military, a group of terrorists accompanied by several unaffiliated armed dolls engaged in a fierce firefight with the army in the city center, injuring multiple soldiers.
増援部隊が到
After reinforcements arrived, the armed dolls began withdrawing by helicopter. It is reported that during the evacuation, the suspected leader of the terrorist unit, believed to be the commanding officer of the doll force, was seriously wounded, yet still managed to escape. The military has since sealed off the city's main entrances and exits and launched a citywide sweep. The investigation also reveals that on the eve of this incident, the group triggered a small-scale violent disturbance in satellite city LVI, you know what? Level 13, though. It's LVI 13. Though it was quickly suppressed by local security forces. Authorities have released identifying features of the terrorist leader and urged citizens to report any relevant information to the police immediately. Gritting my teeth against the stabbing pain in my abdomen, I sit up and switch off the radio broadcast. When I look down, I see blood faintly seeping through the gauze. Groza notices that I am awake and quickly comes to my side. Commander, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? It's fine. I press a hand against my abdomen, hiding the blood from Groza's view. Good to hear. Mei Ling has been working overtime for 3 days straight, and has finally completed maintenance on everyone's frames. The Monsoon Doll's frames suffered the most severe damage. They may need certain core components replaced. We originally planned to resupply at the nearest maintenance station in the purification zone, but given the current situation, I can only contact Polonitsa to procure some substitute parts. Right, sounds like a plan. I didn't expect those soldiers' aim to be that bad. That bastard, Javier. I recall the scene after Javier struck the ground with his cane. There was a subtle shift in the soldier's eyes. I seized that moment to have Monsoon Squad deploy smoke grenades. We boarded the helicopter sent to extract us amid the chaos, though I still ended up taking a bullet to the abdomen. By the way, how are Alva and Boy Mastina? They've gone out to scout. Right now, both law enforcement units and bounty hunters are searching for us. To think that bounty hunters like us would one day become the bounty ourselves. Oh shoot. This gives way for whatchamacallit to enter. That female commander of her security group. That's gonna be interesting. I let out a sigh and flopped back onto the bed as if surrendering to fate. Groza gently pats my hair to soothe me. Groza, there's something I need to ask you. What is it? Could you gather information about Orphalum? The one I mentioned. I want to know. Actually, I already looked into it for you after we returned. What have you found? You should see it yourself. Groza hands me a few thin sheets of paper. That's all? Yes, that's everything I could find. I skimmed through the documents. It is clear that Groza has made every effort to collect what she can about Orphalum, but the contents are sparse. Because Orphalum's personal history is nowhere near as rich as I remember, the very first line of the file bears a piece of news that leaves me stunned. Orphalum Gerard, the only daughter of Oleg, current CEO of the Gerard Group, tragically perished in the Frankfurt incident 10 years ago. So that's how... Okay, that's what became of her in the real world. Or her history. I had considered many possibilities. No way. But this so-called fact far exceeds anything I imagined. I stare at the line for a long time, unable to calm my thoughts. Suddenly, I remember the words spoken to me 10 years ago during the Frankfurt incident by the girl named Lunasia, and the many other worlds she showed me. The countless possibilities woven together by threads, stirred by blue butterflies. Nirvana.
そうだ、指揮官。
Commander,
実はもう一つ。
there's one more thing. Groza seems hesitant.
どうした?
What is it?
メッセージが一
You
届いているわ。
have a new message.
それを開けていい
I
のか。
wasn't sure whether to patch it through.
メッセージ?
A message? From whom?
暗号化されているからわからない。
It's on an encrypted frequency.
だから安易に開けていいのか
Considering
ど
our
うか。
circumstances, I didn't dare connect it lightly.
わかった。転送してくれ。
Understood. I'll handle it. I ask Groza to leave the voice message with me. After she leaves, I stare at it for a long time. A few minutes later, with a soft beep, the message begins to play.
指揮官様、カリーナです。
Ah. Commander, this is Kalina.
タイミングが悪いのは分かっています。
I know this isn't a good time, but I wanted to reach you as soon as possible.
指揮官様はテロリストなんかじゃありません。
Commander, you can't possibly be a terrorist.
私は
I believe you're innocent.
私にできることがあれば、
If there's anything I can
いつで
do
も
to
連
help,
絡してください。
please contact me immediately.
ご飯の件も。
You promised you'd let me choose the restaurant. Uh-oh. A sudden burst of chaotic noise and hurried footsteps cuts through the recording.
軍事法令違反の疑いで逮捕します。礼機よって両手を上げてください。
Counselor Kalina, your actions have seriously violated the Urnk's highest military law. Lay down your weapon immediately and raise your hands. Uh-oh. The message cuts off abruptly.
カリーナ。
ジラードグループ最後のさ。
Damn.
やっと手に入れた。
So now we might have to go rescue Kalina as well, depending on the situation. Zimmerman. The final legacy of the Gerard Group is in our hands, at least. Zimmerman admires the third-gen doll suspended before him with satisfaction. She hangs in mid-air, limbs fixed by precise metallic arms, as though nailed to an invisible cross. Igla's torso is opened, revealing the intricate structures within. Several data cables wind out from her exposed chest cavity, connecting to surrounding receivers. The only part of her body that can still move, her eyes, roll wildly, as if searching for something. Or Falloon? Maybe she'll remember. Her vocal module is already damaged, and only garbled syllables escape her. Yup. Miss. Where? Young mistress.
おっと、発生モジュールを停止するのを忘れていました。
So she does remember. That's interesting. But she was also turned into a monstrosity that was partially connected to Nirvana, so... Ah, I forgot to shut off the vocal module. Zimmerman presses a button. Igla falls silent.
ご満足いただけましたか?
Are you satisfied with this gift?
期待通りの結果です。ジマーマンさん。
You have not disappointed me, Mr. Zimmerman. From this point on, Chet Father shall be our close strategic partner. May our partnership be fruitful.
ジマーマン様、今日は珍しくご機嫌のようですね。
Mr. Zimmerman, you seem to be in an excellent mood today.
ああ、いいことがあった。
Indeed. a rare occurrence.
役員会のファイルを整理したら
Archive all the
上が
board
っていい
documents. You may leave afterward.
かしこまりました。
Understood, Mr. Zimmerman. Zimmerman exits the opulent and spacious office, leaving the secretary alone to diligently organize the files. A short while later, she places the last document into its folder, closes the cabinet, and dusts her hands off.
今日は忙しかったわ。
Phew. What a busy day. At the headquarters of the Orlog conglomerate, a woman who appears to be a secretary finishes her day's work and stretches. She then picks up the phone and dials a number.
あら、今日は帰るのが早かったね。
Oh my. I didn't expect you two to get home so early today.
今夜何にする？フィレミニョンのステーキに。
What would you like for
ボルシチはどう？
dinner? How about filet mignon with borscht?
はーい。エスカルゴも付け加えるね。
Alright. I'll throw in your favorite escargot too.
今日の仕事はもう
I finished all my work for today,
残
so I
業もない
probably won't need to stay late.
ええ。
Mm-hmm.
だから家でゆっくり
Just
待
wait
って
for me
ね
at home. Who is this? Interesting. After hanging up, she sighs helplessly. She sits back down and begins typing briskly on the keyboard.
まったくもう。い
Ah,
つも心配させるんだから。
those two really are a handful.
彼女からか？
Ah. Was it her?
うん指揮官絡みの面倒事は何とかして
She said she would handle the trouble we caused by helping the commander escape.
怒られると思ってた。
I thought she would be angry.
相手が指揮官だからなのかもしれない
She isn't. Perhaps because it concerns the commander.
あるいは
Or perhaps the organization has decided not to pursue the man.
指揮官を守るのも
After all,
私たちの任務だ
protecting the commander is one of our missions.
任務がなくともそうしていた。
Even without a mission, we would have done the same.
そうかもね
Perhaps.
ただ指揮官と
But
コ
we
ンタ
did
クトを
initiate
するタイミング
contact
が
with the commander.
組織の計画より
Way
もだい
ahead
ぶ
of
前
schedule.
倒しになってしまっ
その方がいい。
It's for the best.
指揮官には私たちが必要だ。
He needs us.
パラデウスは
Paradise is strong.
た10年前の失敗は
The setback 10 years ago doesn't seem to have shaken its foundation.
この状況を
The current situation is not merely a contest between the fox and the hedgehog on the surface.
裏に潜む大物たち
Behind them
激こそ
lies a struggle between the tiger and the elephant.
私だってそういうのは
I don't like this either.
嫌いけど
But faced with such a
私たちも
tangled
武力以外
situation,
の戦い方を
we
覚
must
えない
learn to wield weapons
今
beyond
後の変化
guns.
についていけないさあ自ら
Still,
指揮官の前に現れるの
I certainly
と思わ
didn't
なかった
expect the Earl would personally step in against the commander.
組織がいてくれなけれ
If
ば
not for the
あっ
organization,
ちもそう簡
they
単に
likely
引き
would
下が
not
らな
have
かった
relented so easily.
わからないな。
I don't understand.
全部計画のうちじゃなかったのか？
That was outside your plan? Alba falls silent briefly. She is not accustomed to nor skilled at navigating conspiracies and schemes. Fortunately, she once had a close partner, a true master at the craft from whom she now draws inspiration.
今後どうなるかはわからないけど誰も予想
I
でき
don't know
な
how
い展
things
開
will
の方が
unfold from here,
私たちにとっては
but the murkier the waters, the more advantageous it is for us.
相手はすでに切り
Most
札を
importantly, now that they have played their trump card,
なら私たちの切り札も
it is time to play
そろ
ours
そ
as
ろ現
well.
れるはずそれまでには少し大
But
変な
before
ことに
that,
なるかもね
we may have to endure a difficult period.
は
Seeing the look on Voy Mastina's face, Alba smiles gently.
だよね
Yes, Voy Mastina.
そういうのはとっくに
We are already used to it. Alba looks down at the document on the desk, her gaze mild and tender. She murmurs softly, her trust in that person apparent in her steady voice.
頑張ろう指揮官
Hold on, Commander,
希望が見える
until
そ
the
の
day
瞬
when
間まで
light prevails. " 」
「
Oh wow. They're showing us all the concept art and everything. Yeah. Because this was a major event, that's why. That was quite the situation, though. Chiloveg actually did succeed, but because of Orphalon, everything was actually able to return to normal. I wonder if we're gonna get anything special after the credits too. And also, they connected. I mean, how the last event, the end of the last event connected. When Sakura was driving and she listened to the radio and heard the commander and then being accused of being terrorists. This is the reason why. We just saw how everything played out. That scene when when like the gate first opened, that was really cool. Oh. Uh-oh. The shadowless lamps in the operating room blaze with a blinding glare. Chiloveg feels a wave of dizziness wash over her. Uh-oh. Every joint, every muscle, every bone in her body throbs with a strange and unnatural pain. And yet, she is still alive. No, that is not right. Is she truly alive? This body, is it really still her own? No, she cannot make a sound, nor can she sense anything tangible. Her body feels unbearably heavy, yet at the same time, as though it's floating in a void. Oh, you're finally awake. It's been so long since I performed this kind of operation. I felt I had failed. To fish out that last remnant of consciousness from the sea of death and pour it into this new frame of yours, that is no easy task. Take your time adjusting to your new body. Now tell me everything you saw in Nirvana. Every last detail. Meanwhile, Orphalon does not know when she awakened. She has returned to this place, strange, yet overwhelmingly familiar, but she cannot remember how she arrived. Her last memory is of merging with Chiloveg into the deep sea of the torrent of consciousness. Just as she had surrendered herself to the descent, someone reached out and caught her. Who was it? That memory has already scattered like drifting smoke. Now she feels as though she is floating in the deep sea, rising and sinking with soundless waves. She senses light filtering down through the surface above, shining upon her, warm and viscous. Could she continue sleeping like this forever? Orphalun feels that it is time for her to awaken. So she opens her eyes. Her vision is blurred as though some strange lens covers her sight, rendering the world warped and distorted. The only thing she can see clearly is the reflection cast upon the dome-like ceiling above when she lifts her head. She stares at that reflection in disbelief. It's her. Okay. Orphalun, well, technically they both survived. Chiloveg got rescued, I guess, or not exactly sure yet, but from the description that they gave, it seems like her consciousness is in a new body now. Now, I know we just read it and everything. Might have to go back and look later on. But I think he said frame? So, did he transfer Chiloveg's consciousness into a doll? That could spell disaster later on. I mean, it most certainly will. Also, Orphalun, it seems that she survived too. And she said she's surprised to see her. So, is this a different her that we don't know about? Or is it the same her that Alva and Voimastina report to and everything? So it seems that Orphalun will actually make an appearance later on. Don't know how much later. Same thing with Chiloveg as well too. She's probably gonna come back somehow, some way, and cause trouble. But again, it seems that she's no longer a Naito. It seems that she's in a different body now. But yeah, we went through it all. It's funny because this was actually a lot quicker than 1.5. But oh man, it's like that. It was great. Yeah, that was all of Corposant. 1.5, and part 2, or all 3 parts technically. There are still 12 days left if you still have to go through it yourself and everything. I think it ends on like April 1st. There is one more thing though that I realized we did forget to do last time. Okay. And that's actually, where is she? We didn't actually look at Voimastina in the dorm. So I haven't even seen them. I haven't gone in here and seen all her her poses yet. So let's see. Let's start with the top one. Observing. The gun. Of course, the first thing that you see is the feet. They know what they're doing. Voimastina just chilling in every sense of the word. Let's see if she does anything unexpected in her dorm room. Like hobby or something. Let's see. Deep sleep. There we I'm sorry, it's too funny. how tall Void Messina is. Can't completely fit on the couch. Concentration. The knife work. Let's see, and last but not least, train. Whoa. That dumbbell, what the heck? I mean, it makes sense for Void Messina, but still. Wait. Is that 1,000 kilograms? Hold on. Let me. Yeah, it is. 1,000 kilograms. I'm trying to think. How many pounds is that? I'm not sure, but yeah. So there you have it. That's all of them, right? Yep. Okay. There we go. There is also... What? Oh, the day just reset. There is also her... Hold on. I forget to look at this one as well, too. There we go. The default background. It's like, so there you go. Okay, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we saw everything. So, the only thing that is concerning right now, like immediately concerning, I mean, well, besides being labeled as terrorists, but they've also got Kalina. In the back of my mind, I figured something like that was going to happen. Because Kalina has to watch herself as well, too. Because we know for a fact, as we saw, Namfa, not everyone in Namfa is on our side. Kruger, he's, like we saw, Kruger is fine. He's not actually a bad guy or anything like that. It's just that he knows how things work, as we saw. So that's the reason why he's also the way he is. But he's not actually a bad guy. Pretty much just him and Kalina are the only ones we can really trust at the moment. And now, see, another thing as well too, I wouldn't put it past them for them to use Kalina against Commander. That could definitely become an issue. Of course, Leva and Lena are going to do everything they can to protect her, but there's only so much they can do on their own as well, too. So I think the next, the upcoming situations or events are going to be interesting. It's like, I know they already put up the next, what the next event is going to be. And that one is actually going deeper into Leva, actually. So, but with that said, it's like, that was all of Corposant, guys. This was a really, really good event. It was. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed that. The cutscenes were nice and everything, too. So, I hope you guys enjoyed. Until next time, I will see you guys later. Have a good one, everyone. Wait a minute. Hold on. Guys. For anyone still watching, this is actually pretty hilarious. For whatever reason, chat was not loading. I'm just seeing all your messages now. That's hilarious. Yeah. Throughout the entirety of the stream, there was nothing appearing. I don't know if that's on OBS's side or YouTube's side. But I apologize. As soon as I like clicked over and refreshed whatever, then they all showed up. But at the end here, I do see Wriggle and Jingliu. Oh man. You gotta go save Saber. That is, yeah. Hold on. There's something on the side stages? That looks like a battle. And so does this. I'm looking just to see. Yeah, I don't see any more story. And that signified that we completed it. But for the second time, I hope you guys did enjoy. I'll have to make sure that it's refreshed, or maybe there was an update or something, but I was not able to see any of your comments or anything. Chat did not move, so I apologize for that. But, alright guys. Until next time, I'll see you later. Have a good one, everyone.